Next, Lin Que, in the Great Xia, Jiangzhou province on the grounds of the Jiang City Lord Vocational Academy. A middle-aged officer with a scarred face called out with a booming voice. The autumn wind blew coldly, and with it, dried leaves danced to the ground. On the awakening platform, Lin Que felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. He was not anxious, rather. He was consumed by a profound rage. Just 10 minutes prior, an urgent battle report had swept across the nation. The legendary Lord Blood-Flesh Great Wall, Qin Zhan, had fallen on the battlefield. This guardian of Shenzhou for 30 years had not only perished in combat, but his lord's heart had also been brutally ripped out and devoured by the alien tribes. The territory of Shenzhou was being steadily eroded inch by inch. Every day, countless young lords fell on the border realms as the last bastion of Shenzhou, Great Xia, stood on the brink of extinction. The scarred officer's gaze pierced like a blade as he looked at Lin Que. Lin Que, do you understand what today's awakening signifies? Lin Que straightened his back, his gaze resolute. It signifies that I shall take up the banner of my predecessors and fight to protect Great Xia. The scarred officer nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting approval. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Que placed his hand upon the awakening crystal in an instant. The crystal erupted with blinding radiance, a beam of white light shooting up as if to tear apart the heavens. Lin Que felt a mysterious power awaken within him. It was the bloodline of the Lord stirring to life. However, the brilliance lasted only 3 fleeting seconds before it dimmed rapidly. 1 star. Lord qualification. The officer's voice was low, barely concealing his disappointment. Gasps of surprise echoed from the crowd below. 1 star? Isn't that the qualification for delivering takeout after graduation? This is far too poor. A 1-star lord is destined to be cannon fodder. Unable to withstand even 3 days on the border battlefield, Lin Que felt his mind go blank. Having traversed 3 years in this world, he had awaited this day with bated breath, only to receive a mere 1-star qualification. This world was an era where everyone aspired to be a lord. Before the age of 18, anyone could awaken to become a lord, commanding territories and cultivating power, breaking the shackles of dimensions. They could resist the invasions of the myriad alien tribes. Yet, lords were graded from the lowest to the highest, with star ratings determining potential. The majority awakened with qualifications below 5 stars. Above 5 stars, 1 in a million might achieve such status. Those who did were all formidable powers who commanded respect. That a 1-star lord, however, was the most inferior existence. Lin Ke's complexion turned pale. As if struck by lightning, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Why should he, as a transmigrator, be relegated to the status of a 1-star lord? The scarred officer glanced at him and spoke in a low tone. Next, Zhou Yuan. Lin Que clenched his fists and slowly descended from the awakening platform. He truly could not accept this. With a 1-star lord qualification, his potential was limited, and his future was destined to be mundane. Lin Que, why not sell your lord's heart to me? Suddenly, someone patted Lin Que on the shoulder. He turned to see Zhou Biao, the wealthy heir from his class. "Thou wants sell?" Lin Que replied coldly. Zhou Biao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "You waste a space. What use is your lord's heart to you? If you sell it to me, I guarantee you a life free from worries. Why face death on the battlefield?" Lin Ke's gaze turned icy as he stared at Zhou Biao. "I said I want sell." Zhou Biao's expression darkened, his eyes fierce. "Very well. You, a powerless 1-star lord, dare to refuse me? Prepare to become cannon fodder." Ignoring Zhou Biao, Lin Que turned to leave that moment. A cool voice interrupted. "Lin Que, I heard you awaken with only 1 star. Don't worry, become my vassal lord, and I can help you improve your star rating. Think about it." Lin Que looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman. Her name was Fang Qingxue, the pride of the Jiang City Lord Academy. Born into a prestigious family and gifted beyond measure, she had awakened with a 5-star lord qualification, making her a goddess in the hearts of many. Moreover, she was Lin Ke's deskmate. Lin Que gazed at Fang Qingxue, his expression darkening, that he understood what becoming a vassal lord entailed. Loss of freedom, eternally subordinate. This was not his desired, and "Oh, thank you," Lin Que replied firmly. Fang Qingxue frowned slightly. surprised by Lin Ke's abrupt refusal. After all, countless four-star sycophants were eager to become her vassals. She sighed softly, her tone tinged with regret. Lin Que, are you truly not considering this? Your sister, Lin Que, is Ancien Millennium six-star lord, yet she has vanished in the depths of the battlefield. Don't you wish to find her? At her words, Lin Ke's heart trembled. Memories flooded his mind that I in this world. He indeed had a sister named Lin Que. She was a talented lord who had awakened with six-star qualifications a decade ago, heralded as the hope of Great Xia. However, 3 years ago, Lin Que mysteriously disappeared during a mission on the battlefield and had not been heard from since. Clenching his fists, Lin Ke's nails dug into his palms. In his previous life, his sister had also been named Lin Que, but she had succumbed to illness at a young age. The helplessness of that memory lingered painfully. In this parallel world, his sister was still alive, yet he remained powerless to protect her. Lin Ke's voice trembled. Seeing his reaction, Fong Qingxue softened her tone. Lin Que, reality is harsh. A one-star lord has limited potential without external aid. You would struggle to even protect yourself, let alone search for your sister on the battlefield. Lin Que remained silent for a moment, his gaze conflicted. Thank you, but I will find my own way to grow stronger. I will rescue my sister myself. Fong Qingxue's expression was complex, and she could only nod in resignation. Very well, I respect your choice. If you change your mind, you may come to find me at any time. As Lin Que turned to leave, a singular conviction filled his heart. To grow stronger. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he would find his sister in this world. What if I have 1 star? I, Lin Que, shall never resign myself to fate. But in the next moment, Lin Que closed his eyes, his mind shifting into his lordly domain. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback. Before him lay an utterly desolate expanse. Under the gray sky, not a blade of grass grew. The ground was cracked like a tortoise shell. The air was thick with a stench of decay, as if this land had been abandoned for countless years. This is my territory. Lin Ke's mouth twitched, his mind racing with expletives. Others had lush forests or resource-rich mines as their territories. At the very least, one would expect a field of green grass, right? But his territory resembled a hell's cape. Am I a doomsday lord? Lin Que couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a dilapidated gold mine in the center of the territory. The mine entrance was dark and foreboding, as if it could collapse at any moment. Even more absurdly, floating beside the mine was a gaunt, skeletal ghost, grinning at him while clutching a rusty pickaxe. What the hell is this, a gold mine? It's far too shabby. Lin Que felt as if he might spit blood. Before he could voice his grievances, an information panel popped up before him. Lord, Lin Que. Level, Warrior level 1. Strength 10. Agility 10. Mentality 10. Defense 10. Potential 1 star. Area 500 square meters. Gold coins 0. Initial building, desolate haunted gold mine. Initial residence, undead miners. Lin Que gazed at the panel, overwhelmed with despair. The attributes and configurations were dismally meager, particularly the desolate haunted gold mine, which he could believe was haunted. But as for the gold coins, it seemed utterly impossible to extract even a single one. Greetings, my lord. Shall we commence mining? The undead miner floated over, its voice raspy. With a resigned gesture, Lin Que replied, Let's begin the extraction. After all, idleness serves no purpose. Yes, my lord. The undead miner swung its pickaxe and commenced its labor. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of the pickaxe, a glimmer of gold emanated from the mine. Gold coins 80. Gold coins 80. Gold coins 80. Lin Que was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait a moment. Why does the gold mine's reserves display? He clicked to examine the mine's information. Target, haunted gold mine. Reserves. Status, infinite. Extraction, infinite extraction. Lin Que nearly leapt from his seat. Doesn't this equate to infinite gold coins? Isn't this more exhilarating than winning the lottery? He trembled with excitement. Ha ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Although I am but a 1-star lord, with this infinite gold mine, what do I have to fear? Without delay, Lin Que opened the construction panel and began to operate frantically. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to construct the Grand Cemetery? Construct. Would you like to spend 1,500 gold coins to construct the primary lumber mill? Construct. Would you like to spend 2,000 gold coins to construct the catacomb? Build. Construct it immediately. Would you like to spend 500 gold coins to summon undead miners? Summon. Bring me 10. Chapter 2. I challenge you, Lord. With a series of clinking coins, the once desolate territory began to blossom with buildings, a grand graveyard, a lumberyard, and a necropolis. The sound of trees being felled resonated from the lumberyard, while mournful wails echoed from the graveyard as undead miners crawled forth from their resting places. Lin Que gazed at the bustling activity of his territory, his face alight with excitement. What of a one-star lord? What of a decayed land? With this haunted gold mine, I shall surely forge the mightiest dominion. He clenched his fists, brimming with determination. Yet, he understood that Zhou Biao would not relent easily. He must swiftly enhance his territory and amp Oppo's strength. Lin Que approached the necropolis to inspect its details. Building, necropolis, level 1, function, summon ghouls, description, current summoning cost 800 coins each. Upon checking his coin balance, he was taken aback. Lord, Lin Que, strength, 10, agility, 10, coins, 189, 500, buildings, grand graveyard, necropolis, lumberyard, haunted gold mine. Residents, undead miners 11. In merely 10 minutes, after deducting the 500 coins just spent, his coin balance continued to soar. With 5 miners working simultaneously, he was earning 400 coins per second, amounting to 24,000 coins per minute. This meant he could summon 30 ghouls every minute. With that thought in mind, Lin Que acted without hesitation. Would you like to spend 800 coins to summon a ghoul? Yes, summon 100. In an instant, rotting corpses crawled forth from the necropolis, their hollow eyes radiating a chilling aura. Lin Que promptly examined the ghouls and amp Oppo's information. Target, ghoul, description, decayed bone corpse, level, common, race, undead, combat power, 1 star, loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, skill 1, devour, active. Effect, devours corpses to restore health, skill 2, frenzy, active. Effect, temporarily increases attack and movement speed. Seeing this, Lin Que was elated. Although the common ghouls were frail, their sheer numbers would overwhelm any foe. He could produce them almost incessantly, using quantity to crush everything in his path. Just then, he noticed a rusty pickaxe discarded nearby. This pickaxe seems extraordinary. Let me give it a try. Lin Que picked it up and struck the haunted gold mine with vigor. Clang. The Lord expends 10 spirit and gains a black iron chest 1. Suddenly, Lin Que felt a wave of dizziness. Wait, there are surprises in personally mining? Would you like to open the black iron chest? Yes. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained the skill, Sacrificial Struggle. Sacrificial Struggle. Active the Lord and Oppo's subjects can trigger a 1-for-1 sacrifice upon impending death, ensuring mutual destruction with their enemy. Staring at this passive skill, Lin Que and amp Oppo's eyes widened. A 1-for-1 exchange? That's utterly insane. If thousands of ghouls rush forward to sacrifice themselves, who could withstand such onslaught? He almost burst into laughter. Zhou Biao, you wish for me to be cannon fodder? Let us see who the true cannon fodder is. Time swiftly passed. Lin Que immersed himself in research within his territory for an hour before reluctantly departing. At this point, his territory had expanded to 500 square meters. Hundreds of ghouls lined up in orderly rows, exuding a chilling aura of the undead. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang from the playground, the awakening ceremony concluded. All students began to return to their classrooms. Lin Que entered the classroom, surveying his classmates. Many appeared exhilarated, clearly satisfied with their awakening results. However, some bore expressions of disappointment. As he sat down, his goddess classmate, Fang Qingxue, was already in her seat. She turned her head, lowering her voice. Lin Que, have you reconsidered? If you become my vassal lord, Zhou Biao wouldn't dare to touch you. Lin Que smiled slightly, his tone resolute. Thank you, classmate Fang, but there's truly no need. Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow, expressing her exasperation. Why must you be so stubborn? A 1-star lord, without external aid, will find it challenging to survive on the battlefield. Lin Que wore a mysterious smile, saying nothing more. How could he possibly fear Zhou Biao now? Hundreds of ghouls, along with the sacrificial struggle skill, were more than enough to instill dread in any adversary. Seeing that Lin Que was impervious to reason, Fang Qingxue, frustrated, stood up and left. This guy just wouldn't heed good advice. In her view, a one-star lord could only cultivate low-tier alien beasts, which would never amount to anything significant. Meanwhile, her territory had already trained 30 elite blood elf archers, each a paragon of excellence. Not to mention a pack of silver moon wolves. Forget it. This prideful fool will only bring about his own suffering. Fang Qingxue shook her head. Lin Que watched her retreating figure, his heart unmoved. He understood that his path was destined to differ from others. No sooner had Fang Qingxue left than a group appeared at the classroom door, led by Zhou Biao. Upon seeing him, the other students hastily made way, their eyes filled with trepidation. Zhou Biao's reputation was notorious. He wielded his family's influence like a sledgehammer, and no one dared to provoke him. Zhou Biao strode directly to Lin Que, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Lin Que, have you made up your mind? Would you like to sell me your lord's heart? As soon as he finished speaking, a burly bald man behind Zhou Biao stepped forward. He was massive, his gaze fierce like that of a predator. Lin Que, is it? Either sell your lord and amp, Appos, as heart to brother Biao, or... He cracked his knuckles ominously. Lin Que raised his gaze, calm and collected, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk, or what? His tone was indifferent, as if the matter was trivial. Zhou Biao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Or you can await your fate on the most perilous battlefield, destined to become cannon fodder. A one-star lord cannot possibly survive. Lin Que stood up, locking eyes with Zhou Biao, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhou Biao, do you believe everyone will cower before you? Zhou Biao's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Lin Que, don't be ungrateful. I offer you this opportunity because I hold you in regard. Lin Que chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Opportunity? Your so-called opportunity is merely to strip me of my lord and amp, Appos, heart, and reduce me to an ordinary person? Zhou Biao and amp, Appos, face soured at the rebuke. The bald man behind him stepped forward again, his face contorted with menace. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Brother Biao's willingness to take your lord's heart is a blessing. Speak further, and I might ensure you don't exit this classroom. Lin Ke's eyes turned icy. His voice suddenly sharp. Then you may certainly try. In that instant, the atmosphere in the classroom thickened, everyone holding their breath in astonishment. No one expected the usually low-key Lin Que to confront the school bully Zhou Biao head-on. Zhou Biao narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Que for several seconds before breaking into a grin. Good, very good. Lin Que, you truly have guts. I shall initiate a challenge of dominion against you. I accept. Lin Que smiled faintly, his tone tranquil. He understood that if he continued to exhibit weakness, it would only embolden Zhou Biao further. Thus, it was time to let strength speak for itself. What? Am I hearing incorrectly? A one-star lord has accepted the challenge of a four-star lord? Is this individual out of his mind? A confrontation between one-star and four-star, is this not courting death? Around them, the students murmured in astonishment, their faces etched with shock. The challenge of lords is the most direct form of confrontation among them. Once initiated, no third party may intervene, and the consequences are borne by the challenger. This is indeed a path to self-destruction. Zhou Biao sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. Ha ha ha, daring to challenge Brother Biao. You truly must be tired of living. His followers echoed his laughter. Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, the two exited the classroom and arrived at the academy's battle arena. As far as I know, the initial subjects of a one-star lord are exceedingly weak, possessing little combat prowess. Indeed, even if luck favored them and a few venomous spiders or hunting dogs appeared, they would still be negligible. I have heard that Zhou Biao commands a legion of wargs within his territory, their strength rivaling that of five-star lords. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Biao's face gleamed with pride. He raised his hand, and in an instant, 50 wargs materialized in the vacant space before them. These wargs stood 2 meters tall, their muscles coiled and rippling, wielding war hammers, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They growled menacingly, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Lin Que, you still have time to regret your decision. Zhou Biao mocked. Otherwise, my word legion shall show no mercy. Chapter 3. For every inch you take, I shall repay tenfold. Lin Que gazed at the werewolves before him, his expression serene. Indeed, the individual strength of these werewolf warriors surpassed that of his ghouls. However, the crux of the matter was that within his domain, there existed over 1,000 ghouls. Regret? Lin Que chuckled lightly, shaking his head. It was you who should feel remorse. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he raised his hand and gestured. In an instant, the open ground ahead became inundated with a tide of ghouls, surging forth like a relentless wave. Their decaying forms exuded a putrid stench, and the hollow sockets of their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Although each ghoul appeared frail, their sheer numbers coalesced into an oppressive force that was suffocating. What manner of monstrosity is this? Zhou Biao's eyes widened in shock. How could it be? A one-star lord possessing such an abundance of initial subjects. The surrounding classmates were equally astonished, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, this must be the legendary undead race. The quantity is utterly absurd. Even a 5-star lord could not cultivate such a multitude in such a short time. Moreover, the undead are a high-tier alien race, their dimensional coordinates long sealed. How could Lin Que possibly command such a race? Lin Que and Appos, S. gaze turned icy as he spoke nonchalantly. Zhou Biao, did you not wish to challenge me? Now, come forth. Zhou Biao's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he bellowed. Do not think that sheer numbers can lead to victory. My werewolf warrior legion is not something your rabble can compare with. Is that so? Lin Ke's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. Let us put that to the test. With a mere thought, the 1,000 ghouls launched their assault, rushing towards the werewolf legion like a tidal wave. Though their individual combat prowess was inferior, their overwhelming numbers compensated for everything. Kill! Zhou Biao roared, and the werewolf legion charged into battle. Yet, the outcome of this clash defied everyone in Appos' expectations. Although the ghouls were fragile, under the frenzy of their skills, each ghoul disregarded their own safety. One fell, only for another to leap forward in its stead. The werewolf legion, despite its ferocity, soon found itself in disarray under such a frenzied onslaught. Within mere minutes, Zhou Biao and Appos' legion was utterly submerged in the sea of ghouls. No, this cannot be. Zhou Biao and Appos' face drained of color, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. My werewolf legion. Lin Que smiled coldly, his tone frigid. Now, do you still believe I am easy prey? Zhou Biao opened his mouth, as though swallowing a dead rat. He had never envisaged that he would be defeated by a newly awakened 1-star lord, and that his entire army would be obliterated. This werewolf legion had cost his family millions to forge. Who would have thought that today, in an attempt to impress, it would all be lost? Moreover, Lin Que had no intention of stopping there. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against Zhou Biao, who had long bullied him. Now that the opportunity for retaliation had finally presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Concentrating his thoughts, he commanded the remaining ghouls to redirect their assault towards the entrance of Zhou Biao's territory. Seeing this, Zhou Biao panicked. Lin Que, what do you intend to do? Stop. My uncle is the vice dean. You cannot treat me this way. But Lin Que was unperturbed by his threats. Such was his character. You give me an inch, and I shall return a mile. You encroach upon me an inch, and I shall repay you tenfold. Before long, Zhou Biao's territory was entirely engulfed by the ghoul army. What was once a lush paradise now lay desolate, marred and ravaged. I concede. I beg you, do not destroy my lord and Appos' heart. Zhou Biao lamented, his voice trembling. My father is a warlord-level lord. Should you dare to ruin my lord's heart, he will not spare you. Lin Que paused momentarily. The ranks of lords were categorized into warrior, warlord, war king, warlord, war sect, war emperor, and war god. A war king-level lord indeed commanded a fearsome presence. Nonetheless, having initiated his assault, Lin Que had no intentions of halting. Even if he spared Zhou Biao now, the rift between them would remain. Given Zhou Biao's disposition, he would never let the matter rest. Just as Lin Que prepared to obliterate Zhou Biao's territory entirely, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed. Lin Que, cease this at once. The voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire arena. Lin Que furrowed his brow and looked up to see Vice Dean Zhao Kun striding forward, his expression ominously dark. Zhou Biao, upon hearing this voice, was nearly reduced to tears. This was none other than his uncle, Vice Dean Zhao. As long as his lord's heart remained intact, he could surely rise again. As for the subjects in his lord and Appos' space, they could simply be cultivated anew. Zhao Kun stepped between the two, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Biao and Appos' decimated territory, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He turned to Lin Que, his voice icy. Lin Que, the rules of Lord Challenges dictate a point of cessation. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Lin Ke's expression remained calm, his tone unruffled. Vice Dean Zhao. The rules of Lord challenges are founded on mutual consent, and the consequences are borne by the participants. Had I been the one to lose today, my lord's heart would have been similarly destroyed by Zhou Biao. Might I inquire if you would have intervened on my behalf? Zhao Kuan was taken aback, his expression darkening further. He was well aware of Zhou Biao and Oppo's true character. Yet being his nephew, he was naturally inclined to protect him. Lin Que, one must show mercy where mercy is due. Zhou Biao has conceded. Why must you be so relentless? Zhao Kuan and Oppo's voice was frigid, laced with veiled threats. Lin Que let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. Vice Dean Zhao, your words are rather convenient. Had I lost today, would Zhou Biao have shown me mercy? I dare say that you are the one being truly relentless. Zhao Kuan found himself at a loss for words, his complexion shifting between green and white. He had not anticipated that a mere high school student, a one-star lord at that, would dare to confront him so boldly. This was intolerable. A glimmer of cruelty flashed in Zhao Kuan and Oppo's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand and summoned a figure clad in gray robes. A storm sorcerer appeared as if conjured from thin air. The storm sorcerer brandished a staff, surrounded by a tempestuous whirlwind of elemental fury, and with a single gaze, instilled a sense of dread in all present. Boom! The storm sorcerer waved his staff, unleashing a torrent of wind power that instantly struck Lin Que and Oppo's army of ghouls, propelling them back several meters. The ghouls toppled and were torn to shreds by the ferocious winds. Lin Que, since you refused to heed my warnings, do not blame me for being unyielding. Zhao Kuan and Oppo's voice was cold, laden with threats. Lin Que and Oppo's expression shifted, his shock palpable. He had not anticipated that Zhao Kuan would audaciously intervene. What astonished him further was the sheer power of the storm sorcerer Zhao Kuan had summoned. With a single blow, he had lost over 100 ghouls. Was this the might of a warlord-level lord? Lin Que and Oppo's heart raced with astonishment. He had long heard tales of warlord-level lords possessing world-shattering power. Yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. However, Lin Que did not waver. His gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon Zhao Kuan. Vice Dean Zhao, as a senior member of the academy, how can you brazenly undermine the rules and meddle in the Lord and Oppo's battle, showing favoritism to your own nephew? This is utterly excessive. Zhao Kuan let out a cold snort, seemingly unfazed. Rules? In the face of absolute power, rules are mere trinkets. Lin Que, I advise you to know when to retreat. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Que suddenly chuckled. Vice Dean Zhao, do you truly believe that you alone can suppress me? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Que concentrated his thoughts, and thousands of ghouls surged forth from his territory, densely filling the entire battlefield. Though each ghoul appeared exceedingly frail, their overwhelming numbers created an immense sense of pressure. Chapter 4. The unyielding spirit of a leader. Zhao Kuan's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, a surge of consternation coursing through him. He was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Lin Que and Oppo's forces. What manner of prodigy was this youth? Despite his status as a warlord-level leader, he couldn't and Oppo's afford to be complacent when confronted with such a multitude of ghouls. Unleash them, Lin Que commanded with a resolute voice, his eyes gleaming with determination. In an instant, nearly 10,000 ghouls surged forth like an inexorable tide, descending upon the storm warlock. Their putrid bodies exuded a nauseating stench, their empty sockets resembling the visages of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. With a flourish of his staff, the storm warlock conjured a tempestuous gust of wind, instantly coalescing into a colossal wind blade that swept across the battlefield. The wind blade carved a path of destruction, instantly rending hundreds of ghouls asunder, scattering their shattered remains across the ground. Yet, the sheer number of ghouls was overwhelming. For every one that fell, 100 more surged forward, their relentless advance undeterred as they lunged toward the storm warlock. Fervor. Sacrificial advance. Lin Que bellowed, activating his ability. In that instant, each ghoul unleashed a final, desperate surge of power before its demise. Their bodies swelled rapidly, culminating in a resounding explosion that unleashed a cloud of corrosive miasma, enveloping the storm warlock. What infernal creation is this? Zhao Kuan exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. The storm warlock frantically erected a wind shield in defense. However, the necrotoxic fumes were insidious, swiftly corroding the shield until it was riddled with holes. Ayakak, The storm warlock cried out in agony as the toxic fumes ravaged his body, causing his skin to fester and his flesh to dissolve. He desperately brandished his staff, attempting to disperse the miasma, but the ghouls were relentless. For every ghoul that fell, another took its place, sacrificing itself to inflict further damage upon the storm warlock. No, this is impossible, Zhao Kuan stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never conceived that his prized elite-level storm warlock could be brought to such a desperate state by a horde of low-level ghouls. Finally, after enduring the loss of thousands of ghouls, the storm warlock succumbed to his injuries, his body collapsing into a heap of mangled flesh and shattered bones. Exchange successful, Lin Que declared, his voice cold and unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan and Appo's face was ashen, his eyes ablaze with shock and fury. He had never imagined that Lin Que would resort to such extreme measures, sacrificing his ghouls to eliminate his storm warlock. This youth is not to be trifled with. Lin Que, you. Just wait. Zhao Kuan spat out, his words laced with venom. With a disdainful snort, he turned and departed. He knew that he was in the wrong and had already suffered a loss of face. Prolonging the confrontation would only exacerbate his humiliation. He would instead resort to disciplinary measures to address the situation. Zhou Biao slumped to the ground, his face ashen with despair. He was filled with remorse, realizing that he had severely misjudged the situation. Lin Que surveyed Zhou Biao and Appo's territory, now a desolate wasteland, scarred by decay. Rebuilding it would undoubtedly require a significant investment. Zhou Biao, heed this lesson. Do not provoke me again, for you may not be so fortunate next time. Below the dueling arena, the spectators were in a state of bewildered astonishment. Lin Ke's performance had shattered their preconceived notions. How could a newly awakened one-star leader possess such formidable power? He had not only decisively defeated Zhou Biao's Knoll army, but had also managed to sacrifice his ghouls to eliminate Vice Dean Zhao Kuan's elite-level storm warlock. This is simply outrageous. How can a one-star leader possess such strength? Does he possess a necromantic leader talent? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but the reality was undeniable. The once invincible Zhou Biao had been utterly subdued, and even Vice Dean Zhao Kuan had been forced to retreat. Lin Que, seeking to avoid unnecessary attention, returned to his dormitory. However, shortly after entering his territory, the campus loudspeaker blared an announcement. Emergency announcement. Lin Que of Class 2, Senior Year, is hereby expelled for bullying a classmate and disrupting the order of the academy. The announcement reverberated throughout the campus, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Fang Qingxue, upon hearing the announcement, furrowed her brow in confusion. Lin Que has been expelled? What's going on? She turned to her classmates, only to find that they were equally perplexed. Only those who had witnessed the duel firsthand were expressions of disdain. Zhou Biao was the instigator, yet Lin Que is being punished? This is utterly unfair. Hush. Keep your voice down. You know Zhou Biao and Appo's connections. Who would dare to speak up for Lin Que? Fang Qingxue, growing increasingly concerned, approached a classmate and inquired, "Excuse me, do you know where Lin Que is? Where can I find him?" "I saw him return to his dormitory," the classmate whispered in response. Meanwhile, within his territory, Lin Que was assessing the damage from the battle. He had sacrificed over 5,000 ghouls to secure victory. Despite the heavy losses, he was pleased with the effectiveness of his leader ability, Sacrificial Advance, particularly against the elite-level Storm Warlock. Furthermore, his leader level had advanced to Warrior Level 2. The haunted gold mine is truly inexhaustible. Lin Que mused, a smile playing on his lips as he watched his gold reserves swell. His territory was expanding rapidly, and his ghoul population was swiftly replenishing. Expend 150,000 gold to expand territory size? Expand. Lin Que commanded without hesitation. Territory expansion successful. Current territory size, 3,000 square meters. While others required leader fragments or a complete leader's heart to expand their territory, Lin Que merely needed to expend gold. Such was the power of an inexhaustible gold mine and a vast necropolis. His only regret was that his territory differed from others. While their territories were lush and teeming with life, his was a barren wasteland, devoid of vegetation. Well, a wasteland it shall be. As long as I grow stronger, nothing else matters. Lin Que shrugged off his concerns. At that moment, he unlocked a new building, the shop. He was ecstatic as he perused the array of merchandise, scrolls, life potions, corrosive swords. Expend 50,000 gold to purchase a blink dagger? Purchase. Lin Que declared without hesitation. Blink dagger. Teleportation distance 500 meters. This item was a lifesaver for Lin Que, significantly enhancing his survivability. At this rate, I'll easily gain admission to a top-tier leader university, Lin Que thought, brimming with confidence. However, he knew that things wouldn't and amp, oppos, be so straightforward. Judging from Vice Dean Zhao Kuan and amp, oppos, attitude, Zhou Biao's family would not let the matter rest, and Zhao Kuan would undoubtedly make things difficult for him at school. But so what? Lin Que scoffed, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Since I and oppos, VE already offended them, I and oppos, LL show them my true power. He had no regrets about his actions. That's just the way it is. Never back down. Chapter 5. Crescent Moon, wait for me. Reflecting on his predicament, Lin Que let out a cold smile. In truth, he was also compelling himself. Without pressure, how could one become stronger? How could he venture into the battlefield of myriad races in search of his sister, Lin Xinyue? However, offending a family with a warlord-level lord was indeed somewhat daunting. Thus, before the enemy made their move, he must seize every moment to grow stronger. Clenching his fists, Lin Ke's gaze hardened. Currently, the development of his territory had entered a steady rhythm. The haunted gold mine continuously yielded gold coins, and the number of ghouls was steadily increasing. Yet, his own attributes remained dismally low. To his knowledge, attribute scrolls were available for purchase on the Lord trading platform. These scrolls were precious, dropped by slain elite foes of foreign races. Although they came at a steep price, gold coins were hardly a concern for Lin Quebec. The trading platform not only allowed for purchases, but also for sales. Perhaps he could profit handsomely. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Que immediately accessed the Lord trading platform. The platform was a dazzling array of items, with clearly marked prices for equipment, fragments, materials, and even tamed foreign creatures, albeit at exorbitant rates. After a lengthy search, he finally spotted a defense attribute scroll, boasting a defense increase of 5, priced at an astounding 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Though somewhat pricey, it was worth it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Que resolved to acquire it. However, most of his gold had been allocated for producing ghouls and expanding his territory, leaving him rather cash-strapped. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase a corrosive sword. Name, corrosive sword. Attack, 5. Attribute, corrode armor -5. This sword was of no immediate use to Lin Que, but he could certainly sell it for at least 50,000 gold coins on the trading platform. He promptly listed the corrosive sword for 50,000 gold coins. Surprisingly, it was snatched up almost instantaneously. What the heck? So sought after? It seems I sold it too cheaply. Lin Que felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for the shop's cooldown on purchasing, he would have flipped several more. With this newfound income, he swiftly purchased the defense attribute scroll. As the scroll unfolded, a warm current surged through him, instantly enhancing his defense attribute. Lord, Lin Que. Level, Warrior level 2. Lord skill, Sacrificial struggle, Strength, 15, Agility, 15, Mentality, 15 Defense, 20, Potential, 1 star. Area, 3,000 square meters. Gold, 369. 000. Buildings, Great Cemetery, Crypt, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop. Subjects, Undead Miners 11, Ghouls 11, 000. Seeing his attributes bolstered, Lin Que was elated. Although the improvement was modest, every little bit counts. One day, he would become formidable. Just as he was about to continue browsing the trading platform, a private message suddenly popped up. Anonymous Lord, hello. Do you still have the corrosive sword? I am willing to pay a high price for it. Lin Que paused, then smiled. It seemed this sword was even more coveted than he had anticipated. He quickly replied, not at the moment, but if you have other needs, do let me know. I can keep an eye out for you. The other party responded swiftly. I am in need of a weapon capable of armor penetration, preferably with corrosive effects. If you have one, I am willing to pay double the price. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. Double the price? This could be a lucrative opportunity. He immediately opened the shop to check for similar equipment. Indeed, a corrosive spear had just refreshed in the shop, priced at 6,000 gold coins. Name, corrosive spear. Attack, 6. Attribute, corrode armor -6. Without hesitation, Lin Que purchased it and listed it on the trading platform for a designated transaction. pricing it at 100,000 gold coins. Almost instantaneously, the spear was snatched up. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. Lin Que couldn't and Apos to contain his joy. With this income, he promptly bought another defense attribute scroll, raising his defense to 25 points. At this rate of development, his strength would soon soar. Lin Que was filled with anticipation. The only regret was that attribute scrolls could not be used indefinitely. Just then, a knock echoed through his dorm room. Lin Que, open the door. Academy enforcement team. Lin Que frowned, quickly exiting the territory and thinking to himself, trouble has indeed arrived. He straightened his clothes and opened the door. Outside stood several members of the enforcement team clad in black uniforms, their expressions grave. Lin Que, please accompany us to the academic affairs office, the lead officer stated coldly. Lin Que nodded, refraining from further comments as he followed them out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, he noticed several individuals already present. Zhou Biao's father, Zhou Tianxiong, sat on the sofa, his face dark and his gaze fixed on Lin Que like a blade. Vice President Zhao Kun stood nearby, his demeanor indifferent. On the other side, Fang Qingxue was engaged in a hushed conversation with a woman of noble bearing. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with an alluring figure, and bore a striking resemblance to Fang Qingxue, exuding an enchanting charm. She was none other than Fang Qingxue's aunt, Fang Yan. Lin Que, do you acknowledge your mistake? Zhao Kun began, his tone somber. Lin Que raised his head, his gaze calm. Vice President Zhao, I do not comprehend what error I have committed. Zhou Tianxiong scoffed, his voice heavy with menace. You injured my son and ruined his territory, yet you dare claim innocence? Unfazed, Lin Que met Zhou Tianxiong's gaze. The Lord challenges are voluntary on both sides. All consequences are borne by the participants. Surely you are aware of the rules? Zhou Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing more severe. At this moment, Fang Yan interjected, her tone composed. Mr. Zhou, Vice President Zhao, I have already looked into this matter. Although Lin Que and Apos' methods were extreme, he did not violate any academy rules. It is Zhou Biao who has repeatedly provoked his classmates, disrupting the academy and Apos' order. That is the root of the issue. Zhou Tianxiong and Apos' expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by Fang Yan and Apos' defense of Lin Quebec suppressing his fury. He retorted coldly, Director Fang, I doubt this matter is solely yours to decide. Fang Yan smiled slightly, her tone steady. Mr. Zhou, if you insist on pursuing this, I wouldn't mind escalating the issue to the Jiangsheng Lord and Apos' council. At that point, it may not simply amount to expelling a student. Zhou Tianxiong and Apos' face turned ashen, evidently struck at his vulnerable point. If this issue were to escalate, his son Zhou Biao and Apos' academic status would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Even Zhao Kun would risk losing his position as vice president for interfering with Lord Duels. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately scoffed and fell silent. Seeing this, Zhao Kun quickly attempted to smooth over the situation. Since we are all classmates, how about this? Lin Que, the academy can offer you a chance. Recently, there have been reports of foreign race activities in the nearby Area 79. If you can repel these foreign entities, the academy will retain your academic status. Otherwise, you will be expelled. What do you say? Lin Ke's eyes flickered, a cold smile forming within him. This is clearly an attempt to use him as a pawn, sending him to his doom. Yet he did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and replied, Very well, I accept. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan wished to say more, but let out a slight sigh. In her eyes, Lin Que was utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. If it weren't for Fang Qingxue's plea, she wouldn't have bothered with this troublesome affair. Observing this, Fang Qingxue stepped forward, her tone laced with concern. Lin Que, the strength of the foreign tribes in the 79th realm is formidable. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Lin Que glanced at her and smiled faintly. Do not worry, I am confident. Zhou Tianxing sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Humph. Young man, confidence is commendable. But do not be overly arrogant. Lin Que disregarded him and turned to leave the academic office. After exiting, Fang Qingxue hurried after him, whispering, Lin Que, are you truly going to the 79th realm? It is far too perilous. I can ask my aunt to devise another plan. Lin Que shook his head, his tone resolute. No need. Since they wish to use me as a weapon, I shall show them who the true blade is. Fang Qingxue paused, then sighed. You must be cautious. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Lin Que nodded, gratitude evident on his face. Thank you. Once back in his dormitory, Lin Que immediately entered his territory, commencing preparations for the impending battle. He understood that the foreign tribes of the 79th realm were not to be trifled with. Yet for him, this represented both a crisis and an opportunity. If I can repel the foreign tribes, not only will I secure my academic standing, but I will also establish my position within the academy. More importantly, this is my first trial on the path to the battlefield of myriad races. Crescent Moon. Wait for me. Lin Que clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Chapter 6. Mercenaries, Thunder Lizard. Upon acquiring the coordinates of the 79th dimension, Lin Que sequestered himself in his dormitory, resolutely deciding to embark on his campaign at dawn the following day. Yet, as he gazed upon the throngs of ghouls within his territory, a furrow creased his brow. While sheer numbers can indeed secure victory, they become utterly inconsequential in the face of overwhelming strength. According to the intelligence provided by Fang Qingxue, the spiked beasts of the 79th dimension boasted formidable defenses. Their hides as resilient as iron and their strength boundless. It was likely that ordinary ghouls could not even breach their defenses. Lin Que assessed his attributes. His mental energy had fully replenished. He picked up a rusted pickaxe nearby and made his way towards the haunted gold mine. With a clang, as he struck down, a treasure chest materialized before him. Click. The Lord expended 15 mental energy and obtained a black iron-grade treasure chest 1. Opening the chest brought a gleam to his eyes. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired a mercenary shop. The shop will remain for 2359.59. It seemed that what he wished for had manifested. Lin Que was elated. With the impending battle in the 79th dimension, the addition of mercenaries would be a tremendous boon. As the mercenary shop appeared, he eagerly entered it. A dazzling array of mercenaries greeted him. Web Monster, 170. 000 gold coins, skill. Web Trap, Knoll, 150. 000 gold coins, skill. Slow. Werg Assassin, 200. 000 gold coins, skill. Shadow Strike, Giant Bear Monster, Spike Warrior. However, his attention was drawn to the most prominent entry, Thunder Lizard. Hiring fee 500. 000 gold coins, skill 1. Thunder Chain, active. Effect, Thunderous Leap Attack. Up to 10 targets. Skill 2. Battle Roar, active. Effect, enhances allies and amp. Oppos, attack by 30 within a 50-meter radius. Could he only hire one for now? It had to be this one. Without hesitation, Lin Que decisively chose to hire it. 500. 000 gold coins expended. Thunder Lizard hired successfully. A deafening roar resonated throughout the territory as the Thunder Lizard emerged from the void, shimmering with arcs of lightning, exuding an imposing presence. To battle for the Lord. It growled, its voice akin to thunder. Lin Que beamed at the towering and formidable Thunder Lizard before him. Not only was it a powerful warrior, but also an exceptional steed. Riding it into the fray in the 79th dimension would surely be awe-inspiring. He patted the Thunder Lizard's verdant scales, feeling the electric current dance beneath his fingertips, boosting his confidence immensely. Tomorrow, let those spiked beasts taste the power of thunder. Regrettably, the Thunder Lizard's Thunder Chain could only strike 10 targets, and the thought of potentially facing thousands of spiked beasts in the 79th dimension left Lin Que in a quandary. He had melee ghouls at his disposal, yet lacked ranged units. If only he could acquire a storm wizard like Zhao Kuan, that would be truly remarkable. Unfortunately, the training costs for an elite-level subject were prohibitively high and unattainable in the short term. But Fang Qingxue had blood elf archers, didn't she? Perhaps he could borrow a few from her? With this thought, Lin Que promptly initiated a communication with Fang Qingxue through the Lord and Oppos as communication device. At that moment, Fang Qingxue was inspecting her own territory, which was resplendent with vibrant flora and enchanting scenery, resembling a celestial paradise. Silver moon wolves surrounded her, as docile as pet dogs. In the distance, blood elf archers trained diligently, their arrows slicing through the air with pinpoint accuracy, missing the bullseye by a mere 0.001 millimeters. She pondered how best to assist Lin Quebec. In her heart, Lin Que held a special place, for during her times of helplessness and despair, he had stood by her side, encouraging her and instilling courage within her. It could be said that had it not been for Lin Que, she might never have opened her heart and successfully awakened her 5-star Lord qualification. This strong-willed fellow, I shall not allow you to march to your doom tomorrow. Fang Qingxue stamped her foot in annoyance. She had never been so proactive in aiding anyone before. Yet, Lin Que, oblivious to her intentions, seemed completely ungrateful. It was worth noting that her family, the Fong clan, was even more powerful than the Zhou clan, boasting a warlord-level lord among their ranks. As for her other family members, nearly all were war king-level lords. With just a word from her, the Zhou clan would not dare to lay a finger on Lin Que. Just as she was about to reach out to Lin Que, his communication request came through. Fong Qingxue answered decisively, her voice tinged with a hint of haughtiness. So what is this? Have you finally decided to become my vassal lord? If you plead with me now, I might begrudgingly accompany you into battle tomorrow. Lin Que paused for a moment, clearing his throat awkwardly. Actually, I came to borrow a few blood elf archers. At this, Fong Qingxue nearly laughed in exasperation. Borrow a few blood elf archers? Lin Que, do you truly believe that? A mere handful of archers can ensure your safe return from the 79th dimension? Your ghouls are indeed formidable and numerous, but they hold no advantage in the 79th dimension. Listening to Fong Qingxue's advice, Lin Que fell silent. He spoke softly, could I borrow 3? Is that possible? What? 3? Fong Qingxue was furious. Do you think this is child and amp? Oppos, S-play? You have no idea how perilous the spiked beasts of the 79th dimension are. Lin Que sighed in resignation. Will you lend them or not? Fong Qingxue gritted her teeth, ultimately conceding, you stubborn fool. I'll lend you a team of archers, 30 in total. Take them all. What? Lin Que was taken aback. Why was she being so generous? It was well known that without absolute trust, one would never lend subjects so casually. He quickly reassured her, rest assured. I will ensure their safety and return them to you unharmed. Fong Qingxue huffed, her tone laced with a barely perceptible concern. Enough of your nonsense. Provide me with your lord coordinates, and I will have them dispatched to your territory immediately. Remember, your life is paramount. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat without hesitation. Lin Que smiled warmly. Thank you. After ending the communication, he looked at the multitude of ghouls in his territory, the imposing thunder lizard, and the angelic blood elf squad. A spark of determination igniting within him. With the addition of the blood elf archers, alongside the thunder lizard and his ghoul army, he was ready to confront the 79th dimension. The next morning, Lin Que arrived at the school and Oppos' dimensional teleportation point, which was already teeming with people. There were curious students, teachers with complex expressions, and, of course, the gleeful Zhou Kuan and Zhou Biao. Lin Que was indeed brave to dare venture into the 79th dimension. Just a day after awakening, and he was off to the 79th dimension, truly reckless. It served him right for having offended Zhou Biao. Whispers filled the air, rife with mockery and skepticism. Lin Que had not anticipated that his journey to the 79th dimension would draw such a crowd. Clearly, today's challenge would not be trivial. Nonetheless, he was well prepared. An army of nearly 50,000 ghouls. A thunder lizard. 30 blood elf archers. Such a formation is sufficient to confront most unforeseen circumstances. Upon seeing Lin Que, Fong Qingxue hurriedly approached, her face marked with concern. Lin Que, perhaps you should reconsider your decision? If you become my vassal, I assure you that the Zhou family will not dare to lay a finger on you. Lin Que shook his head, his tone resolute. I'm sorry, but I cannot acquiesce. Fong Qingxue, growing anxious, implored. Lin Que, why must you be so obstinate? You have no idea how perilous the 79th dimension is. Lin Que smiled gently, an uncommon warmth in his voice. Thank you for lending me the archers. I shall uphold my promise and return them unscathed. Fong Qingxue stomped her foot in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. This exchange stirred a commotion among the onlookers. This fellow, daring to disregard my goddess? Is he out of his mind? The goddess herself shows interest, and he responds with such reluctance. As Zhao Kuan activated the school and Oppos' dimensional teleportation point, a dazzling light illuminated the platform. With unwavering resolve, Lin Que stepped forward. Zhao Kuan, watching his retreating figure, bore an expression of cunning triumph. Lin Que, I hope you return alive. Thus, our Jiangxing Lord Academy shall surely witness the emergence of a prodigious lord. Zhou Tianxiong scoffed, his gaze dark. My son's territory lies in neglect. To enter the 79th dimension is tantamount to certain death. Fong Yan, standing nearby, shook her head in resignation. She could discern that her niece held a deep affection for Lin Que. Lin Que, the teleportation to the 79th dimension is about to commence. Should you encounter peril, remember to return to the teleportation point for a safe return, Fong Yan cautioned. At her words, laughter erupted around them. Return to the teleportation point? He may not even have the chance to do so. Indeed, the 79th dimension is a one-way trip. Countless Lord squads from Jiangxing have perished there, let alone a solitary individual. Lin Que disregarded the mockery, merely glancing back at Feng Qingxue with a faint smile. Wait for my return. Before his words faded, his figure vanished into the radiant light of the teleportation. Feng Qingxue clenched her delicate fists, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Lin Que, you rogue. You must return alive for me. Chapter 7. Ghouls, Charge. Upon entering the 79th plane, Lin Que felt an intense tugging sensation, as if countless invisible hands were pulling at him. Fortunately, his defenses were sufficiently robust, allowing him to maintain his stance. As he opened his eyes, the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. This place was a desolate wasteland, with the sky exhibiting a bizarre dark red hue, and the ground strewn with sharp rocks and thorns. The air was thick with a pungent scent of sulfur. In the distance, a low, rumbling growl echoed, as if some colossal creature was drawing near. Indeed, the 79th plane was far more perilous than the intelligence reports had indicated, Lin Que murmured to himself. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. 3 massive spiked beasts emerged from behind the rocks like sentinels, their bodies encased in heavy spiked armor, each step causing the earth to quake. Their crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Que as they roared ferociously. Just in time, Lin Que smirked coldly and summoned 5,000 ghouls. The horde of ghouls surged forth from the void, their eye sockets glowing ominously, their decayed bodies evoking dread. Next, Lin Que summoned the thunder lizard and mounted it. The thunder lizard let out a deafening roar, its body crackling with lightning, exuding an aura of dominance. The 79th plane was indeed teeming with spiked beasts. Lin Ke's gaze turned steely as he raised his hand, commanding, attack. The ghoul army surged towards the spiked beasts like a tidal wave, their rotting bodies colliding with the spiked armor, producing a cacophony of jarring friction. However, the defensive capabilities of the spiked beasts far exceeded Lin Que and Apos' expectations. The ghoul's claws and fangs sparked against the armor, but failed to inflict any significant damage. One spiked beast suddenly lashed out with its tail, piercing several ghouls with its sharp-boned spikes. Another opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a corrosive acid spray, instantly dissolving dozens of ghouls into a puddle of black sludge. Lin Que furrowed his brow, realizing, indeed, the ordinary ghouls lacked the necessary damage output. He patted the thunder lizard's neck and whispered, "It's your turn." The thunder lizard let out a low growl as its surrounding lightning flared dramatically. Lightning chain. With Lin Que and Apos' command, the thunder lizard leaped into action, its electric aura transforming into serpentine arcs of lightning that struck the 3 spiked beasts. Boom! The lightning erupted, singeing the armor of the spiked beasts, which began to slow in their movements. Now's the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he gestured. Blood elf archers, aim for their eyes. Behind him, 30 blood elf archers materialized silently. They drew their bows, arrows entwined with a soft magical glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, accurately targeting the spiked beast's eyes. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 spiked beasts emitted agonized roars as arrows pierced their eyes, blood gushing forth. Ghouls, sacrifice yourselves, Lin Que commanded coldly. In an instant, hundreds of ghouls lunged at the spiked beasts, their bodies swelling rapidly before exploding in a cacophony of decay. The corrosive miasma enveloped the spiked beasts, their armor dissolving swiftly, revealing their fragile flesh beneath. Thunder lizard, finish them, Lin Que bellowed. The thunder lizard charged forward, its immense claws crashing down. Shattery, the spiked aberration elite, suddenly lashed its tail, instantly sending the wolf assassin and the giant bear creature flying. In a single sweep, it left no survivors. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened. This spiked aberration elite was truly monstrous. Ghouls, charge, Lin Que commanded coldly. Tens of thousands of ghouls surged forth like a torrential wave, attacking the spiked aberration elite with reckless abandon. They fought without fear, desperately biting and devouring. Fight to the death. Lin Que issued his order with icy resolve. In an instant, thousands of ghouls rapidly transformed, their bodies expanding violently before bursting apart. The corrosive miasma enveloped the spiked aberration elite, relentlessly dissolving its armor. Charge. Break through its shell. Chapter 8. He no longer dares to show off. under the relentless assault of the ghouls, at long last. A breach was made in the armor of the spiked beast elite. Thunder Lizard, Thunder Chain. Lin Que bellowed. The Thunder Lizard opened its massive jaws, unleashing bolts of lightning that transformed into serpentine strikes, instantly striking the spiked beast elite. Boom. The electric arcs erupted. The spiked beast elite was rendered momentarily paralyzed, its movement sluggish. The horde of ghouls surged forward, overwhelming the spiked beast elite in an instant. Ultimately, after the sacrifice of tens of thousands of ghouls, the spiked beast elite was utterly exhausted. Its colossal form collapsed with a resounding thud, disintegrating into a heap of brittle bones and flesh. The battle raged for a full 6 hours. As the last small spiked beast fell, Lin Que exhaled deeply, gazing at the ravaged battlefield. Lin Que felt a torrent of emotions. This battle was indeed arduous. His ghoul army had suffered significant losses, and aside from the Thunder Lizard, all mercenaries had heroically perished. Fortunately, all spiked beasts had been decisively eradicated. Finally, it was over. Lin Que murmured to himself. At that moment, a notification appeared on the Lord panel. Lord level up to Warrior level 3. Lin Que opened his attributes panel. Lord, Lin Que. Level, Warrior level 3. Skill, Life and Death Struggle. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Defense, 30. Potential, 1 star. Area, 3,500 square meters. Gold, 986. 000. Buildings, Great Tomb, Catacombs, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Mercenary Shop. Subjects, Undead Miners 11, Thunder Lizard 1, Ghouls 95-27. Although the losses were grievous, there were still gains to be had, Lin Que mused. He surveyed the surroundings. There were no traces of the spiked beasts left on the battlefield. Yet, the air was still thick with the scent of blood and sulfur. Damn it, nothing has dropped. Lin Que commanded, Ghouls, search the area. With a decisive wave of his hand, he dispatched 2,000 ghouls to scatter in all directions. Since they were already here, this realm must be thoroughly cleansed. Otherwise, how could he show off upon returning? A grin spread across Lin Que and Appo's face, his eyes gleaming with determination. The ghoul army swiftly dispersed, their decaying forms scuttling across the desolate wasteland like a tide. They growled lowly, akin to hunting hounds, seeking the traces of their prey. Lin Que, perched atop the Thunder Lizard, surveyed the scene from a vantage point. It seemed that the 79th realm was rather unimpressive. Soon, the ghouls returned one by one, growling as they reported their findings. Oh, that and Appo's, that's all there is? Lin Que expressed surprise. This realm was indeed not vast, and he had managed to clear it so easily. It appeared to be devoid of difficulty. He shrugged, his tone lighthearted. Thus, Lin Que rode the Thunder Lizard and turned back toward the teleportation point. Jiang City, Lord Profession Academy teleportation point. As beams of light flickered, a crowd had gathered around the teleportation point. Look, it and Appo's, the teleportation from the 79th realm. Heavens! Can Lin Que really return alive? Many rushed to the teleportation point, their faces etched with shock. As the teleportation light dissipated, a colossal figure emerged before the crowd. It was a gigantic green lizard, its body crackling with lightning, exuding an aura of majesty that caused the ground to tremble with every step. Most astonishing of all was the figure atop the lizard, Lin Que, appearing unscathed. At that moment, he wielded a corrosive sword, its blade entwined with a faint black mist. As if capable of devouring all, he resembled a dread lord returning from the depths of hell, exuding an imposing presence. What kind of beast is this? It possesses the power of thunder. Could it be an elite? And that sword he wields, it looks so ominous. Many instructors were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. Fang Qingxue and Appo's face was alight with excitement, her gaze filled with joy. Fang Yan, however, wore an expression of disbelief, murmuring to herself, this kid, he truly did it. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan and Zhou Biao and Appo's faces darkened, their eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How could he have returned alive from the 79th realm? Unthinkable. This cannot be. Just as the crowd was in shock, a figure dashed forward, Zhou Tianxiong, enraged upon hearing the news. No, he must not live after destroying my son's territory. Zhou Tianxiong's gaze was fierce. He raised his hand, summoning a harpy from the void. The harpy was covered in strange feathers, its gleaming claws poised for attack, with wings spanning 6 meters wide. An eerie visage of a human face combined with a bird and Appo's beak. Kill him, Zhou Tianxiong commanded coldly. The harpy let out a piercing cry, instantly transforming into a shadow racing toward Lin Que, basking in the glory of his triumph, suddenly felt his pupils constrict. Damn it! The thunder lizard sensed danger immediately, letting out a thunderous roar as its body surged with electric energy. Lin Que promptly activated his teleportation dagger, his figure flickering as he evaded 100 meters to the side, landing steadily. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? Someone exclaimed. How could he teleport? Is he using spatial abilities? Boom. The harpy and Appo's claws collided with the thunder lizard and Appo's lightning, resulting in a blinding explosion. Though the thunder lizard blocked the lethal strike, it was no match for the harpy. In an instant, deep gashes appeared on its body, blood gushing forth. Roar. The thunder lizard howled in agony, collapsing heroically. Witnessing this, Lin Que felt a pang of anguish, gritting his teeth and growling. Damn it. The harpy, having struck successfully, narrowed its eyes with disdain and transformed into a shadow again, charging straight at Lin Que. Die. Zhou Tianxiong and Appo's voice echoed from afar, laced with malice. Beside him, Fang Qingxue and her aunt Fang Yan paled in horror, but it was too late for rescue. Just as the situation grew dire, a towering figure emerged, a massive jungle troll. The jungle troll stood nearly 3 meters tall, its muscular body clad in rough, bark-like skin. It wielded a gigantic wooden club, its gaze fierce. Roar! The jungle troll bellowed, swinging its club with tremendous force, sending the harpy flying. Zhou Tianxiong, you have gone too far. The newcomer was none other than the headmaster of Jiangzhou Lord Academy, a lord of esteemed rank. His voice boomed, instantly commanding respect from all present. It's Headmaster Jiang. Many gasped in astonishment. The headmaster was renowned for his protective nature, especially towards the academy's students, whom he regarded as his own. Zhou Tianxiong, how dare you attack on the grounds of Jiangzhou Lord Academy? You truly underestimate my authority. Headmaster Jiang and Appo's tone was frigid. Zhou Tianxiong and Appo's expression altered, his face filled with trepidation. Dean Jiang, this is a private feud between my Zhou family and Lin Que. Perhaps you could. Dean Jiang huffed disdainfully. As long as he is a student of my academy, if you dare to lay a hand on him, you shall be my adversary. Zhou Tianxiong gritted his teeth, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He realized that with Dean Jiang present, he would be unable to eliminate Lin Que today. Today, Lin Que, consider yourself fortunate. Zhou Tianxiong seethed with anger. With that, he turned to leave, his eagle-like figure morphing into a dark shadow that vanished into the sky. Dean Jiang regarded Zhou Tianxiong and Appo's departing silhouette with a cold snort. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Que, his tone softening. Are you all right, my dear student? Lin Que shook his head, a hint of sorrow gleaming in his eyes. I am fine. Thank you for your intervention, Dean Jiang. Dean Jiang smiled gently, preparing to depart when suddenly, his expression shifted. He stroked his graying beard, as if recalling an important matter. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice filled with excitement. The Jiangqing Lord and Appo's council has just informed us that the beasts in the 79th dimension have been eradicated. Who was responsible for this? The crowd exchanged glances, and then, in unison, turned their attention toward Lin Que. Lin Que scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Dean Jiang, it was indeed me. Dean Jiang and Appo's face lit up with delight, his keen eyes scrutinizing Lin Que from head to toe. Excellent. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a stellar student of Jiangzhou Lord Academy. At that moment, Fang Yan approached, a teasing tone lacing her words. Dean Jiang, Lin Que is merely a newly awakened student from the ordinary class. What? Upon hearing this, Dean Jiang was nearly unsteady with shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Que. You are from the ordinary class? Just awakened yesterday? Lin Que nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. He no longer dared to boast. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Just a moment ago, he had indulged in a touch of bravado, only to have the thunder lizard fall victim to his folly. Chapter 9. Lin Que, do not be impulsive. Director Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. A student from the ordinary class managing to clear level 79? It seems our academy has birthed a prodigy of 5-star potential. He turned to Fang Yan, his brow furrowed. Director Fang, Why was I not informed sooner about such an exceptional talent emerging from the academy? Fang Yan wore a troubled expression. Director, Lin Que, and Amp, Oppos, S awakening potential. Is merely 1 star. 1 star. Director Zhang's voice shot up an octave. How could someone with 1-star potential clear level 79? This is unfathomable. Could it be that this young man has awakened some lordly talent? Lin Que merely smiled modestly, maintaining his composure. Good lad. Director Jiang slapped Lin Ke's shoulder with enthusiasm. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a core student of the academy, enjoying guaranteed admission benefits. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Per student? Guaranteed benefits? Such privileges were beyond even Fang Qingshue's reach. Lin Que had indeed struck fortunate. Indeed, guaranteed admission. We wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Fang Qingshue's eyes sparkled with joy as she rushed to Lin Ke's side. Lin Que, congratulations. Lin Que smiled in return. It's thanks to your blood elf archer. Fang Qingxue huffed, her concern evident. Just be sure not to take such reckless risks next time. Lin Que nodded in acknowledgement. Not far off. Zhao Kuan and Zhou Biao wore dark expressions. Zhou Biao gritted his teeth. Lin Que, the moment you step outside the academy, your fate is sealed. My father has already contacted the Amp, Oppos, Shadows and Amp, Oppos. He is furious. After all, his territory has been left in ruins, requiring the precious purification water for restoration. However, purification water is exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Even a family like the Zhou and Amp, Oppos, finds it challenging to procure. This vendetta has fueled the Zhou family and Amp, Oppos, desire for vengeance against him. As Director Jiang turned to leave, Lin Que hastily called out, Director, I have significant findings regarding level 79. Director Jiang paused momentarily, then nodded. Very well, come to my office. As the crowd buzzed with speculation about how Lin Que had achieved this feat, questions arose. Was he truly of 1-star potential? Was there a mistake? The notion of a 1-star lord clearing level 79 and Amp, Oppos, beasts was nothing short of miraculous. In the office, Lin Que spoke earnestly, recounting the circumstances he had observed. You mentioned those beasts were operating in an organized manner, seemingly guarding the teleportation point? Are they being controlled? Could it be the work of the abyssal cult? Lin Ke's confusion was palpable. He had never heard of such an organization before. Director Zhang's expression turned grave. It appears that the realms near Jiangzhou have become perilous. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lin Que. I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. Lin Que, exercise caution. The Zhou father and son will not let you off easily. Lin Que smiled reassuringly. Director, do not worry. I will be vigilant. Director Jiang nodded. Work hard, and the academy will support you wholeheartedly. Furthermore, your remarkable contributions will earn you a special reward from the academy. Lin Que and Amp, Oppos, eyes lit up. A special reward? Director Jiang smiled mysteriously. You will find out once you return. Lin Que nodded earnestly. Thank you, Director. Upon exiting the director's office, Lin Que felt elated. As he approached the academy square, he spotted Fang Qingshuo waiting for him. Lin Que, what did the director want? She inquired with curiosity. Lin Que chuckled. Oh, nothing much. Just a report on the battle situation. By the way, the director mentioned I would receive a special reward. Do you happen to know what it is? Fang Qingshuo blinked. Feigning mystery. You will find out soon enough. Lin Que shook his head in exasperation. Why does everyone enjoy keeping secrets? Fang Qingshuo huffed. This is a surprise. Revealing it would spoil the fun. As they conversed, a cold voice interrupted from nearby. Lin Que, do not think that with the director and Oppos, as protection, you are safe. Lin Que turned to see Zhou Biao standing a short distance away, his eyes filled with malice. Zhou Biao, you truly are a persistent spirit, Lin Que replied. Zhou Biao ground his teeth. Lin Que, you have ruined my territory. I will make you pay for this. Lin Que shrugged, ready for the challenge. Zhou Biao snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Fang Qingshuo watched Zhou Biao and Oppos' retreating figure, her voice low. Lin Que, you must be cautious. The Zhou family in Jiangsheng is notoriously vindictive. Lin Que nodded in agreement. At that moment, the director of academic affairs, Fang Yan, approached. She regarded Lin Que with growing admiration. You have performed exceptionally well, Lin Que. Each lord possesses their own fortune. And I believe your strength is sufficient to place you among the top 100 in Jiangxing's Lord Academy. Are you prepared for this? Prepared for what? Lin Que asked, bewildered. Fang Yan smirked playfully. Did Director Jiang not inform you? You have been specially recruited into the Academy and Appos S battle team. The battle team? So that is the special reward. Lin Que felt a mix of disbelief and excitement. Fang Yan raised an eyebrow. Of course. Do you think anyone can simply join the Lord and Appos S battle team? Only the finest students are selected, and those who enter will have access to greater resources and opportunities when they choose a Lord University in the future. Lin Que nodded, understanding dawning upon him. He indeed required practical combat experience. Without a teleportation permit, he was confined to the academy, unable to undergo true training. With a battle team identity, he would gain access to lower-tier realms to combat beasts, a necessary step for his journey into the myriad battlefields. Thank you, Director. I will strive to do my best. Lin Que affirmed. Fang Yan smiled serenely, her beauty reminiscent of a ripe peach, sweet and succulent, with an allure that captivated the senses. Lin Que, do your best. I have faith in you. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Lin Que and Fang Qingxue standing together. Fang Qingxue regarded Lin Que with a hint of envy. Lin Que, you are truly impressive. You just awakened and have already been specially recruited into the battle team. I only managed to get in through my aunt and Appos S connections. Lin Que chuckled. Just luck, really. Fang Qingxue pouted. You, my friend, are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Lin Que shrugged, opting for silence. By the way, Lin Que, the new members of the junior battle team are led by Zhao Kun. You should keep a low profile and avoid conflict with him, Fang Qingxue cautioned, suddenly remembering something. What? Zhao Kun? I refuse. Lin Que reacted vehemently. That guy is too sinister. Fang Qingxue sighed in exasperation. Lin Que, team assignments are determined by the academy. You cannot simply refuse. Lin Que scoffed. You know what kind of person Zhao Kun is better than I do. Joining his team would be worse than tackling a realm solo. Fang Qingxue sighed. So what do you plan to do? Lin Que and Appos S gaze flickered, and his tone was resolute. I wish to join Director Fang's team. You want to join your aunt's team? Fang Qingsnow's eyes widened in disbelief. But that is an intermediate team. One must pass a promotion assessment to be admitted. Lin Que replied casually, then I shall participate in the promotion assessment. Fang Qingsnow grew anxious. Lin Que, Don and Appos, be impulsive. The assessment for the intermediate team is no trivial matter. Many seasoned students have failed. You have just awakened. How could you possibly succeed? The difficulty of the assessment far surpasses that of the 79th dimensional plane. Lin Que chuckled. How would I know without trying? Fang Qingsnow attempted to dissuade him further, but she understood Lin Que and Appos S character. Ultimately, she could only nod in resignation. Fine, since you and Appos VE made your decision, I will accompany you. I've long wished to join the intermediate team, but lack the courage. Lin Que patted her shoulder and grinned. Great. Then we shall go together. Fang Qingsnow bit her lip, angrily shaking off his hand. Who said I would go with you? Fool, idiot. Truly a buffoon. Lin Que scratched his head in confusion. Noting that today, Fang Qingsnow seemed to be in quite a temper. Chapter 10 the following day marked Lin Que and Appos S initiation into the novice combat team. Zhao Kun arrived at the training ground early, plotting how to assert dominance over Lin Quebec. Daring to be late on the first day? Lin Que, I shall not let you off easily. However, as Zhao Kun waited, he realized that Lin Que had not shown up at all. Not only was Lin Que absent, but even the elite team member, Fang Qingxue, was nowhere to be found. What on earth were these two scheming? Zhao Kun and Appos S face darkened, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Que and Fang Qingxue had already located Fang Yan. Director Fang, I wish to transfer to your team. Lin Que stated directly. Fang Yan paused for a moment, glancing at Fang Qingxue beside her, clearly taken aback. Lin Que, my team is a mid-level combat team. You need to pass the promotion assessment to join. It would be wise to first gain some experience in the novice team, she advised. Lin Que shook his head resolutely. Director Fang, I and Appos V made up my mind. Let us proceed directly to the promotion assessment. Fang Yan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Oh, Lin Que, are you certain? The promotion assessment is no trivial matter. Even many seasoned novice team members have failed. Lin Que and Appos S expression was earnest as he replied, I am certain. Fang Qingxue chimed in. Annie, Lin Que is truly formidable. Fang Yan cast a glance at Fang Qingxue, chuckling lightly. When did you learn to speak up for others? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, The promotion assessment involves practical combat in different realms. Are you prepared? Lin Que and Appos' gaze was unwavering. I am ready to begin at any time. Fang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Then I will give you 1 day to prepare. We shall meet at the training ground tomorrow at 9 in the morning. After Lin Que departed, Fang Yan watched his retreating figure, murmuring to herself, is this boy truly arrogant, or does he possess genuine talent? It is indeed intriguing. Upon returning to his newly assigned senior dormitory, Lin Que had a light meal before entering his domain. Following the fierce battle in Realm 79, his ghouls had not only been replenished, but their numbers had swelled to nearly 100,000. Few could fathom that he could command such a vast legion of ghouls. The sheer spectacle was terrifying to contemplate. However, this battle also made Lin Que acutely aware of the shortcomings of his ghouls, insufficient offensive power and weak defenses. While the self-sacrifice skill allowed them to unleash formidable damage upon demise, this tactic proved inadequate against more powerful elite beasts. If this persisted, facing stronger foes could lead to catastrophic losses. Pensive, Lin Que furrowed his brow, his confidence in tomorrow and Appos' promotion assessment waning. He realized he must find a way to enhance the strength of his ghouls. Unfortunately, he had yet to unlock the Lord and Appos' equipment slot. Otherwise, equipping the corrosive sword would not only boost his attack by 5 points, but also diminish the enemy and Appos' armor by 5 points. With a resigned chuckle, he picked up a rusty pickaxe and struck the haunted gold mine with vigor. Clang! Ding! The Lord expends 20 spirit points and acquires a bronze-level treasure, chest 1, bronze level. Let us open it. Lin Que could barely contain his excitement. Congratulations. The Lord has opened a chest and obtained a new structure, Graveyard. Graveyard enhances the attack and defense attributes of ghouls. Would you like to spend 10,000 gold to construct it? Construct. Immediately. Overjoyed, Lin Que realized the haunted gold mine was yielding riches aplenty. As the 10,000 gold was spent, a foreboding graveyard materialized in the center of his domain. A faint black mist wafted above, 3 tombstones emerged from the ground, and the air was thick with a palpable aura of death. Lin Que promptly examined the graveyard and Appos' functions. Graveyard level 1, current attack enhancement, 1 current defense enhancement, 1 current speed enhancement, 1 armor piercing effect, not activated lifesteal effect, not activated wonderful. With the graveyard, the strength of all his subjects experienced a significant enhancement. Lin Que's face radiated excitement. The only drawback was that due to his low lord level, the graveyard could not yet be upgraded. He quickly summoned a ghoul to observe its changes closely. Remarkably, the ghoul and Appos' claws had become sharper, its decaying body appeared more resilient, and its speed had notably increased. Excellent. Tomorrow and Appos' promotion assessment now seemed much more promising. Just as he prepared to explore the graveyard and Appos' other functions, a notification echoed in his mind, detected that the large graveyard meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to expend 50,000 gold to upgrade to a large graveyard? Upgrade to a large graveyard? Lin Que's eyes lit up. Yes. With the expenditure of 50,000 gold, the area of his domain doubled instantly, and the air grew even thicker with a putrid atmosphere. The large graveyard has successfully upgraded to the necropolis. Current domain area, 10,000 square meters. Lin Que gazed at his revitalized domain, filled with anticipation. 10,000 square meters sounded impressive, yet it equated to merely 0.01 square kilometers. With the graveyard and the upgraded domain, his strength had surged significantly. He must succeed in tomorrow and Appos' promotion assessment. At that moment, Fang Qingxue sent a call request. Lin Que realized that she had finally discovered the gift he had sent her. He answered the call, and Fang Qingxue and Appos' excited voice immediately resonated. Lin Que, thank you for the corrosive spear. After equipping it, my blood elf archers now possess a debuff effect. It's simply incredible. Lin Que chuckled, his tone relaxed. I'm glad you like it. It was merely a small token of appreciation. Fang Qingxue huffed, a hint of playful reproach in her voice. You? Such a precious piece of equipment, worth at least 1,000,000 gold, and you just gave it to me? Upon hearing this, Lin Que was momentarily taken aback. What? Worth 1,000,000 gold? Fang Qingxue nodded earnestly, indeed. Equipment like the corrosive spear, which possesses a debuff effect, can hardly be found even for 1,000,000 gold. It's priceless. Lin Que was left speechless. He had thought he had struck gold on the Lord's trading platform, only to realize he had made a monumental loss. Goodness, he had lost a fortune. Lin Que couldn't help but facepalm. Had he known it was worth so much, he should have first gauged the market before selling. Fang Qingxue chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. What's the matter, regretting it? Should I return it to you? Lin Que waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. Besides, gifting it to you is not a loss. Fang Qingxue blinked, her smile sweet. Oh, so, you mean to say that giving it to me doesn't sting? Lin Que awkwardly smiled, choosing not to respond. Fang Qingxue huffed again. You're always so concerned about appearances. Lin Que shrugged, maintaining a casual demeanor. All right, as long as you like the equipment, that's what matters. The promotion assessment scheduled for tomorrow requires my diligent preparation. Fang Qingxue nodded, her tone laden with concern. Then do your best. If you fail, you will have to join Zhao Kun and Oppo's team. Lin Que and Oppo's gaze grew icy as he assured her, rest assured, I am destined to enter the intermediate team. After ending the call, Lin Que gazed at the orderly ranks of ghouls in his territory, silently vowing, if I cannot even pass tomorrow's assessment, how can I ever step onto the battlefield of myriad races? Chapter 11. I wonder if ghouls can swim. As dawn broke, the autumn air was crisp and refreshing. With the morning mist yet to dissipate, Lin Que had arrived early at the training grounds, awaiting the advancement assessment. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy, the atmosphere was notably tense. Zhao Kun sat at the desk, his expression dark as he surveyed the various team mentors present. Esteemed colleagues, I have heard that Lin Que and Fang Qingxue applied for the intermediate team assessment yesterday. Fang Yan stepped forward, her tone composed. Indeed, Vice Dean Zhao. They wish to join my team, and I am prepared to assess them today. Zhao Kun scoffed, a hint of derision lacing his voice. Director Fang, Lin Que is merely a newly awakened one-star lord, and while Fang Qingxue possesses 5-star potential, she lacks practical experience. Is it not rather hasty to allow them to participate in the intermediate team assessment? Fang Yan smiled gently, her demeanor neither servile nor confrontational. Vice Dean Zhao. Although Lin Que is a 1-star lord, he successfully repelled the beasts from Dimension 79, showcasing strength that cannot be underestimated. As for Qingxue, her talent and potential are evident to all. I believe they are qualified for the assessment. Zhao Kun and Oppo's expression darkened, his tone tinged with a subtle threat. Director Fang. The intermediate team assessment is no trifling matter. If anything were to go awry during the assessment, who would bear the responsibility? Fang Yan and Oppo's gaze was resolute. I will meticulously oversee the rules and safety of the assessment. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Zhao Kun snorted coldly. Since Director Fang is so confident, I shall refrain from further objections. However, to ensure the fairness of the assessment, I propose we increase the difficulty. Otherwise, all team members may follow suit, leading to a lack of discipline and organization. I may as well disband this junior team. He turned to the other mentors, his tone serious. What do you all think? The other mentors exchanged glances, hesitant but ultimately nodding in agreement, unable to oppose Zhao Kun's authority. Vice Dean Zhao has a point. Increasing the difficulty is essential to maintain the assessment and Oppo's credibility. Indeed, if all participants fail to recognize their own capabilities, the consequences could be dire. Fang Yan frowned. Zhao Kun. The difficulty of the assessment is already quite high. To increase it further may be. Zhao Kun waved a hand dismissively, interrupting her. Director Fang. No need to elaborate. Since Lin Que is so self-assured, I trust he possesses the requisite strength. With a cold smirk, he thought to himself, Lin Que, let us see how you meet your demise this time. With no other choice, Fang Yan reluctantly agreed. Very well. After the meeting concluded, Fang Yan hurried to the training grounds. Upon seeing her grave expression, Lin Que felt a twinge of unease. Director Fang, has something happened? Sighing, Fang Yan spoke in a hushed tone. Lin Que, Vice Dean Zhao has raised the difficulty of the advancement assessment. I advise you to consider training in his junior team for 6 months first. Lin Que furrowed his brow, realizing Zhao Kun and Oppo's pettiness. Nevertheless, Director, no matter how challenging the assessment may be, I intend to participate. Beside him, Fang Qingxue wore a serious expression. And I feel the same. Seeing the determination on their faces, Fang Yan sighed. Very well. In Dimension 1009, your positions will be randomized, and the assessment will commence in 10 minutes. What? Dimension 1009? Fang Qingxue's face paled. She knew that previous assessments were typically conducted in dimensions beyond 1500. Dimensions closer to 1000 were notoriously perilous. Lin Que, puzzled by Fang Qingshue's reaction, inquired, "What's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Fang Qingxue explained, "Lin Que, as a newcomer to the team, you may not be aware. Our school and Oppo's training dimensions usually begin from those numbered 1500 and beyond. The lower the number, the greater the danger." "Then, does that mean dimension 79 is?" Lin Que struggled to comprehend. Fang Qingxue shook her head. Dimension 79 is an exception. Due to its small size and proximity to Jiangqing, it is generally safe from beasts. Moreover, the Jiangqing Council has conducted numerous cleanups, rendering it relatively low in danger. Lin Que suddenly understood. "I see." He then chuckled lightly, his tone carefree. "It doesn't end Oppo's team matter. Dimension 1009 is just Dimension 1009. Regardless of the challenges, I will prevail." Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow, concern evident in her voice. "Lin Que, the beasts in Dimension 1009 are not only numerous but also formidable, and there may even be elite-level beasts." Lin Que nodded gently. "Do not worry. I have made up my mind." Fang Yan regarded the two, her tone grave. "Lin Que, Qingxue, though the assessment and Oppo's difficulty has intensified, our great Xia faces dire threats from relentless alien incursions. Without pressure, there can be no growth, and this is a test for you both. Your task is to slay an elite beast each and bring back its head. Remember, safety is paramount. If you encounter insurmountable danger, retreat immediately. Do not act recklessly." Lin Que and Fang Qingxue nodded in unison. "Understood." 10 minutes later, at the teleportation array, Lin Que and Fang Qingxue stood at its center, surrounded by students eager to witness the spectacle. "Have you heard? Lin Que and Fang Qingxue are heading to Dimension 1009 for their assessment. How ruthless." Dimension 1009 is a place even advanced teams hesitate to tread. Who knows? Perhaps they truly possess the strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Que turned to Fang Qingxue. "Are you ready?" Fang Qingxue nodded, her gaze resolute. "I'm ready. Be careful, Lin Quebec. Then let us proceed. Remember, if danger arises, summon the 2000 ghouls I gifted you." As the teleportation array illuminated with radiant light, their figures vanished in an instant. Dimension 1009. Lin Que opened his eyes, finding himself on a breathtaking azure coastline. Before him lay an endless sea, waves crashing against the rocks, producing a harmonious melody. In the distance, several small islands appeared to float upon the cerulean waters. An island? Lin Ke's expression shifted in astonishment. He had not anticipated such vastness in this dimension. It resembled a self-contained world. "This is troublesome. How am I to locate an elite beast in such an expansive area? And I wonder, do ghouls swim? Moreover, what if Fang Qingxue encounters danger?" Furrowing his brow, Lin Que swiftly summoned an army of 10,000 ghouls. The horde emerged from the void, their hollow eye sockets and decaying bodies sending chills down one and Oppo's spine. They growled lowly, akin to a pack of ravenous hounds, awaiting Lin Que and Oppo's command. "Ghouls, disperse and search for elite beasts," Lin Que commanded coldly. The ghoul army quickly scattered, some plunging into the ocean, while others ascended to the islands, commencing a thorough search. Lin Que remained vigilant by the shore, recalling that after the Thunder Lizard and Oppo's demise, a Naga Guardian had refreshed at the mercenary shop. As the store was on the verge of disappearing, Lin Que decisively invested a staggering 800,000 and promptly hired a formidable ally. Suddenly, a Naga guard, adorned with glimmering green scales, materialized from the void, clutching a sharp trident. Its gaze was as frigid as that of a warrior hailing from the depths of an undersea palace. Naga Guard Skill 1, Wrath of the Tides, active effect, summons crashing waves to assault enemies, accompanied by a repelling effect. Skill 2, Abyssal Shield, active effect, creates a water shield to absorb damage. Assist the ghouls in their search for elite beasts. Commanded Lin Quebec. The Naga Guard nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly plunged into the ocean, joining the legion of ghouls in their quest. Chapter 12. The number 1009 Realm. Extraordinarily perilous. Before long, the ghoul legions relayed intelligence. They had finally located an elite-grade exotic beast. Lin Que hastened to the scene and beheld a colossal lava octopus. Its form enveloped in viscous tentacles, each resembling a gigantic serpent, agile and deadly. Every lash reduced ghouls to shreds. Naga guards eliminated. Lin Que commanded in a frosty tone. The Naga guards raised their tridents, unleashing a formidable cry, Wrath of the Tides. Instantly, a gargantuan wave surged from the sea, crashing down upon the lava octopus like a collapsing mountain. Boom! The wave slammed into the chaotic octopus, leaving it disoriented. The lava octopus emitted eerie shrieks, thrashing its tentacles in a frenzied attempt to retaliate. Deep Sea Shield. A cerulean shield materialized around the Naga guards, repelling all of the lava octopus's tentacle strikes. Ghouls. Fight to the death. Lin Que immediately ordered. Thousands of ghouls swarmed the lava octopus, their bodies rapidly expanding before detonating in a series of concussive blasts. Countless ghouls surged forward in relentless succession, enveloping the lava octopus entirely. The lava octopus howled in agony, flailing its tentacles wildly. However, the ghouls, fortified by the graveyard's essence, had undergone a profound transformation. Naga guards, finish it. Lin Que roared. The Naga guards lunged forward, their tridents imbued with the power of raging water elements, and plunged them into the lava octopus. Thud! The trident pierced the lava octopus's body, causing a torrent of black blood to gush forth. Screech! The lava octopus emitted a piercing shriek as its massive form collapsed to the ground in its death throes. Lin Que strode forward, severing the lava octopus and Apos' head with a single stroke and storing it in his lord and Apos' space as proof of his accomplishment. At that moment, his expression shifted as a series of alerts flooded his mind. Ghoul casualties. 1,000. Ghoul casualties. 3,000. Then, a deafening roar echoed in the distance. Lin Que looked up to see an enormous blue giant rising from the sea. The giant stood dozens of meters tall, its body encased in layers of thick, deep blue shell armor. It wielded a massive coral spear, its eyes burning with savage intent. Each swing of the coral spear annihilated swathes of ghouls as if they were mere blades of grass. Crap, a deep-sea giant. Super elite grade? No. Could it be a commander-grade exotic beast? Lin Que and Apos' countenance underwent a dramatic change as he realized the gravity of the situation. He knew that with his current strength, he stood no chance against the deep-sea giant. Retreat. Lin Que decisively commanded. He leaped onto the back of a Naga guard and fled the scene. The remaining 20,000 ghouls rallied swiftly, desperately covering Lin Ke's retreat. The Naga guards unleashed the wrath of the tides, summoning colossal waves to impede the deep-sea giant's pursuit. Arc! The deep-sea giant roared in fury, swinging its coral spear to obliterate hundreds of ghouls into a pulp of flesh and bone. It would not tolerate such insolence within its domain. Lin Que did not look back, urging the Naga guard to accelerate their escape. Damn it! Zhao Kun truly intends to see me dead. This number 1009 realm is extraordinarily perilous. Surveying the near annihilation of his ghoul army, Lin Que vowed in his heart. Damn it! When I grow stronger, I will return for vengeance. Thus, Lin Que, astride a Naga guard, sought refuge on a colossal island. Fortunately, he was not short on funds, as the haunted gold mine continued to generate a steady stream of gold coins, allowing him to replenish his ghoul forces swiftly. The mission was finally complete. Lin Que exhaled a sigh of relief as he prepared to rest for a moment. However, he suddenly sensed the presence of the ghouls he had gifted to Fang Qingxue. No, Fang Qingxue is in danger. Lin Que and Apos' expression changed as he used the ghouls and Apos' long-range senses to pinpoint Fang Qingxue and Apos' location. Without hesitation, he mounted the back of a Naga guard and urged, "Quick, we must rescue her." The Naga guard dove into the sea, hurtling toward Fang Qingxue and Apos' coordinates. Meanwhile, Fang Qingxue had been teleported to an island. As soon as she gained her footing, she was surrounded by a throng of deep-sea fishmen. These fishmen brandished rusty harpoons, their eyes gleaming with savage intent, emitting shrill screeches. Why are there so many fish monsters? Fang Qingxue gritted her teeth and summoned blood elf archers and silver moon wolves in an attempt to break through the encirclement. However, the sheer number of deep-sea fishmen seemed insurmountable. Soon, Fang Qingxue was cornered. My blood elf general is still incubating. Am I to die here today? A sense of despair washed over Fang Qingxue. To make matters worse, the relentless assault had drawn the attention of a deep-sea fisherman elite. The elite fisherman was larger and more powerful, wielding a cold iron harpoon that glinted ominously. Each strike inflicted grievous wounds on the silver moon wolves. Fang Qingxue had no choice but to summon the 2,000 ghouls that Lin Que had gifted her. The ghouls' arrival alleviated the pressure on the silver moon wolves. However, the deep-sea fishermen elite proved to be formidable. The Silver Moon Wolves and Ghouls suffered heavy losses in the initial clash, and even the Blood Elf archers sustained casualties. Just as Fang Qingxue was on the verge of collapse, a massive wave surged from the distance. Roar. With a mighty roar, Fang Qingxue looked up to see Lin Que riding a strange fish, leading a vast army of ghouls. It and Amp, Oppos, S. Lin Que. A glimmer of hope flickered in Fang Qingxue and Amp, Oppos, S. eyes. Lin Que rushed to Fang Qingxue and Oppos' side, his voice urgent. Are you all right? Fang Qingxue shook her head, her face beaming with relief. I and Oppos am fine. But these deep-sea fishmen are incredibly difficult to deal with. Lin Que smirked. Leave the rest to me. With a wave of his hand, the ghoul army surged toward the deep-sea fishmen like a tidal wave. The Naga guards unleashed the wrath of the tides, sweeping away a large number of fishmen. Blood Elf archers, focus your fire on the deep-sea fisherman elite. Fang Qingxue quickly regained her composure and began to coordinate with Lin Quebec. The Blood Elf archers concentrated their fire, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the deep-sea fisherman elite. Under their combined assault, the deep-sea fishmen were swiftly decimated. The deep-sea fisherman elite was eventually overwhelmed by the ghouls and collapsed in a pool of blood. Lin Que approached the fallen foe, severing its massive head and tossing it to Fang Qingxue. Fang Qingxue sighed with relief and turned to Lin Que, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Que, how did you find me? Lin Que smiled faintly. My ghouls possess a unique undead aura that can be sensed over great distances. As long as you are within 100 miles, I can locate you. Fang Qingxue paused for a moment, then teased, so? Your intention in gifting me those ghouls was to play the hero. Lin Que chuckled awkwardly. Well, we are teammates, after all. Fang Qingxue scoffed playfully. Lin Que waved his hand dismissively, his tone earnest. All right, this realm is far from simple. We should leave as soon as possible. Fang Qingxue nodded, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. You are right. I feel those deep-sea fishmen we encountered were merely insignificant creatures. Who knows what more perilous beasts lurk in these depths? Lin Que's expression turned grave. Indeed, I just encountered a deep-sea giant and barely escaped. A deep-sea giant? Are you certain? Fang Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, her voice filled with astonishment. That is a commander-level beast. How did you manage to escape? Lin Que chuckled, a look of relief on his face. It was all thanks to the ghoul who sacrificed itself to cover my retreat. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Fang Qingxue gasped, her mind racing. How many ghouls would it take to fill that gap? Just how many can this fellow summon? She looked at Lin Que, her eyes reflecting newfound admiration. You truly are fortunate. Lin Que shrugged, attributing it merely to good luck. Let and Oppos head back. With that, both shattered their respective teleportation stones, their figures vanishing in an instant. Chapter 13. The Legacy of the Undead at the Lord's Academy in Jiang City. The teleportation point shimmered with light as Lin Que and Fang Qingxue materialized before the crowd. They had returned. Could it be that they had successfully passed the assessment so swiftly? Slaying an elite beast in the 1009 dimension was no trivial feat. Whispers of speculation floated among the students, some brimming with anticipation, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Zhao Kuan stood at a distance, his expression fluctuating between gloom and hope. To his astonishment, Lin Que had survived. He had deliberately sent the duo to the perilous inner region of the 1009 dimension, a treacherous sea that even he dared not approach lightly. Lin Que, Qingxue, I'm just relieved that you returned safely. Fang Yan stepped forward, her tension easing. Initially, she had believed in their capabilities to pass the assessment, but upon their actual entry into the 1009 dimension, she recognized the gravity of the situation. If they had been transported to the inner region, their survival would have been nothing short of miraculous. From her knowledge, the inner region was an endless sea fraught with danger, even harboring commander-level beasts. Lin Que nodded, his voice calm. Thank you for your concern, Director Fang. He then produced the severed head of a deep-sea octopus. Fang Qingxue followed suit, brandishing a massive fish head, her face alight with excitement. Auntie, we completed our assessment task. What? Fang Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she fixated on the monstrous trophy at their feet, her tone tinged with disbelief. This is a beast from the sea tribe. You ventured into the inner region? Lin Que, momentarily taken aback, nodded. Indeed, we were transported to a sea region and barely made it back. Fang Qingxue chimed in. Auntie, that sea was terrifying. If it weren't an amp, Oppos, T for Lin Que, I might have perished there. Zhao Kun, upon hearing this, felt his temper flare. He had not anticipated that Zhao Kun would stoop so low as to send them to the inner region, clearly intending to put them in peril. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Zhao Kun's face darkened, and he swiftly turned to flee. "Stop!" Fang Yan's voice sliced through the air. Zhao Kun halted, mustering a forced smile as he turned back. "Director Fang, is there something you need?" Fang Yan's gaze was sharp, her tone icy. "Deputy Director Zhao, don't you think you owe an explanation as to why Lin Que and Qing Snow were sent to the inner region of the 1009 dimension?" Zhao Kun chuckled nervously, attempting to deflect. "Director Fang, it might be a minor issue with the teleportation array. I never anticipated this outcome." "Minor issue?" Fang Yan scoffed. "Zhao Kun, do you truly believe I am a fool? The coordinates for the teleportation array were set by you personally. Do you dare claim this was an accident?" Zhao Kun's expression soured. "Director Fang, you should be cautious with your words. Do you have any evidence?" Just as Fang Yan was about to retort, Lin Que stepped forward, his demeanor composed. "Deputy Director Zhao, whether it was intentional or not, is evident to all. However, I advise you to be more discreet in your future endeavors to harm me. And please, do not involve the innocent." Zhao Kun's face turned a shade of indigo, forcing a strained smile. "Lin Que, you have misunderstood me. This was entirely an accident with the teleportation array." Fang Yan shot Zhao Kun a cold glance before addressing Lin Que and Fang Qing Snow. "Lin Que, Qing Snow, please return to your team. I will report today's events to the principal in detail." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kun's expression shifted, and he huffed disdainfully before departing. Fang Qing Snow whispered to Lin Que, "Lin Que, let Annie handle this. It and Appos. It's best if you avoid a direct confrontation with Zhao Kun." Lin Que chuckled coldly. There was no need for courtesy with such a petty individual, nor should he back down. The more you concede, the more he believes you to be easy prey. Fang Qing Snow shook her head in exasperation. "I didn't see this side of you. You truly fear nothing." Lin Que and Appos' gaze was resolute. In this world, strength is paramount. As long as one is strong enough, there is nothing to fear. Fang Qing Snow paused, her heart stirred. This person spoke with the conviction of her grandfather. Yet, her grandfather was a battle-honored lord. Fang Yan approached Lin Que and Fang Qing Snow, her expression one of pride. "Congratulations, Lin Que and Qing Snow, on passing the assessment. You are each entitled to a reward. What would you like?" Without hesitation, Fang Qing Snow declared, "Auntie, I wish for a ring that enhances agility." Fang Yan nodded, then turned to Lin Quebec. "And you, Lin Que?" Lin Que hesitated momentarily. He lacked for gold, had ample equipment, and did not need materials at the moment. The only thing he truly desired was an enhancement to his attributes. "I would like an attribute scroll." "Very well." Fang Yan raised her hand gently. Instantly, Lin Que felt a defensive attribute scroll materialize in his domain, a mid-level scroll with a 10 enhancement. "Thank you, Director Fang." Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Yan smiled warmly. "This is your reward for joining the team. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and bring glory to the team." The team had gained 2 gifted lords, and Fang Yan felt a surge of exhilaration, particularly with Lin Que, whose performance had exceeded her expectations. "Lin Que, Qing Snow, our intermediate team has a training mission in 3 days. As new members, you may opt out. I'll participate," Lin Que declared decisively. "Me too," Fang Qing Snow echoed, her enthusiasm matching his. Fang Yan chuckled, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "I knew it. Thanks to Lin Que, Fang Qing Snow, who usually displays some timidity, seems to have found her courage." Upon hearing the news of Lin Que and Fang Qing Snow passing the assessment, the other intermediate team mentors were consumed by regret. While Fang Qing Snow and Appos' connection to Fang Yan was understandable, Lin Que was another matter entirely. He had journeyed into the inner region of the 1009 dimension, a realm that even seasoned members of advanced teams approached with trepidation. "We have lost a formidable warrior." The mentors lamented, their faces etched with disappointment. Meanwhile, Lin Que stood in the training ground, greeting his new teammates. "Lin Que, welcome to the team. I heard you survived the inner region of the 1009 dimension. That's incredible. I look forward to learning from you." The team members were warm and curious, their enthusiasm palpable. However, Lin Que soon felt overshadowed by the presence of Fang Qing Snow, a stunning beauty. Yet, another teammate, a charming and adorable senior named Luo Mingqi, seemed particularly interested in him. Fang Qing Snow awkwardly navigated the attention, watching Lin Que and Luo Mingqi engage in lively conversation. a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. This guy really knows how to charm. At that moment, Fang Yan approached, clapping her hands for attention. All right, everyone, please quiet down. In 3 days, we will embark on our training mission, and Lin Que and Qing Snow will be participating. Make sure to prepare diligently. Do not falter. The team members responded in unison, yes. Director Fang. Lin Que clenched his fists, a fierce determination igniting within him. After a day of intensive training, Lin Que finally grasped more knowledge about being a lord. It turned out that one needed to reach warrior level 20 to unlock the equipment slot, while he was currently at warrior level 4. He opened his attribute panel and scrutinized it. Lord, Lin Que, level, warrior level 4, strength, 25, agility, 25, spirit, 25, defense, 45, potential, 1 star, area, 10,000 square meters, gold, 18,582,000, buildings, great cemetery, catacombs, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard. Subjects, undead miners 11, Naga guards 1, ghouls 100,000. It seems I must continue to elevate my level, Lin Que murmured to himself. Once the equipment slot is unlocked, the attributes of the gear worn by the Lord will be shared with the subjects. This implies that equipment not only strengthens the Lord, but also significantly enhances the combat capabilities of the subjects. Furthermore, he discovered that the area of the Lord and Appo's territory would expand with the increase in level. Most ordinary lords could only expand their territory in this manner, yet he, due to the presence of the undead palace, could freely use gold to extend his domain. Could it be that I have inherited the legacy of the undead race? Otherwise, it would be impossible to construct the great cemetery from the outset. Lin Que speculated within himself. As for the inexhaustible haunted gold mine, it was nothing short of a glitch. The continuous influx of gold granted Lin Que an absolute advantage in resources. I must not squander this advantage. I must strive to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. Chapter 14. The Ghoul Commander. After a day of intense training, Lin Que returned to his dormitory, quickly devoured a bowl of instant noodles, and entered his territory. By now, he had completely severed ties with Zhao Kuan, a formidable warlord whose strength was unfathomable. Unfortunately, Lin Que and Appo's subjects were rather homogeneous, with the only notable force being the ghouls. If Zhao Kuan were to unleash his full power, Lin Que would stand no chance. The thought weighed heavily on him. According to Qing Snow, her territory initially boasted Silver Moon wolves among its subjects. Later, her family invested great resources to implant an elven seed, utilizing various precious materials to cultivate blood elven archers. It seemed that Lin Que had hit a developmental bottleneck. He sighed inwardly. The training missions of the squad were often perilous. In the territories of other members, there were individuals with extraordinary strength. For instance, Qing Snow and Appo's recently hatched blood elven commander was not only incredibly swift, but also possessed devastating long-range capabilities. This was unacceptable. I must cultivate a powerful subject, Lin Que resolved, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He turned his gaze toward the mining pickaxe nearby. Though each exertion of mental energy left him feeling dizzy, the pursuit of strength made the sacrifice worthwhile. With a vigorous swing, he struck the haunted gold mine. Clang. The Lord consumes 25 mental energy. Receives bronze-level treasure, chest, X1, open. Lin Que exclaimed impatiently. Congratulations. The Lord has opened the chest and obtained Evolution Furnace. Evolution Furnace allows the ingestion and slaughter of similar subjects to evolve. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Marvelous. At last, there is a means to enhance the individual strength of the ghouls. He promptly constructed the evolution furnace and subsequently placed 10,000 ghouls into it to commence their mutual consumption and evolution. As soon as the ghouls entered the furnace, their eyes turned crimson, and they became frenzied, tearing into each other with abandon. The furnace echoed with the chilling roars and the sounds of flesh being rent apart. As time passed, the number of ghouls within the furnace dwindled dramatically, revealing a colossal ghoul commander. Its muscles were decayed, its fangs razor-sharp, and it radiated an overwhelming aura of oppression. Half an hour later, Lin Que had expended over 200,000 ghouls, depleting his gold reserves entirely. Ultimately, a gigantic and imposing ghoul commander was born. Target: Ghoul Commander, Level, Elite Race, Undead Combat Power, 2 stars Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty, Skill 1, Frenzied Bite, Active, Effect, increases attack power by 50. Each attack inflicts a tearing effect, causing continuous bleeding damage. Skill 2. Plague Aura. Passive effect. Inflicts continuous plague damage on surrounding enemies and reduces their defense. Skill 3. Devour Recovery. Active effect. Restores health by consuming enemies or corpses. Lin Que beamed with joy as he observed the attributes of the Ghoul Commander. It rivaled elite-level aberrations, and with its attribute enhancements, its combat prowess was simply extraordinary. Moreover, with the evolution furnace, the Ghoul Commander could continue to evolve. If nurtured properly, wouldn't it be invincible? However, the only drawback was the exorbitant cost. The undead miners tirelessly extracted gold day and night. Yet it remained a challenge to sustain the furnace and Oppo's staggering consumption. Lin Que watched as his gold dwindled from 8 figures to 5, feeling a pang of headache. I have become too greedy. He chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. After all, the strength of the Ghoul Commander far surpassed that of ordinary elite aberrations. Given enough time, he was confident he could cultivate it into a true terror. In the following 2 days, Lin Que trained with the squad during the day and dedicated his nights to the evolution of the Ghoul Commander. Unfortunately, despite expending over 100,000 ghouls, the only noticeable change in the commander was its larger size and more terrifying appearance. There were no signs of evolution. What a bottomless pit. Lin Que sighed in exasperation. He decided to pause the evolution process and wait until his gold accumulated further. Am I being too impatient? But what about my sister? A tightness gripped his heart at the thought of his sister still trapped in the myriad battlefield. He gazed at the Ghoul Commander before him, growing increasingly satisfied, and decided to name it Big Mouth. This creature indeed possessed an absurdly large mouth, capable of swallowing dozens of ghouls at once. Coupled with its fearsome appearance and massive stature, it was enough to send shivers down anyone in Oppo's spine. On the 3rd day, with the crisp autumn air, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, making it an ideal time for missions. Lin Que arrived at the squad and Oppo's assembly point, discovering that Fong Qingno had already arrived. Today, she donned a sleek athletic outfit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an aura of confidence and beauty that was hard to look away from. Upon seeing Lin Que, a flicker of concern crossed Fong Qingno's eyes. As far as she knew, Lin Ke's subjects consisted solely of a horde of ghouls and a fish monster wielding a trident. Such a lineup might struggle to cope with the demands of this task. Lin Que, you lack elite-level subjects. This mission may prove quite challenging. Perhaps I could lend you some of mine. Fong Qingno began, unable to restrain herself. Lin Que smiled faintly, quickly interrupting her. No need. I have one. What? You have one? How could you possibly acquire an elite-level subject in such a short time? Fong Qingno was taken aback. Lin Que offered no further explanation. Only a mysterious smile. Once you see Big Mouth, you and Oppo's understand what true elite strength is. Seeing Lin Que and Oppo's calm demeanor, though puzzled, Fong Qingno chose not to press further. Soon, the team was fully assembled, and the mission was about to commence. Lin Que stood in the midst of the group, brimming with anticipation. In the distance, the autumn breeze rustled, stirring a few fallen leaves. Fong Yan arrived gracefully, clad in a simple combat uniform, her gaze sharp and commanding. Classmates, this mission involves not just our squad. Teams from other academies in Jiangxing will also participate. Therefore, I urge you to showcase your abilities and approach this task earnestly. Her voice was cold yet powerful, instantly capturing the attention of all. Of course, those who perform well will be rewarded by the academy, accumulating credits as well. Upon hearing this, excitement rippled through the team. Not only were there rewards, but credits as well. Credits were indeed a valuable commodity. Whispers of anticipation filled the air. Fong Yan raised a hand to signal for silence, then continued with a grave tone. The myriad aberrations have sealed the dimensions and invaded our Shenzhou continent. You will inevitably find yourselves in the myriad battlefield. But before that, you require further honing. The mission location is at the number 9 border battlefield, where you will assist in the Jiangxing garrison with the extermination of some peripheral aberrations. What? The number 9 border battlefield? Are we heading to the border battlefield so soon? Instantly, the team erupted in chatter, some excited, others anxious, and a few displaying concern. Enough. Fong Yan's voice deepened, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, silencing all noise. Though the number 9 border battlefield is perilous, it also represents your best opportunity for growth. Remember, you are not fighting alone. The squads will cooperate with one another. As long as one adheres to the commands of the demonic army in Jiangqing Town and proceeds with caution, completing the mission is far from arduous. She paused for a moment, her tone softening slightly. Of course, safety is paramount. If faced with an insurmountable situation, retreat immediately, do not act recklessly. Lin Que stood among the ranks, silently listening, yet his heart was already ablaze with the spirit of battle. He stole a glance at Fang Qingxue beside him and found her scrutinizing him as well. Their gazes collided, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The 9th border battlefield. Is it just the right opportunity for Dezue to showcase his skills? Lin Que mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fang Yan surveyed the group one last time, noting that no further questions arose, and then waved her hand. Let into amp, oppose, est depart. With her command, the members of the battle team hastened towards the academy and amp, oppose, est teleportation point. Chapter 15. The Demon Suppression Army. Lin Que followed closely behind Fang Qingxue, meticulously reviewing the key points of this mission in his mind. Unlike previous missions, the lords of the Great Xia urgently required the baptism of bloodshed. Previous trainees, lacking combat experience, had suffered high casualty rates on the battlefield of myriad races, incurring significant losses. Therefore, the Academy decided to allow them to enter the border battlefield early to participate in cooperative clearing tasks and gain experience. The objective of this mission was clear. Each time an exotic beast was slain, it would be automatically recorded. Ultimately, rankings would be determined by the number of kills. Each team had a minimum requirement of slaying 10,000 ordinary exotic beasts and 10 elite-level beasts. Upon achieving these goals, they could choose to withdraw or continue fighting. Isn't this mission tailor-made for me? Lin Que felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the creature known as Big Mouth in his domain, filled with confidence. With the strength of the ghoul commander, slaughtering ordinary exotic beasts would be as simple as slicing through vegetables. Even elite-level beasts might not stand a chance against it. This mission was not only about completing the targets, but also about striving for a spot on the leaderboard. Lin Que silently resolved to make it happen. As he walked, he commanded the underground realm, fervently summoning ghouls. The ordinary exotic beasts could be swiftly dispatched by the ghouls, while all elite-level beasts would be left to Big Mouth. Its abilities, Frenzied Bite and Plague Aura, should be more than sufficient to deal with elite-level foes. Moreover, with Devour and Restore, sustainability would not be an issue. Lin Que analyzed the situation in his heart, and thinking of this, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Lin Que, you seem quite confident, Fang Qingxue remarked, walking beside him and inquiring softly. Lin Que smiled but did not respond directly. Instead, his expression was laden with meaning. If you encounter danger, remember to find me. Fang Qingxue raised an eyebrow and huffed, humph. You underestimate me too much. This mission was exclusively open to intermediate teams from various academies. After all, the border battlefield was still too brutal for novice teams. However, for the Great Xia to resist the onslaught of exotic beasts, it had no choice but to adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. Only powerful lords were qualified to enter the battlefield of myriad races and contribute to the defense of the divine continent. Lin Ke's sister, Lin Xinhua, was a prime example. She was specially recruited into the academy and had stepped onto the battlefield of myriad races within just a year. Although this mission involved teams, it still fundamentally tested the individual strength of the lords. Lin Ke's gaze fell upon the task reward list sent by Fang Yan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Completion of the task, reward of 50,000 gold coins and 100 credits. Ascend the Jiangqing Demon Suppression rankings, student level reward of 100,000 gold coins, plus 1 piece of Lord Fragment. The top 1,000 on the sub-ranking, reward of 500,000 gold coins and 5 pieces of Lord Fragments. The top 100, reward of 1,000 gold coins, 10 pieces of Lord Fragments, and 1 piece of beginner equipment. Third place, reward of 1,800,000 gold coins. Lin Ke's focus landed on the first place reward, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. First place, reward of 2,000 gold coins, plus a super attribute scroll, random Lord attribute 60, credits 1,000. A super attribute scroll. Lin Que felt a jolt of excitement. An additional 60 attribute was no ordinary scroll. Such high-level scrolls were exceedingly precious. This super attribute scroll is mine for the taking. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened. Big Mouth. This time we must give it our all. Before long, they arrived at the teleportation point. Numerous intermediate and advanced team members from the academy were already lined up in an orderly fashion, awaiting their turn to be transported. Today, the 9th border battlefield would welcome the first batch of student-level lords. As figures disappeared one after another, team after team was teleported to the battlefield. Naturally, Lin Que was among them. Simultaneously, in every corner of Jiangcheng, live broadcasts of the 9th border battlefield and Oppo's situation were being streamed. Fang Yan and a host of instructors gathered before the enormous screen in the Academy Square, monitoring the students and Oppo's performance. I hope they all return safely, an elderly instructor sighed softly. With the Jiangxing Demon Suppression Army holding the front line against the exotic race, these students should not face too much pressure, another instructor reassured. Yet, even the Jiangxing Demon Suppression Army cannot predict the situation of this exotic beast invasion. The instructors discussed among themselves, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. Fang Yan and Oppo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, filled with concern as she gazed at the screen. Qingxue, Lin Que, I hope you both return safely. At this moment, on the 9th border battlefield, Lin Que was profoundly shaken by the scene before him. It was a desolate and expansive battlefield, the sky overcast, the earth cracked, and the air thick with the stench of blood and the acrid scent of gunpowder. In the distance, countless lords commanded their subjects in fierce battles against the exotic beasts. The sounds of clashing swords and roars intertwining, resembling a hellish nightmare. Is this the border battlefield? Lin Que murmured to himself, filled with both awe and exhilaration. He quickly adjusted his state and noticed that his teammates wore expressions of confusion. Evidently, they too were stunned by the sight before them. Just then, a figure rushed towards them. A strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 20s, though weary, possessed exceptionally clear and captivating eyes. I am Chen Wanqiu of the 72nd Demon Suppression Team. You are from the Jiangcheng Lord Vocational Academy, right? Follow me quickly. Her voice was melodious yet imbued with seriousness. Having spoken, she turned and gestured for them to follow. Lin Que exchanged glances with his teammates and quickly followed suit. Chen Wanqiu led them through the chaotic battlefield until they reached the edge of the border area. She halted and pointed to a relatively open space ahead, saying, You are responsible for holding this position. Do not let the exotic race infiltrate our rear. As long as you can hold them off, it will alleviate pressure on our Demon Suppression Army. Just like Lin Que and Oppo's group, other teams were also being received and assigned tasks by the Demon Suppression Army personnel. Lin Que and his companions nodded in understanding. Seeing their response, Chen Wanqiu felt a slight relief but solemnly reminded them before leaving, Remember, do not act recklessly. If you cannot hold them off, retreat. I will send reinforcements. With that, she vanished swiftly from their sight. Lin Que gazed in the direction she had departed. Contemplating silently, the personnel from the Demon Suppression Army are indeed remarkable. Even their fearless presence commands respect. As everyone regained their focus, the acting team leader, Yang Wentao, stepped forward and said gravely, Everyone prepare. The exotic beasts will soon spread over. Follow the plan, and remember, our task is to hold this position. Do not venture recklessly. Once the mission is completed, we will teleport back together. The team members nodded in unison, swiftly entering a combat-ready state, each summoning their own subjects. Yang Wentao acted first, conjuring a group of heavily armored rock giants, their heavy steps and formidable presence indicating a focus on defense and strength. Fang Qingxue summoned a pack of silver moon wolves, their agile forms and sharp gazes suited for speed and ambush. Subsequently, she also summoned blood elf archers and blood elf leaders, instantly maximizing their ranged firepower. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Que, unwilling to back down, summoned the ghoul commander without hesitation. The instant big mouth materialized. Luo Mingqi in the group was so taken aback that she stumbled back 2 steps and burst into tears. Woo, Lin Que, what on earth is this terrifying creature? Her voice trembled, clearly shaken by Oppo's big mouth and Oppo's grotesque appearance and imposing stature. The other team members exchanged glances. Some unable to restrain themselves from whispering, Lin Que, what kind of monster is this? It's utterly terrifying. Those fangs and claws alone are enough to instill fear. Lin Ke's lips twitched, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Is big mouth truly frightening? The more I gaze upon it, the more I find it endearing. Chapter 16, Big Mouth. Don and Oppo's laugh, but I still prefer your cold demeanor. However, Lin Que quickly comforted Luo Mingqi, saying, Be good. Don't be afraid. Big Mouth may look fearsome, but it is actually very gentle. Luo Mengqi mustered her courage and nodded, yet instinctively hid behind Fang Qingxue. Fang Qingxue glanced at Lin Que and could not help but chuckle. Lin Que, isn't this just a larger version of a ghoul? Lin Que nodded earnestly, replying, yes. That is one way to interpret it. As everyone expressed their curiosity about their respective creatures, a series of low, rumbling roars echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Not good. The beasts are coming. Yang Wentao shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Instantly, everyone fell into a battle-ready stance, gripping their weapons tightly while their creatures assumed combat positions. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened as he whispered, Big Mouth, go. Show them your might. The ghoul commander let out a low growl, baring its fangs, with corrosive blood oozing from its mouth. Its crimson eyes fixated on the distant horde of beasts, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to tear them apart. Not far off, the beast horde surged like a tidal wave, a dawning force estimated to exceed 5,000. They varied in form. Some were covered in tough scales, others boasted sharp claws and horns, while a few spewed venom. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. Yang Wentao swiftly directed, Rock Giants, frontline defense, hold your ground. Classmate Fang prepared for long-range attacks, while classmate Mingqi focused on healing units. Fang Qingxue and Appos' Silver Moon Wolves quickly spread to the sides, preparing for a flanking assault, and the Blood Elf archers drew their bows, ready to fire. Big Mouth took the lead, standing at the forefront of the group, drool cascading from its mouth. Big Mouth, charge. Lin Que commanded. In an instant, the ghoul commander surged forward with astonishing speed, its massive form crashing into the beast horde. Boom! With a resounding impact, dozens of beasts were sent flying. It then opened its gaping maw, clamping down on several beasts, effortlessly tearing them in half. With a terrifying roar, a plague aura enveloped it, causing the surrounding beasts to rot and slow in their movements. Lin Que watched Big Mouth and Appos' performance. Silently impressed, it was as if it were in a world of its own, truly living up to my expectations. The other team members were equally astounded by the ghoul commander and Appos' prowess. This is incredible, someone exclaimed. Lin Que, your creature is simply a monster, its strength rivaling that of elite-level beings. Yang Wentao remarked, directing the battle while marveling. Lin Que chuckled modestly. Captain Yang, you flatter me. This fellow is tough and resilient. I merely sent it to break through the beast formation to allow everyone else to shine. As Big Mouth wreaked havoc, despite the overwhelming numbers, the beast horde ppquickly descended into chaos and was soon repelled by the team. Steady. Continue the assault. Yang Wentao commanded loudly. Fang Qingxue and Appos' Silver Moon Wolves attacked from the flanks, while the Blood Elf archers accurately eliminated distant beasts. Luo Mengqi and Appos' Wood Elves focused on healing the injured creatures. The entire team operated in perfect harmony, gradually suppressing the beast horde. Lin Que stood at the rear, his expression calm. He had only deployed the ghoul commander to assist the team in completing their mission. After all, the team members had treated him well. At this pace, they would surely finish the task swiftly. Next, I can break away from the group and strive for the leaderboard. Lin Que glanced at the distant beast horde, his gaze icy, and ordered, Big Mouth, target the elite beasts first. Big Mouth let out a low growl and swiftly locked onto a large elite beast. Like an out-of-control war chariot, it charged forward, biting into the elite beast and Appos' forelimb and tearing a massive wound. The elite beast howled in agony, collapsing and crushing several surrounding beasts. The sight ignited excitement among the team. Lin Que turned to Fang Qingxue. Fang, the next part is up to you. Fang Qingxue nodded eagerly, promptly commanding the Silver Moon Wolves and Blood Elf archers to focus their fire. Soon, the elite beast was slain. I killed an elite beast, Fang Qingxue exclaimed, her face alight with joy. I did too, thanks, Lin Que. Big Brother Big Mouth is amazing. Another team member chimed in, beaming. Lin Que smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He continued directing Big Mouth to roam the battlefield, specifically seeking trouble with elite beasts. Before long, the task of each member defeating an elite beast was accomplished. Yang Wentao checked the task progress, his face radiant with excitement. Thanks to Lin Que, our cooperation was impeccable. The toughest part of the mission is complete. Now we need to jointly slay 10,000 beasts and fend off this wave of beasts. Fang Qingxue looked at Lin Que, eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Que, it turns out you have such powerful trump cards. Even Luo Mengqi cheered for Big Mouth. Go, Big Mouth. I'm no longer afraid of you. Big Mouth, don't move. I'm healing you. Oh no, you're too fast. My skill missed. Lin Que observed this scene with a resigned smile. This girl is truly whimsical. She was terrified yet insisted on putting on a brave front. Big Mouth seemed to be inspired by Luo Mengqi and Amp. Appo's enthusiasm, occasionally turning its head mid-battle to show her a fierce grin. Luo Mengqi shivered in fright and could only muster the courage to call out, Big Mouth, don't smile. I still prefer your cold look. The surrounding team members stifled their laughter, and Lin Que could no longer contain himself. This girl is both timid and playful. Before long, as the beast horde continued to charge, everyone had exceeded their mission's requirements. Though the team members were exhausted, satisfied smiles adorned their faces. Fang Qingxue approached Lin Que, whispering, Lin Que, with this wave of beasts repelled and our mission accomplished, let us head back. Lin Ke's eyes narrowed. I must press on to challenge the leaderboard. Fang Qingxue paused. Then I'll accompany you. Lin Que shook his head, his expression serious. No, I will head to the central area next. It's quite dangerous. Even the demon suppression army struggles there. You should return. Fang Qingxue frowned, clearly reluctant, but Lin Que interrupted, rest assured, with Big Mouth around. I will be fine. You go and rest well. Wait for my good news. Fang Qingxue was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, but you must be careful. Lin Que smiled, his tone lighthearted. Don't worry. I'm a man destined for the battlefield of myriad races. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue seemed to realize something. You are really going all out for your sister. Meanwhile, the other team members, after the fierce battle, were also reluctant to linger. After all, they were merely here for training and had no need to risk their lives just yet. Upon learning that Lin Que intended to challenge the leaderboard, everyone fell silent, none daring to follow him into danger. Fang Qingxue gazed at Lin Ke's departing figure, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Lin Que, you must return safely. Subsequently, she turned and followed the group, shattering the transmission stone, thus departing from the battlefield at border number 9. At that moment, in the central region of the battlefield, Lin Que was fiercely charging alongside his companion, Dezue, when suddenly he caught sight of Chen Wanxiu amidst the chaos of battle. She appeared utterly fatigued, her countenance pale, evidently having fought for an extended duration. Hey, fellow student, I recall your team had already completed the mission. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Wanxiu inquired, her brow furrowed and her tone serious. Lin Que smiled. I noticed your position is quite vulnerable, so I came specifically to offer my assistance. Chen Wanxiu was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. Don't be foolish. You are a student. There is no need to take such risks. You should leave at once. Lin Que was slightly stunned, not expecting her to be so stubborn. However, having arrived, he had no intention of retreating. He raised his hand slightly, instantly summoning an army of 30,000 ghouls. The dense swarm of ghouls surged forth like a tide, swiftly filling the gaps in the battlefield and Appo's defenses. Chen Wanxiu was left astounded by this spectacle, her eyes brimming with disbelief. You. How can you have so many subjects? Lin Que chuckled, offering no explanation. As this was not the time for such discussions, they needed to address the immediate troubles first. Taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment, Chen Wanxiu nodded. All right. Chapter 17. The action commences. Target Lin Que. With Lin Que and Appo's army of ghouls joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The ghouls, undaunted by death, ravaged the aberrant beasts with fervor. Meanwhile, Dezue emerged as a harbinger of death on the battlefield, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. Chen Wanxiu observed Lin Ke's silhouette, a flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze. This fellow is indeed a monster. Can he truly be just a student? She mused softly to herself, tightening her grip on her weapon as she plunged into the fray. In the distance, the roars of the aberrant beasts crescendoed, intensifying the clash. Lin Ke's expression remained steely, yet his heart surged with fighting spirit. With a single encounter, he had vanquished over 10,000 aberrant beasts, including 6 elite level ones. He reveled internally, then bellowed, Dezue, continue. Dezue responded with a fierce roar, baring his fangs, and charged back into the throng of aberrant beasts, a relentless killing machine. At the heart of the battlefield, shrouded in smoke, Lin Que perched upon a monstrous fish, akin to a strategist orchestrating a great campaign. 100,000 ghouls unleashed their full might, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the aberrant beasts. This spectacle left Chen Wanxiu and her comrades utterly dumbfounded. Wanxiu, is this support from the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Army? One teammate inquired, brimming with excitement. Chen Wanxiu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied in a hushed tone, "No, he is merely a student." "A student? Are you certain?" The teammates gasped in disbelief. Chen Wanxiu managed a wry smile and nodded. "I assure you, he is a student from the Jiangxing Lord Vocational Academy, whom I personally received." Lin Que. The teammates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This is utterly absurd. How can a student possess such power? 100,000 undead soldiers. This is more ferocious than our elite forces in the Demon Suppression Army. Listening to her teammates' discussions, Chen Wanxiu was astounded. Initially, she had feared Lin Que might impede her. Yet he had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. At that moment, Lin Que was exultantly seated upon the monstrous fish, exclaiming, "Ha! I and Amp. Oppos. VE leveled up again." Although the ghouls were rapidly sustaining losses, they would soon be replenished. Dezue, focus on eliminating the elite aberrant beasts first. Ghouls, spread out and encircle them. Do not let them escape. Under Lin Ke's command, the aberrant beasts momentarily faltered. Chen Wanxiu took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment, and called out to her teammates. "Stop dawdling. Coordinate with Lin Que and launch a full-scale assault." With her decree, the teammates snapped back to reality and swiftly rejoined the battle. They had already fought for 3 days and nights. The aberrant beasts had never been so thoroughly suppressed as they were today. Based on the situation at the border battlefield, they were currently facing the least resistance. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing Lord Vocational Academy's plaza, numerous instructors gathered around a massive screen, engaged in animated discussions. "Alas, my team has yet to complete their mission," one instructor lamented, anxiety etched on his face. "My team has already suffered casualties." Another instructor and Oppos' countenance darkened, clearly distressed. "I told you, the border battlefield is no place for student-level lords." Someone else shook their head in dismay, evidently displeased with the Jiangxing Deliberation Bureau and Oppos' arrangements. At that moment, Fang Qingxue and Yang Wentao approached Fang Yan. "We have returned after completing our mission," Fang Qingxue exclaimed. Her voice tinged with exhaustion yet infused with relief from the task and Oppos' completion. Fang Yan turned, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "You finished so quickly? Where is Lin Que?" Nearby, Zhao Kun, noticing Lin Ke's absence, felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. "That kid hasn't bravely perished in battle, has he?" However, Yang Wentao's next words left all the instructors in stunned silence. "We owe our success this time to Lin Que. He intends to challenge the rankings and chose to remain on the border battlefield." "What?" The plaza erupted in disbelief, instructors displaying expressions of incredulity. "Challenging the rankings? How could a mid-level team student possess such audacity? The border battlefield is exceedingly perilous. Can he truly manage alone? Is this boy overly arrogant?" Fang Yan, too, was taken aback and frowned, asking, "Lin Que is attempting to challenge the rankings alone? Why didn't Oppos you stop him?" Fang Qingxue offered a wry smile, explaining, "We couldn't dissuade him. Moreover, his strength is indeed formidable." Yang Wentao nodded in agreement. "Director Fang, Lin Ke's prowess is exceptionally strong, especially with his ghoul commanders, whose combat capability far exceeds that of elite aberrant beasts. With his presence, we could complete our mission so swiftly." Zhao Kun's expression soured at this revelation, and he retorted, "Impossible. How can a freshman possess such strength? Have you made a mistake?" Fang Qingxue replied nonchalantly, "If Deputy Director Zhao doesn't and Oppos believe it, that and Oppos fine." Zhao Kun was rendered speechless, merely huffing in response. Fang Yan took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and turned her gaze back to the screen, trying to catch a glimpse of Lin Que. "This boy truly drives one to madness," she murmured softly, uncertain of Lin Que and Oppos' limits. At that moment, the screen shifted to the center of the battlefield. Lin Que, with a steely gaze, swiftly issued commands. "Dezue, devour, and recover. Take a moment to rest." The ghoul commander let out a low growl, opening its gaping maw to begin ravenously consuming the corpses of the aberrant beast strewn across the battlefield. Its once dilapidated body began to visibly mend, wounds healing and vitality surging anew. Surrounding them, the legion of ghouls steadfastly held the line, ferociously tearing into any aberrant beasts attempting to breach their defenses. Lin Que stood calmly at the rear, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of commanding such a vast army. Chen Wanqiu watched this scene with immense gratitude. She approached Lin Que, smiling. Lin Que, thank you. Lin Que chuckled, his tone lighthearted. No need for thanks. I merely wish to challenge the rankings. Chen Wanqiu shook her head, seriousness etched on her face. Without you, our defenses would have inevitably crumbled. Your strength is remarkable. You are more than qualified to join the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Que paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile. I will consider it. Chen Wanqiu nodded and began to report the situation at the defense line. At that moment, the eyes of the entire Jiang city were focused on their position. Sometimes, a small victory can serve as a great source of motivation. Due to the successful advancement of Chen Wanqiu and Oppo's defense line, other fronts also began to push forward, completely suppressing the onslaught of the monstrous horde, and the situation gradually tilted in favor of humanity. In the plaza of the Jiang City Lord's Vocational Academy, a massive screen was broadcasting the battlefield footage in real time. Many instructors glanced at Fang Yan, their eyes filled with envy. Director Fang truly has an eye for talent. Lin Que, that young man, possesses boundless potential. His people are extraordinarily suited for combat on the battlefield, especially that formidable figure. I find myself somewhat intimidated. Indeed, our academy is about to gain recognition. Lin Que became the focal point of discussion, his name circulating among the instructors and even attracting the attention of higher-ups from other academies. However, in a corner, Zhao Kun wore a sullen expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. No, the shadow must act swiftly. This young man is far too powerful. If he continues to grow at this rate, there will be no chance left. Zhao Kun gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly sent a message, advance the operation, target Lin Que. He must be dealt with on the 9th border battlefield. After sending the message, Zhao Kun coldly gazed at the screen, thinking, Lin Que, do not blame me for being ruthless. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your offense to my brother-in-law. Chapter 18. Is someone out to eliminate me? On the border battlefield, Lin Que remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a target. He was wholly focused on commanding the battle, his gaze steely and his expression intent. The onslaught of the monstrous beasts had slowed, yet they continued to surge forth in relentless waves. Goodness, the border battlefield is indeed formidable. These beasts seem never-ending. Lin Que silently lamented, wary of letting his guard down for even a moment. Fortunately, the ghouls, having been enhanced in the graveyard, exhibited remarkable improvements in attack power, defense, and speed. They fought ferociously, tearing into the beasts and effectively stifling their advance. In the plaza of the Jiangsheng Lord Academy, the camera angles shifted. The mentors gathered around the screen, engaging in animated discussions. I believe Lin Que has a chance to rank among the top 10, one mentor expressed appreciatively. I think breaking into the top 100 is feasible, but the top 10 may be a stretch, considering the numerous high-ranking teams from Jiangxing competing for the leaderboard, another mentor countered, shaking his head. At that moment, Zhao Kun sneered derisively, huh? You all overestimate Lin Que. Once his ghouls are exhausted, he and Oppo's revert to his true form. Zhao Kun, if you don and Oppo's speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Fang Yan frowned, clearly displeased with Zhao Kun's remarks. If you don't believe me, let's make a wager, Zhao Kun retorted coldly. If Lin Que manages to enter the top 10, I bet a complete Lord and Oppo's heart of the warrior great. His tone was deliberately dismissive, attempting to provoke Fang Yan. Bet it is. I have faith in Lin Que. Fang Yan shot back with determination. Excellent. Everyone heard that. Zhao Kun raised his voice, his eyes gleaming with triumph. If I win, Director Fang must provide me with a complete Lord and Oppo's heart. The plaza fell into an immediate hush. The mentors exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Zhao Kun and Oppo's bold wager. Fang Yan and Oppo's expression darkened as she glared at Zhao Kun. Fine. If Lin Que indeed ranks in the top 10, not only will you owe me a Lord and Oppo's heart, but you must also publicly apologize to him for your previous actions. Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment before responding with a cold grin. Deal. Surrounding mentors shook their heads, some murmuring. Lin Que and Oppo's performance is evident. Where does Zhao Kun derive his confidence? Indeed, Lin Que's prowess speaks for itself. Isn't Zhao Kun just setting himself up for failure? Nevertheless, Zhao Kun remained indifferent, coolly watching the screen, secretly thinking, huh, Lin Que, you won and amp, oppos, to even survive the border battlefield, let alone enter the top 10. Soon, the various teams from the Lord Academies were teleported back. This time, the Jiangcheng Lord Academy dispatched 15 intermediate teams and 9 advanced teams. All advanced teams successfully completed their missions, some remaining on the battlefield to challenge the leaderboard. In contrast, only 3 intermediate teams succeeded in their objectives. Many mentors wore grim expressions, clearly disappointed with their team's performances. I certainly overestimated these fellows. One mentor could not help but complain. One cannot place all the blame on them. The circumstances on the border battlefield were indeed unusual, another mentor replied, looking resigned. Yes, merely returning alive is, in itself, a completion of the task. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, look, the Jiangxing Demon Army student leaderboard has been unveiled. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the leaderboard. At that moment, Lin Que had already accepted a direct order from the Jiangxing Demon Army, tasked with single-handedly defending a section of the front line. Chen Wanqiu and the other teammates had been dispatched to support other fronts. Lin Que was astonished to discover that the Great Maw had been growing stronger by devouring elite-level beasts. This indicated that it could indeed enhance its power through consumption. With the Great Maw in play, the elite-level beasts were swiftly eliminated. Coupled with the assistance of the Ghoul army, the beasts found it nearly impossible to breach the defense. Haha, all is well, Lin Que thought joyfully. As long as he held this position, first place was assured. This wave of monstrous beasts had persisted for 4 days and nights. The main forces of the Jiangxing Demon Army were utterly exhausted, the ground littered with countless beast corpses and shattered bones. Naturally, there were also the remains of young lords and their subjects, silently attesting to the brutality of this conflict. The ghouls were indiscriminate in their feasting, consuming the carcasses of the beasts to recover. Waves of beasts, undeterred by death, relentlessly charged the defenses. Yet, faced with the ghouls' brutal exchange of life for life, they struggled to penetrate the lines. Each time a wave of ghouls fell, Lin Que promptly replenished their ranks. His current reserve of gold was sufficient to sustain several days of expenditure. At this moment, he was not only climbing the leaderboard, but also enhancing his level while simultaneously evolving his ghoul commanders. When the crowd finally glimpsed the leaderboard, they were left in stunned silence. Top of the student leaderboard, Lin Que kill count, 195276. The kill count continued to soar, with Lin Que firmly in first place, far surpassing the second place's tally of over 30,000 kills. When Fang Yan beheld the leaderboard, she was struck speechless in shock. Fang Qingxue also covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. The entire Jiangxing Lord Academy erupted in excitement. Of course, except for Zhao Kuan and Zhou Biao, whose faces had turned ashen. Look, Ma Chang's team has also entered the top 100. A mentor exclaimed excitedly. Many turned to observe. Ma Chang was recognized within the academy as a wealthy second-generation heir. This time, he had brought 3 powerful turrets from his territory. Such lordly structures were valued in the tens of millions of gold coins, unattainable for ordinary lords. Seeing the turrets wreak havoc, many marveled. Being wealthy is truly advantageous. Additionally, another team showcased remarkable performance, adeptly commanding flame spiders, ideal for mass extermination. This student with the flame spiders has a bright future. A mentor couldn't help but exclaim. All of these achievements were amassed through gold. Someone quipped enviously. Could it be that Lin Que is also a hidden wealthy heir? After all, Lin Ke's astonishing performance, with his kill count firmly in first place, far eclipsed all others. How could such a feat be accomplished without significant resources backing him? Yet, only Lin Que knew that the inexhaustible haunted gold mine was his true source of confidence. As discussions buzzed around him, Lin Ke's name remained at the pinnacle, his kill count incessantly climbing. On the border battlefield and Oppo's defensive line, Lin Que was preparing to take a brief respite to ease his taut nerves. However, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation. The hairs on his body standing on end, as if something dreadful had fixed its gaze upon him. He jerked his head up, piercing through the chaos of battle, and gazed toward the rear of the monstrous horde. There, a lithe figure shrouded in shadow, a wraith wolf, was stealthily closing in. Its eyes glowed an eerie green, fangs bared, exuding a suffocating aura of murderous intent. This is bad. This is an ultra-elite level beast. Lin Que and Oppo's heart sank as he instantly realized that this wraith wolf was targeting him. It moved with astonishing speed, breaching the defenses in the blink of an eye and lunging toward Lin Que, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. In a moment of peril, Lin Que swiftly activated his teleportation dagger. His figure vanished instantaneously from the spot, reappearing in a secure position 100 meters away. However, the ghostly wolf and imp, Appos' response was equally swift. Missing its target, it immediately altered its trajectory and charged at Lin Que once more. Something was amiss. Is there someone intent on eliminating me? A chill coursed through Lin Que and imp, Appos' heart as this thought flashed through his mind. He realized that the wolf and imp, Appos' movements were too precise. Entirely unlike the behavior of a typical beast, it seemed instead to be controlled by someone, specifically targeting him. To his astonishment, even amidst the chaos of battle, there were those who sought to take his life. Chapter 19, The Contaminated Spring of Life. Lin Que and imp, Appos' gaze was as cold as ice. His heart filled with vigilance. As he deftly dodged with his teleportation dagger, he called back his formidable companion, Big Mouth. The ghoul wolf's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each lunge imbued with deadly intent. Lin Que recognized that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down, for even his teleportation dagger had limits on its usage. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Lin Que thought, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, his resolve unwavering. Even against an elite beast, he doubted its ability to easily dispatch him. After all, he had reached the formidable level of a warrior at tier 20, his strength having transformed dramatically. As the ghoul wolf lunged once more, Lin Que remained calm. He retrieved a shimmering vial of golden potion from his lordly space. Without hesitation, he consumed the invincibility potion, and in an instant, a golden shield enveloped him entirely. Come at me. Lin Que stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. The ghoul wolf sensed the change in him, but continued its assault. Its sharp claws and fangs aimed directly for Lin Que and Appos' throat. Yet upon making contact with the golden shield, it was as if it had struck an invisible wall, unable to inflict even the slightest harm. It is time to end this, Lin Que murmured, his corrosive sword piercing into the ghoul wolf's abdomen. The corrosive power rapidly spread through the creature, eliciting a chilling howl as it struggled to free itself, but Big Mouth offered no reprieve. With powerful claws, it pinned the ghoul wolf to the ground. In a flash, the sword glimmered, and the wolf's head fell, its massive body ceasing to resist. Consider this a gift, Big Mouth. At that moment, the golden shield around Lin Que dissipated. He smiled broadly, reflecting on the efficacy of the invincibility potion. A mere 15 seconds of invulnerability was truly advantageous and should be kept on hand. Observing Big Mouth devour the ghoul wolf, Lin Que and Appos' gaze turned frigid. No matter who you are, I will root you out, he whispered, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan glared intently at the leaderboard, watching Lin Que and Appos' kill count soar, his expression dark and foreboding. What is happening? The shadows have never failed. His heart raced with both shock and anger, his fists clenched tightly. Soon, however, he received news. The assassination mission had failed. Due to the proximity of the demon suppression army, the shadows had withdrawn. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Kuan's face turned ashen. The failure not only meant his gamble was lost, but also that he would have to face the wrath of Zhou Tianxiu. The mere thought of his brother-in-law's methods sent chills down his spine. Damn it! How can this Lin Que be so difficult to deal with? Zhao Kuan seethed. At the same time, as the situation on the number 9 border battlefield stabilized, the beast army began to retreat. Lin Que and imp, Appos' name soared to the top of the student kill leaderboard, marking him as the most illustrious figure. His performance not only ignited excitement within the academy, but also captured the attention of the upper echelons of the demon suppression army. Zhao Kuan trembled with rage. He tossed a lord's heart to Feng Yan before storming off. Just before the battlefield concluded, high-ranking officials from the demon suppression army personally met with Lin Que. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor approached Lin Que, his gaze filled with approval. Young man, well done. Your achievements will be remembered by the demon suppression army. Lin Que offered a slight smile and respectfully bowed. This is what I ought to do. After a round of accolades, Lin Que shattered the teleportation stone, his figure flickering as he returned to the academy. By this time, the academy was in an uproar, everyone discussing Lin Que and imp, Appos' remarkable feats. His name was destined to become a legend at the Jiangxing Lord Vocational Academy. Yet, Lin Que merely smiled faintly. suspecting that the ghoul wolf on the border battlefield was likely arranged by the Zhou family. At the awards ceremony, Dean Jiang personally presented Lin Que with his rewards. In addition to 2 million gold coins and 1,000 credits, he also received the highly coveted Super Attribute Scroll. Although at his current level, 60 points in attributes was not excessive, any additional attribute meant augmented strength. Amidst the praises and attention from the crowd, Lin Que did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. He handled it briefly and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Fang Yan approached him, handing him a softly glowing Lord and Amp Appos, S heart. Lin Que, I won this from Zhao Kuan, and I believe it suits you better. Fang Yan smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Que accepted the Lord and Appos, S heart, feeling the immense energy contained within, causing his heart to leap. He knew that a complete Lord's heart was worth its weight in gold. You are quite generous, Director Fang, he nodded appreciatively. Fang Yan waved her hand dismissively, smiling. No need for thanks, it is what you deserve. Your performance was truly unbelievable. Keep up the good work. Lin Que said nothing further, simply securing the Lord and Appos' heart before turning to exit the award ceremony. He understood that his journey had only just begun. Whether it was the Zhou family and Appos' schemes, hidden enemies, or the brutal battlefield of myriad races, all awaited him. To grow stronger was his only path forward. Clenching his fist, Lin Ke's determination solidified. He wasted no time and returned straight to his dormitory. Lying on his soft bed, Lin Que finally breathed a sigh of relief. The intense battles on the battlefield had left him thoroughly exhausted. He promptly entered his territory, eager to utilize the advanced attribute scroll. Fortune smiled upon him as he allocated the attribute points to defense, filling him with excitement. For a lord, defense was paramount. After all, one must survive to deal damage. He opened his attribute panel, meticulously reviewing his status. Lord, Lin Que, level, warrior tier 20, equipment, corrosive sword, strength, 115, agility, 115, mentality, 115, defense, 215, potential, 1 star, area, 15. 000 square meters, gold, 86, 291, 000. Buildings, Great Graveyard, Catacombs, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Cemetery, Evolution Furnace. Subjects, Undead Miners 11, Naga Guards 1, Ghouls 150. 000. To his surprise, commanding his subjects in battle also consumed mental energy, and at last, he had recovered. Rubbing his temples, he felt his spirits lift. He resolutely picked up a rusty pickaxe and approached the haunted gold mine, taking a deep breath before striking down forcefully. Clang. Lord consumes 115 mental energy. Obtaining 1 silver treasure chest. Open. Hearing silver treasure chest, Lin Que could hardly contain his anticipation. Congratulations, Lord. You have opened the contaminated spring of life. The contaminated spring of life, exclusive to the undead race, significantly enhances the vitality of undead subjects and has a certain probability of facilitating evolution. Splendid. Lin Que was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This contaminated spring of life was a boon for him. Combined with the evolution furnace, the evolution of ghouls would become considerably easier. He decisively placed the Appos, contaminated spring of life and Appos, at the very center of his territory. In an instant, a profound aura of death pervaded the air as the ghouls emitted low, guttural growls, their bodies undergoing a transformation. Their bones grew sturdier, and their claws glimmered with a chilling light, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. However, the Naga guards appeared somewhat uneasy, writhing as if repelled by this pervasive deathly essence. Lin Que furrowed his brow, realizing that the environment of his territory was not particularly conducive to the Naga guards. At that moment, a prompt appeared. Notice, the graveyard can be upgraded. Upgrade. Lin Que decisively chose to enhance it. Graveyard level 2, current attack boost, 2 current defense boost, 2 current speed boost, 2 additional life boost, 2 armor piercing effect, not activated lifesteal effect, not activated. Just as the upgrade was completed, the team's deputy captain, Yang Wentao, sent a call request. Upon answering, Lin Que immediately heard Yang Wentao and Appos' voice. Lin Que, congratulations. I wonder if you would consider selling the Lord and Appos' heart that Director Fang entrusted to you? I am willing to offer 6 million gold coins along with a rare piece of equipment. Lin Que was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, is the Lord's heart truly that valuable? Maintaining his composure, he inquired, Captain Yang, what do you intend to do with the Lord's heart? Chapter 20. The elite plague brother Yang Wentao chuckled, his tone urgent. Of course, it is meant for promotion. After this border battlefield, I have already reached the 50th level of warrior rank, but my citizen soul crystals are insufficient, and my territory is not large enough. Hence, I wish to take a chance with the Lord and Appos' heart. Take a chance? Lin Que raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion on his face. Yang Wentao quickly elaborated. Yes, Don and Appos, do you know? If the soul crystals for promotion are inadequate, by merging with the Lord and Appos' heart, there is a chance for direct advancement. Of course, there is also a significant probability of failure. Lin Que pondered, a cold smile forming in his heart. To his knowledge, the value of the Lord and Appos' heart extended far beyond this. Yang Wentao was clearly trying to take advantage of his ignorance, hoping to profit from him. Captain Yang, I also wish to reserve the Lord and Appos' heart for my promotion. I truly apologize, but I do not currently lack gold coins, Lin Que replied calmly, decisively declining. Yang Wentao was evidently caught off guard by Lin Que and Appos' blunt refusal. He paused for a moment before forcing a laugh. Haha, well then, Lin Que, if you ever decide to sell, do remember to come to me, and I could offer a higher price. Lin Que smiled, his tone still composed. All right. With that, he terminated the call and took out the translucent Lord's heart, examining it closely. The Lord's heart emitted a faint sky-blue glow, with what seemed like countless tiny energies flowing within, imparting an aura of mystery and power. This item was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yang Wentao, watching the call end, felt his expression darken. This kid is truly not easy to deceive. Once promoted to a general-level lord, he would have the opportunity to participate in the assessments of advanced battle teams, which had been Yang Wentao and Appos' long-standing ambition. His parents were already warlord-level lords with a prestigious family background, and he hoped to ride the wave of success. However, Lin Que's emergence instilled in him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Recently, he had inquired about Lin Que's family background, learning that Lin Que's parents had fallen in battle in their youth, and he had a genius sister whose fate was now uncertain. Logically, Lin Que should be in dire need of money. Why was it that this one-star lord could gain the favor of both Fang Qingxue and Luo Mingqi? The more Yang Wentao thought about it, the more discontent he felt, his envy gradually morphing into jealousy. He recalled Lin Que and Appos' performance on the border battlefield. His calmness, decisiveness, and formidable strength were indeed admirable. Yet, this only deepened Yang Wentao and Appos' sense of unfairness. He, who came from a privileged background with abundant resources, was consistently overshadowed by this grassroots individual. Was it merely due to luck? Or did Lin Que possess some secret unknown to him? Yang Wentao narrowed his eyes, beginning to scheme. Lin Que spent a considerable amount of time studying the Lord's heart, but failed to comprehend its unique uses. Therefore, he decided to directly contact Fang Qingxue. Soon, Fang Qingxue and Appos' voice emanated from the communicator. Lin Que, you Don and Appos, to even know this? Using the complete Lord and Appos' heart for promotion is such a waste. In fact, my grandfather mentioned that a flawless Lord and Appos' heart has a particularly special use. Lin Que and Appos' interest was piqued, and he inquired, what use? Fang Qingxue patiently explained, when we awaken, our initial citizens determine our future core race. This means we can only cultivate citizens related to our core race. For instance, my silver moon wolf belongs to a branch of the spirit race, which extends to the strong race among the myriad, the elf race. I can cultivate related citizens. Your core race should be the undead. So you can only cultivate undead citizens, making your territory unsuitable for my citizens. Lin Que nodded in understanding. I see. So what is the special use of the Lord and Appos' heart? Fang Qingxue continued. There is an exception, that is, to cultivate another Lord and Appos' heart for a secondary awakening. However, the success rate of this method is extremely low, and hardly any lords would be willing to attempt it due to the exorbitant resource expenditure. A secondary awakening could grant you the chance to acquire a second core race and even enhance your lord potential. But the risks are significant if it fails. The lord's heart could be utterly destroyed, potentially affecting the growth limits of the original core race. Lin Que was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Lord and Appos' heart possessed such utility. Although the risks were considerable, if successful, a dual-core race would be immensely powerful. Thank you, Fong. Lin Que expressed his sincere gratitude. Fong Qingxue and Apos' expression soured. Humph. Lin Que, why are you being so polite with me? After hanging up, Lin Que gazed at the Lord and Amp, Apos' heart in his hand, lost in thought. He decided to keep it for now, regardless of whether he would attempt a secondary awakening. After confirming his decision, Lin Que noticed that the shop and Apos' weapons had refreshed and promptly made a purchase. He had already stockpiled several corroded swords, which he could sell for a substantial profit or trade for rare materials, a venture with immense returns. Then, Lin Que commenced the process of having the ghouls consume the tainted life spring. Subsequently, he sent them into the evolution furnace for combat and evolution. Before long, the second ghoul commander was born. Lin Que looked at this ghoul commander, exuding a plague-like aura, and nodded in satisfaction, naming it Plague Brother. Unlike the brutality of Big Mouth, Plague Brother and Amp, Apos' plague attributes were overwhelming. Upon its emergence, it was likely to decimate ordinary beasts in droves. Target: Ghoul Commander, alias, Plague Brother, level, elite race, undead, mutated, combat power, 3 stars loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, skill 1, Plague Aura, passive, effect, emits a lethal plague aura, inflicting continuous damage on all enemies within a 100-meter radius, additionally reducing their attack and movement speed by 20. Skill 2, Plague Burst, active, effect, releases accumulated plague energy from within, detonating enemies in the area for massive damage. Plague Brother, your attributes are truly extraordinary. Lin Que was filled with excitement. With both Big Mouth and Plague Brother as elite citizens, his combat power had effectively doubled. However, the only regret was that both Big Mouth and Plague Brother had reached the pinnacle of elite status, making further evolution exceedingly difficult. Unless they could consume a vast quantity of beast corpses, their strength would struggle to achieve qualitative leaps. Beast corpses? The 9th border battlefield had plenty, but he currently lacked the authority to enter. Lin Que furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just then, his communicator rang suddenly. Upon answering, Chun Wanxiu and Apos' voice came through. Lin Que, thank you so much for your help in this border battlefield. Lin Que was taken aback. He had not expected Chun Wanxiu to contact him first. Captain Chun, there's no need for thanks. Chun Wanxiu seemed somewhat shy, speaking softly. Just call me Sister Wanxiu from now on. By the way, if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. I can help you. Hearing this, Lin Que's excitement surged. This was precisely what he needed. Sister Wanxiu, I do have something I require your assistance with. I yearn to visit the battlefield at Border 9. Could you grant me permission for a teleportation? What business do you have at the Border 9 battlefield? Chun Wanxiu expressed her surprise. The matter is thus. As you are aware, my ghoulish subjects possess unique needs, requiring the consumption of the corpses of aberrant beasts to evolve. I wish for them to. Chun Wanxiu interrupted him, her tone tinged with resignation. The Border 9 battlefield is currently under strict lockdown. No one is permitted entry. However, if it is merely the corpses of aberrant beasts that you seek, I can devise a solution. Lin Que and Apos' eyes brightened. Really? Certainly. Chun Wanxiu smiled, stating that after every battle, we undertake the task of clearing the battlefield. Otherwise, the accumulation of aberrant beast corpses could potentially lead to mutations, even giving rise to more fearsome creatures. We are quite troubled by the challenge of disposing of these corpses. How many do you desire? The more, the better. Lin Que exclaimed with excitement. I must consult with my superiors regarding this matter. Please await my response. Upon concluding the call, Chun Wanxiu ended the conversation. Lin Que gazed at his companions, the Great Mouth and the Plague Brother, his heart brimming with anticipation. If he could indeed acquire a substantial number of aberrant beast corpses, their evolution would hold promise. Chapter 21. Devourer, fret not. Next time, you shall feast more. Within an office at the Jiangqing Demon Suppression Army headquarters, Squad leader Hua Jinglei of the Demon Suppression Brigade was deeply troubled. Despite his formidable strength as a peak war king-level lord, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of monstrous beast corpses piled high on the number 9 border battlefield. Although the battle had lasted only a few days, the number of beast corpses numbered in the tens of millions. These cadavers not only occupied a vast amount of space, but also threatened to become sustenance for the next wave of alien evolution, potentially contaminating the battlefield and Apos' terrain. If not addressed promptly, the consequences would be dire. Recently, Wu Jinglei had specifically recruited several carrion-eating lords, hoping their subjects could aid in clearing the corpses. However, the results were deeply disappointing. Insurmountable, utterly insurmountable, Wu Jinglei lamented. Many carrion-eating lords reported that their subjects suffered from indigestion and diarrhea after consuming the beast corpses. Some had even perished from poisoning. He had explored alternative solutions, such as incineration and burial, but the beast corpses proved exceptionally resilient, rendering ordinary methods ineffective. To compound matters, his superiors had issued a strict mandate, demanding complete clearance within 3 months. 3 months? This is akin to sentencing me to death, he exclaimed. I would rather face enemies on the battlefield of myriad races. Wu Jinglei ran his fingers through his hair, feeling his mind teetering on the brink. In desperation, he resorted to creating planar spaces at great expense, attempting to discard the corpses within. However, the larger the planar space, the greater the resource expenditure. Even so, the corpses continued to accumulate. Unfathomable. Utterly unfathomable. Wu Jinglei nearly succumbed to despair. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Enter, Wu Jinglei commanded. Forcing himself to rally his spirits, his voice tinged with weariness. The door opened, and Chen Wanqiu entered, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Squad leader Hua. Wanqiu, what brings you here? Wu Jinglei managed a faint smile upon seeing her. It's like this, Chen Wanqiu stated directly. There and Appos, a lord named Lin Que who might be able to help us dispose of some of the beast corpses. Lin Que? Wu Jinglei furrowed his brow. The name vaguely familiar. Is he the exceptionally talented student from the border battlefield? Indeed, his subjects are undead ghouls, capable of devouring beast corpses. Chen Wanqiu explained with a nod. Wu Jinglei and Appos' eyes lit up instantly, his fatigue vanishing as he slammed his hand on the table in excitement. Excellent. Contact him immediately. Offer him whatever he needs, an unlimited supply. Chen Wanqiu stammered, looking at Wu Jinglei with surprise. Then, how should we charge him? Didn't and Appos, do you say these beast corpses could be sold for money? Money? What money? Free of charge. His contribution this time is significant. It must be free. Wu Jinglei declared magnanimously, waving his hand dismissively. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but be taken aback. Very well. Wu Jinglei chuckled, his spirits visibly lifted. If this lad can truly solve this vexing problem for me, not only will it be free, but I'll also give him some additional rewards. Wanqiu, contact him immediately. The sooner, the better. Chen Wanqiu nodded and turned to leave the office. Lin Que, here are the planar space coordinates from squad leader Hua. I and Appos, granted you transfer permissions. You can proceed directly. Chen Wanqiu conveyed to Lin Que, her tone light, as she ended the call after sending a string of coordinate information. Lin Que was ecstatic. He hadn't and Appos. He anticipated Chen Wanqiu resolving the matter so swiftly. As expected of the demon suppression army, their efficiency is unparalleled. Upon entering the space indicated by the planar coordinates, the sight that greeted him left him utterly dumbfounded. Although the space was not vast, the towering piles of beast corpses within were awe-inspiring. The corpses were densely packed, forming hillocks. Conservatively, there must have been millions. This is too much. Lin Que gulped, overwhelmed with joy. Devourer. Plague bro. Dinner is served. He called out hastily. Devourer growled, its eyes gleaming with excitement, and lunged at the nearest beast corpse. Its jaws agape as it began to voraciously consume. Plague bro followed leisurely, exuding a dense aura of pestilence. Wherever it went, beast corpses rapidly decayed, transforming into pure energy that it absorbed. Holy crap, this is acceptable? Lin Que was astounded. If Devourer and Appos' eating style was gluttonous, Plague bro and Appos' was refined. Even so, Devourer's speed was not slow. Thus, the two ghoul generals, like locusts, rapidly consumed the corpses wherever they went. 3 hours later, most of the beast corpses that had once formed mountains had been cleared. Devourer's body began to emanate a dark red glow, its bones becoming denser, its claws sharper, as if capable of rending the void. Its aura was savage, its gaze bloodthirsty, evidently nearing the brink of evolution. Plague bro and Appos' transformation was even more pronounced. A thick green miasma enveloped its body, distorting even the air in its wake. The range of its pestilence aura doubled, and its effects became even more terrifying. These two are insatiable, Lin Que mused privately. Finally, after another 3 hours, Plague Bro suddenly tilted its head back and emitted an earth-shattering roar, its body trembling violently. Lin Que realized at once that Plague Bro was about to evolve. Plague Bro, persevere. Lin Que exhorted, clenching his fist. Plague Bro's body began to swell, the pestilent miasma around it becoming incredibly dense, even solidifying into a viscous green liquid that dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Its aura surged, finally breaching the threshold and completing the evolution. Notification: Plague Bro has successfully evolved into a Plague Ghoul King. Target: Plague Ghoul King. Alias: Plague Bro. Level: General Grade Race. Undead, mutated, combat power. 4 stars loyalty. 100, absolute loyalty. Skill 1, Pestilence Aura. Passive, effect. Emits a deadly pestilent aura, dealing continuous damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius, reducing their attack and movement speed by 30. Skill 2, Plague Burst. Active, effect. Releases accumulated pestilent energy, detonating within a designated area, causing massive damage to enemies. Skill 3, Plague Domain. Active, effect. Plague Ghoul King forms a pestilent domain within a 50-meter radius, doubling damage within the domain. Lin Que was speechless with astonishment at the evolved Plague Bro. The pestilent miasma surrounding the Plague Ghoul King was terrifying beyond measure, like the Grim Reaper of Hell. Plague Ghoul King is simply too formidable. With its Plague Domain activated, who could stand against it? However, its defense is a weakness. It still needs Devourer's protection, Lin Que thought. As he turned his gaze to Devourer, who stood forlornly to the side, he noticed that the beast corpses in the entire planar space had been completely cleared, and Plague Bro had devoured the lion's share. Don't feel wronged, Big Mouth. Next time, I'll let you eat more, Lin Que consoled with a smile. Big Mouth looked bewildered and let out a low growl. After surveying the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lin Que departed with Big Mouth and Plague Brother from that dimensional space. Meanwhile, Hua Jinglei was busy arranging the transportation of the corpses of the exotic beasts. Upon opening the dimensional space and discovering it utterly vacant, he was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Where are the beast corpses? Has that kid really consumed millions of them in less than a day? Hua Jinglei's eyes widened in disbelief. He was astonished yet exhilarated. Lin Que had not only resolved this significant dilemma, but had done so with remarkable efficiency. This kid is truly a prodigy. Hua Jinglei felt a tinge of skepticism. He promptly contacted Chen Wanxiu. Wanxiu, can you confirm that Lin Que was the one who cleared those beast corpses? Chen Wanxiu's voice resonated through the communicator. Yes, Captain Hua. Lin Que just thanked me a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Hua Jinglei's astonishment deepened. Damn. This kid has boundless potential. Chapter 22. I will ensure Lin Que never returns. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Que wore a broad smile, his spirits exceptionally high. The evolution of the Amp, Oppos, Plague King of Ghouls and Amp, Oppos, was nothing short of a monumental surprise. He could not help but imagine the possibilities if all ghouls possessed the plague attribute, especially when combined with the sacrifice for victory strategy in one-on-one combat. Within his territory, the population of ghouls was rapidly replenishing. Glancing at the clock, Lin Que realized it was already morning. He had been so exhilarated that he had not slept a wink throughout the night. However, given his current lordly attributes and extraordinary physical constitution, going several days without sleep posed no issue for him. I must remember that there is training today. Lin Que slapped his face lightly to wake himself up. The next moment, he dashed to the training ground. Upon his arrival, Fang Yan had been waiting there for some time, clad in a comfortable training outfit and holding a stack of booklets. Seeing Lin Que rush in, she smiled gently. All right, everyone is present. I have some excellent news to share. Our team has performed exceptionally well, securing the top rank in the comprehensive standings of Jiang City. Therefore, all team members will receive an opportunity to enter the Wanzhou Guishu. Wanzhou Guishu? Lin Que and Oppos' face was filled with confusion. The other team members exchanged puzzled glances as well. Only Fang Qingno and Yang Wintao appeared astonished, as if they were already familiar with this place. Fang Yan chuckled, explaining. Wanzhou Guishu is a unique realm that gathers opportunities from myriad races. Initially, only the most exceptional talents from top Lord universities were qualified to enter, but this time, you all benefit from Lin Ke's fortune. Upon your return, you are likely to receive early recruitment offers from prestigious Lord universities. She paused for a moment before continuing. Within Wanzhou Guishu, you have the chance to seek out races that resonate with your own territory, subduing and taming them to become your subjects. However, Wanzhou Guishu is not without its dangers, and you must always act within your capabilities. Lin Que suddenly understood, marveling inwardly. So that is how it works. No wonder those battle-hardened lords possess powerful subjects. They must acquire them through this means. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, Director Fong, is there a distinction between the exotic beasts in Wanzhou Guishu and ordinary exotic beasts? Fong Yuan nodded, her tone serious. The exotic beasts in Wanzhou Guishu are not only diverse, but also formidable. Unlike those demonic bloodline beasts that invade our Shenzhou, these beasts are relatively gentle. Some even possessing unique bloodlines, extraordinary abilities, and magical talents. As long as you resonate with the core race's soul, you can tame them to become your subjects. However, the more powerful the exotic beast, the stronger its soul force, making it increasingly difficult to tame, and it may even retaliate. Yang Wentao seized the opportunity to speak. His excitement palpable. I've heard that Wanzhou Guishu is home to legendary races, such as dragons, phoenixes, elves, orcs, trolls, vampires, dwarves, and even the undead. If we could tame any of them, it would be an unparalleled leap forward. Fong Qingsnow nodded in agreement. However, these legendary races are exceedingly rare and incredibly dangerous. Her heart raced with excitement. Her core race was the Silver Moon Wolf, a branch of the spirit race, which resonated strongly with the elves. If she could tame some elven subjects, her strength would experience a qualitative leap. Upon hearing this, Lin Que too felt a surge of enthusiasm. All right, everyone, let us not get too carried away. Before entering Wanzhou Guishu, you must make thorough preparations. Tomorrow, we officially depart. Today is a day off. So you can prepare items for taming exotic beast subjects, such as soul contract scrolls, mental enhancement potions, and soul resonance rings. Now, come forth to receive your Lord's contract manual. The team members responded in unison, yes, Director Fong. After receiving their contract scrolls, the group dispersed, eagerly beginning their preparations for the journey to Wanzhou Guishu. My goodness, I never expected to have a chance to enter Wanzhou Guishu, exclaimed one excited team member. I've heard it's as vast as the battlefield of myriad races, and encountering powerful races could pose a life-threatening risk, another expressed concern. Indeed, nevertheless, this is an opportunity no lord could refuse, someone sighed. Let fate decide. Ultimately, this is our chance to alter our destinies. The most exhilarated was Yang Wentao. His family had tried through connections, spending considerable wealth and years, to secure just one opportunity for his genius brother to enter Wanzhou Guishu. Now, he had inexplicably obtained eligibility. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Que. Yang Wentao was acutely aware that without Lin Que and Apos' exceptional performance on the border battlefield, they would hardly have had such an opportunity in their lifetime. His subjects were rock giants, a type of earth race known for their impressive defense and strength, albeit lacking in speed. If he could contract a powerful exotic beast, such as a ground dragon or earth troll, his strength would soar. If I can contract a ground dragon, I might even surpass Lin Que. Yang Wentao's ambitions grew as he envisioned the possibilities. As he pondered, he clenched his fists and murmured to himself, Lin Que, I am the team captain. How can I continue to be overshadowed by you? Yang Wentao promptly contacted his family, requesting preparation of soul contract scrolls and mental enhancement potions. Just then, a call from his father came through. A middle-aged man with a beard appeared on the communication screen. It was Yang Hanzhou, the head of the Yang family. Dad, I was just looking for you, Yang Wentao said excitedly. Yang Hanzhou nodded, his tone steady. Wentao, I am already aware. Uncle Zhao has informed me. Uncle Zhao? Yang Wentao was taken aback, still processing when Zhao Kuan and Apos' image joined the call. Yang, good to see you, Zhao Kuan greeted with a broad smile. Vice Dean Zhao? Yang Wentao was somewhat surprised. Call him Uncle Zhao. He and I are brothers. The position our Yang family holds in Jiang City today is largely thanks to Uncle Zhao and the Zhou family's support, Yang Hanzhou explained. Dad, do you need something from me? Yang Wentao asked tentatively. Zhao Kuan's smile faded, replaced by a serious tone. Yang, I hope you will take this opportunity to enter Wanzhou Guishu to eliminate Lin Que. I cannot defeat him. Yang Wentao's gaze darkened, a hint of reluctance in his voice. He longed to resolve the issue with Lin Que. He had feelings for Luo Mingqi, yet ever since Lin Que joined the team, her eyes only seemed to hold him in reverence. Moreover, Lin Que had stolen all his limelight. Even with the opportunity he gained from Lin Que, it did little to quell the murderous intent brewing within him. Rest assured, Yang, I will provide you with an elite-level subject. When the time comes, you can catch him off guard and succeed." Zhao Kuan's voice dripped with malice, as if everything was under his control. As he spoke, Zhao Kuan initiated the transfer of a subject. Yang Wentao immediately received a notification. Notification: subject gifted from Zhao Kuan, half-beast wolf, elite level, half-beast wolf. This was a super subject from the sub-beast race. Yang Wentao was beside himself with excitement. The half-beast wolf not only possesses formidable attacking power, but also boasts remarkable agility, making it an exceptional choice for ambushes and assassinations. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, should the opportunity arise, I shall ensure that Lin Que does not return. Yang Wentao and Amp, Oppo's gaze was fierce. Zhao Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, I await your good news. After the call concluded, Yang Wentao clenched his fist. Lin Que, this journey to the abyss of all clans shall mark your demise. Chapter 23. The Undead Warhorse, Tameable. Meanwhile, Lin Que was making preparations for his journey to the realm of all races. He accessed the Lord and Oppo's trading platform and anonymously posted several high-price purchase requests. Wanted: Soul Contract Scroll, Advanced, 1 million gold coins each. Wanted: Spirit Enhancement Potion, 500,000 gold coins per bottle. Wanted: Soul Resonance Ring, 500,000 gold coins each. Before long, trading notifications chimed in succession. Notification: consumed 9 million gold coins. Transaction successful. Acquired: Soul Contract Scroll, Advanced, 3, Spirit Enhancement Potion 10, Soul Resonance Ring 2. Indeed, wealth can move mountains. Lin Que surveyed the items in his lordly space, nodding in satisfaction. This should be sufficient. He was filled with anticipation for the upcoming venture into the realm of all races. He certainly did not wish to return empty-handed. His goal was to tame the beasts of the undead tribe, and even the legendary heroes of the undead. Soon, a day passed swiftly. Early in the morning, Fong Yan led Lin Que and his companions directly to the Demon Army Hall in Jiacheng Town. This was the only place with a teleportation point to the realm of all races. Once they entered the realm, their positions would be randomly distributed, but they would not be too far apart. In charge of the teleportation was a wrinkled old man, who grinned widely, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Congratulations, students. This might be your second awakening. Cherish this opportunity. He paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, aside from the chance to tame the beasts, you can also assist our demon army in completing tasks. The task list has been sent to everyone. If you can bring back these materials, you will be rewarded handsomely. Indeed, Lin Que received the task list as well. He opened it and was taken aback. It contained a material list with over 100 items, including rare ores, beast bones, magical plants, and more. He glanced through them and found many unfamiliar names, such as nether ore, dragon scale fragments, elf seeds, vampire fangs, and magic crystals. Fortunately, their appearances were described in the task list. This meant that as long as they could find these materials, they could exchange them for rewards with the demon army. Everyone was excited. Even if they could not tame the beasts, they would still gain something valuable by finding these materials. However, the more generous the rewards, the greater the dangers that awaited. As all the team members stepped into the teleportation array, in the next instant, their figures vanished. Upon entering the realm of all races, Lin Que was awestruck by the scene before him. It was a complete world, with endless grasslands stretching beneath a blue sky dotted with white clouds, lush mountains and clear waters harmoniously coexisting, and the air filled with the refreshing scent of greenery. Is this paradise? It is simply breathtaking. Lin Que couldn't help but marvel. However, he remained vigilant, not allowing himself to be entranced by the beauty. He quickly summoned 1,000 ghouls to clear the way, while Big Mouth and Plague Brother guarded his sides like fierce sentinels. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to some peculiar fruits growing on the grass. These fruits emanated a faint elemental glow, appearing remarkably extraordinary. Lin Que swiftly opened the task list to compare, and his eyes lit up. Elemental fruit. This was one of the rare materials listed. What a surprise to encounter it upon entering. Each elemental fruit was worth 100,000 gold coins. What incredible luck! Lin Que felt a surge of joy and hurriedly directed the ghouls to gather the elemental fruits. Just as they finished collecting the fruits, a series of squeaks emanated from below the grass. Suddenly, a creature resembling a groundhog burrowed its way to the surface. They were small, furry, and had round, curious eyes. Gazing at Lin Que and the ghouls with intrigue, Oh, these little ones are quite adorable. They seem unafraid of the ghouls. Lin Que was somewhat taken aback, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. One of the ghouls accidentally plucked an elemental fruit from their burrow, instantly provoking the creatures. One of them leaped up suddenly, striking the ghoul. Crack! The ghoul's body shattered into pieces, disintegrating before Lin Ke's eyes. He inhaled sharply. These little creatures possessed terrifying combat prowess. He quickly took a few steps back, his face a mask of caution. Roar! It was only when Plague Brother stepped forward and let out a fierce roar that the little creatures retreated into their burrows, frightened. As Lin Que ventured further, he discovered that this was truly a world brimming with marvels. Each scene left him in awe. Deep within the sea of clouds, a gigantic fish glided leisurely through the air. Its scales sparkled with a rainbow of colors under the sunlight, resembling a flowing rainbow. Lin Que stared, astonished. This fish can fly? On the grasslands, several colossal ancient trees were slowly moving in the distance. Faces, aged and wise, grew upon their trunks, seemingly engaged in quiet conversation. Trees can talk. Before Lin Que lay a lake as smooth as a mirror, its surface devoid of ripples. Yet, the reflection in the lake did not show the clouds of the sky, but rather a strange world within. It was a gray, desolate expanse, as if devoid of color. What the heck? I don't remember eating any mushrooms recently. Lin Que thought he was hallucinating. Yet, everything felt so undeniably real. He crouched down, extending his hand to touch the lake and Apos' surface. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a mysterious force suddenly pulled him into the mirrored world. He felt darkness envelop him, and soon the entire world faded into a shadowy gray. Surrounding him was an aura of death, with skeletal remains scattered everywhere. Caw! Crows circled overhead, emitting harsh cries. What is happening? Lin Ke's heart raced, and he immediately became alert. He summoned the army of ghouls and positioned Big Mouth and Plague Brother to protect him on either side. The ghouls quickly formed a defensive formation, encircling Lin Que. At that moment, a warhorse, enveloped in an aura of death, galloped toward him from the distance. Its eyes burned with an eerie green flame, and wherever its hooves struck the ground, the earth withered instantly. Yet, the warhorse did not attack Lin Que. Instead, it halted before him, tilting its head in curiosity as it scrutinized him. Lin Que was taken aback, his gaze sharpening. Target: undead warhorse, level, super elite race. Undead combat power, 3 stars loyalty, 10, tameable, speed, 90 skills, death charge, rushes toward enemies at incredible speed, dealing massive damage and applying a knockback effect. Death aura shield, emits death energy, forming a protective shield. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Ke's eyes. This undead warhorse is the perfect mount. Without hesitation, he decisively retrieved a high-grade soul contract scroll and directed it towards the undead warhorse, whispering, "In the name of the undead lord, I bind you to my service." The scroll instantly transformed into a radiant beam, enveloping the warhorse. The creature emitted a low, ominous neigh, its eyes ablaze with flickering green flames, beginning to thrash violently. It stomped its hooves against the ground, an aura of death permeating the air, scattering the surrounding bones. Indeed, taming it would not prove to be an easy feat. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Que and Apos' heart as he hastily intensified his mental energy, gritting his teeth. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he shouted, "In the name of the undead lord, submit to me." However, the undead warhorse's struggles intensified, even attempting to charge at Lin Que. Big Mouth and Plague Brother immediately positioned themselves in front of him, roaring ferociously. With a thunderous roar, Big Mouth opened its massive maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Meanwhile, the noxious miasma surrounding Plague Brother enveloped the area, forming a protective barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Que activated the contract scroll once more. At long last, the undead warhorse ceased its resistance, letting out a deep neigh as it slowly knelt, signifying its submission. Notification: successfully tamed the undead warhorse. The undead warhorse has become your subject. Lin Que exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a grin. Haha, finally, I won't have to ride fish anymore. Chapter 24, The Undying. The Curse Unleashed. After taming the undead warhorse, Lin Que decisively mounted, with Big Mouth and Plague Brother leading the way, followed by a horde of ghouls. Where on earth am I? It feels akin to hell. Lin Que muttered, furrowing his brow. After wandering for half an hour, he had yet to encounter a single living being. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, littered only with withered bones and desolate earth. Eventually, Lin Que arrived at a precipice. Before him, a faintly floating figure drifted through the air, its form semi-transparent as if a gust of wind could disperse it. It appeared profoundly lonely. Is that a ghost? Staring at the scene before him, Lin Que was momentarily stunned. Upon noticing Lin Que mounted on the undead warhorse, the ghost halted its ethereal movement and slowly approached him. It gently descended before Lin Que, bowing its head slightly, as if to express submission. Witnessing this, Lin Ke's heart swelled with joy. Has this ghost acknowledged me as its master? He swiftly examined its attributes. Target: undead spirit. Level: ordinary race. Undead, mutated, combat power, 3 stars loyalty, 80 skill, curse of the body, burdened by regrets in life. Unwilling to depart in death, the soul lingers, transforming into a curse that can afflict enemies, persistently diminishing their combat abilities and restricting their movements. Incredible! It can curse enemies. Lin Que was ecstatic. Notification: successfully tamed an undead spirit. The undead spirit has become your subject. Lin Ke's heart leapt with joy. This creature is perfect for ambushes. He surveyed his surroundings, a faint speculation forming in his mind. Could this place be the fabled undead plain? Meanwhile, in the myriad of races' ruins, Yang Wentao frantically gathered materials, only to suddenly realize he had lost track of Lin Quebec previously. He had tampered with Lin Que, allowing him to locate Lin Ke's position through a special tracking mark. However, just moments ago, that tracking signal had abruptly vanished. Damn it! How could Lin Que possibly disappear into thin air? Yang Wentao gritted his teeth. He glanced around, feeling increasingly agitated. Although he had collected numerous rare materials, he had yet to find a soil-based exotic beast. His core race was the rock giant, ideally suited for taming soil-related exotic creatures. Without a soil-based beast, all these materials would be rendered useless. Yang Wentao felt defeated. Lin Que, you cannot escape. Once I find a soil-based exotic beast, I will deal with you at my leisure. Oh, finally found you. Yang Wentao's expression shifted as he suddenly detected Lin Ke's location once again. His heart leapt with joy, and he immediately sped toward Lin Ke's direction. At that moment, Lin Que appeared bewildered. He had just emerged from the mirror world on the lake's surface. Everything before him felt dreamlike. He glanced down at the lake, discovering it to be merely an ordinary body of water, devoid of any anomalies. Could it be that everything earlier was an illusion? Lin Que pondered, but when he checked on his subjects, he found the undead warhorse and the undead spirit still present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This world is indeed wondrous. Just then, a figure rushed toward him. Yang Wentao, wearing a broad smile, waved from a distance. Lin Que, my fellow student, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Que looked up to see Yang Wentao, feeling a sense of relief. After all, this world was vast, and the odds of encountering a companion were slim. Although he maintained a calm facade, an unsettling feeling began to brew within him. Captain Yang, what a coincidence, Lin Que responded with a smile, as Yang Wentao greeted him with feigned warmth. He prepared to unleash a half-beast wolf. The half-beast wolf was powerful and swift. Within 10 meters, Lin Que would have no chance to resist. Lin Que, what treasures have you found? Yang Wentao feigned concern while slowly closing the distance. Lin Que frowned, feeling a surge of caution. This guy's enthusiasm is a bit excessive. Just then, he felt a chill behind him, as if something was watching him. Without hesitation, he decisively employed his teleportation dagger, vanishing from his spot. Swish! The snarling half-beast wolf lunged forward but missed, its sharp claws carving deep scratches into the ground. What? How is this possible? Yang Wentao exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Lin Que and Appo's swift reaction. Yang Wentao, do you intend to kill me? Lin Que and Appo's gaze turned icy. Yang Wentao and Appo's face darkened, realizing he had been exposed. He decided to tear off the mask. Lin Que, don't get too cocky. Today marks your demise. As his words fell, the half-beast wolf charged again at Lin Quebec. However, Big Mouth and Plague Brother had already positioned themselves before Lin Quebec roar. Big Mouth let out a fierce roar, confronting the half-beast wolf. The two elite subjects clashed violently, the battle raging fiercely. Plague Brother stood beside Lin Que, a toxic miasma enveloping him, forming a protective barrier. Yang Wentao, speak. Who sent you? Lin Ke's voice was frigid, his gaze penetrating. Yang Wentao was both astonished and enraged. He had anticipated Lin Que would possess another subject on par with Big Mouth. Even more surprising was Lin Ke's elusive movement. How could he possibly teleport? Lin Que, in the realm of the living and the dead, there is nothing more to discuss. Yang Wentao bellowed, swinging his hand as the air tore open. Boom. A horde of colossal rock giants materialized, their towering forms akin to mountains, each step sending tremors through the ground, exuding an imposing presence. Rock giants, crush him! Yang Wentao shouted. The rock giants emitted a low roar and charged at Lin Que. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was the Zhou clan. He swiftly summoned a batch of ghouls that had battled in the evolution furnace to join the fray. The ghouls, fearless of death, charged toward the rock giants. However, the rock giants' might was overwhelming. A single punch sent a group of ghouls flying. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Those dismembered ghouls rapidly reassembled, standing upright again. Moreover, their bones appeared even sturdier. How can this be? Yang Wentao and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled. He silently marveled at how remarkable the evolution furnace was. With a cold chuckle, he said, Yang Wentao, with your capabilities, do you really think you can kill me? He mounted the undead warhorse. Surrounded by an aura of death, Lin Que atop the steed resembled the sovereign of the dead, exuding an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Big Mouth and Plague Brother had already subdued the half-beast wolf. Big Mouth was voraciously tearing into the half-beast wolf's carcass, while Plague Brother observed nearby. The remaining rock giants, though tough-skinned and muscular, moved clumsily, failing to breach the skeletal warrior's defenses. Yang Wentao's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a teleportation stone from his pocket, preparing to shatter it and escape. What a pity, Yang Wentao murmured softly, letting this opportunity slip away. However, Lin Que and Apos' gaze sharpened. Yang Wentao, did you presume you possessed the opportunity to teleport away before me? At last, a flicker of panic crossed Yang Wentao and Apos' eyes, and he promptly crushed the teleportation stone in his hand. Yet, just as the teleportation light was about to envelop him, he felt a chill wash over him. As if something had invaded his body, the undead spirit directly possessed him, and the power of the curse erupted instantly. Yang Wentao's movements faltered abruptly, his body stiffening, rendering him immobile. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. What? What have you done to me? In the next instant, Lin Ke's figure flashed, and the sword of corrosion in his hand pierced his heart without hesitation. Thud. The power of corrosion on the sword spread instantly, and Yang Wentao's body decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light of the teleportation stone also dissipated. You. He opened his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Lin Que and Apos' gaze was icy as he muttered to himself, Zhou family, you've truly gone to great lengths to kill me. At that moment, a crystal-clear lord's heart fell from Yang Wentao's corpse, emitting a faint light. Naturally, there was also a scattering of gold coins and various materials. Lin Que picked up the lord's heart, held it in his hand, and felt the powerful energy contained within. This is a valuable treasure. Chapter 25, The Dimension Hunter. Having dealt with Yang Wentao, Lin Ke's heart was as tranquil as a still pond. He wiped the blood from his sword, his feet resting upon the gradually cooling corpse of Yang Wentao. Although this marked his first act of killing, he had never shown mercy to his enemies. Since you sought to take my life, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Lin Que murmured softly, his gaze icy. This expedition to the realm of all races had not been in vain, as he had successfully contracted a deathly steed and an undead spirit. Thus, he mounted his spectral steed, leisurely admiring the scenery while commanding the ghouls to gather materials. Meanwhile, within the team, certain members had already returned to the academy. In the academy square, Luo Mengqi returned, brimming with excitement. Her face was alight with joy. Director Fong, I have contracted a saintly harpist. Fong Yan stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. Mengqi, congratulations. The saintly harpist is a rare being of the light faction. Nurture it well, and it shall surely become your invaluable ally. Thank you. Director Fong. Luo Mengqi beamed with delight. On another front, Tian Fei, who had emerged earlier, unleashed a water-based exotic beast resembling a seahorse, enveloped in a gentle mist. Tian Fei, your water seahorse is impressive, Fong Yan remarked approvingly. Many instructors gazed enviously at the achievements of Fong Yan's students, knowing that even they lacked the privilege to enter the realm of all races. Those permitted entry were indisputably the young elite. If I had known Lin Que was so formidable, I should have recruited him into my team, lamented one instructor. Indeed, who would have anticipated that he, a mere one-star lord, possessed such potential? Another instructor sighed in awe. However, among the crowd, Zhao Kuan wore a chilling smile, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Alas, Lin Que shall never return. To him, the beastmen and Appos' assault was guaranteed to be foolproof. Lin Que could not possibly survive. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wentao had already fallen to Lin Ke's counterattack, and the beastmen had become mere fodder. In the realm of all races, Fang Qingxue wandered alone through an ancient forest. This forest stood in stark contrast to other areas of the realm, with towering trees that reached for the heavens, their branches casting dappled shadows as the air brimmed with rich natural elements. How extraordinary! Fang Qingxue whispered, her heart inexplicably racing. She sensed a potent allure, as if something was beckoning her. She treaded cautiously, and suddenly, before her loomed a towering, leafless ancient tree, its trunk withered and crack-riddled, appearing on the verge of collapse. Yet, at its roots, Fang Qingxue discovered a sprout radiating a soft green light. Though small, the seedling exuded an exceptionally pure essence of what element power. Could this be a sapling of the elven ancient tree? Fang Qingxue gasped in astonishment. The elven ancient tree was a legendary entity, revered as the sacred tree of the elven race. She crouched down, preparing to harvest the sapling. However, at the very moment her fingers touched the sprout, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Haha, beautiful lady, submit to me, or perish. Startled, Fang Qingxue whirled around to find a man clad in a black robe, his face twisted with mockery. Beside him stood two demon generals, their crimson forms wielding massive axes, exuding a terrifying aura. This is bad. A general-level lord. Fang Qingxue's heart sank. The Silver Moon Wolf and the Blood Elf general quickly assumed defensive stances. Who are you? Fang Qingxue questioned coldly, attempting to buy time. The man scoffed, his tone flippant. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you will become my woman. Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow. This was dire. In a head-on confrontation, she feared she would not stand a chance. Thus, she feigned calmness and cautiously inquired, Are you a dimension hunter? The man raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh? I didn't amp. Appos, expect you to know about dimension hunters. It appears you are a woman of discernment. I have a particular fondness for women from your Shinjo continent. Not only are they entertaining, but they can also yield a lord and Appos' heart when slain. The so-called dimension hunters were a group of human lords from other realms, specializing in hunting exotic beasts and plundering resources. Most had been exiled from their own dimensions, often acting alone, ruthless, and unscrupulous in their pursuit of profit. The man grinned broadly, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. It has been ages since I encountered such a beautiful woman. Fang Qingxue's heart sank. She realized she might not escape today. As she discreetly surveyed her surroundings for an escape route, she continued to stall for time. I have companions nearby. You should leave quickly. The man laughed heartily. Dismissing her companions? Perfect. I haven and Appos. Had my fun for the day. Hearing this, Fang Qingxue and Appos' brows furrowed tightly. Gritting her teeth, she covertly signaled the Silver Moon Wolf and the Blood Elf General to prepare for action. Attack. Hold them off. The Silver Moon Wolf lunged at the man, while the Blood Elf General drew back an arrow, raining down projectiles upon the demon beasts. The man scoffed derisively, effortlessly dodging all attacks while waving his hand. The two demon beasts regarded the arrows with indifference, as if they were mere tickles. Still hoping to struggle? I relish the challenge. The man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. However, Fang Qingxue's intention was not to defeat him, but to buy time. Suddenly, she turned and sprinted deeper into the dense forest. Trying to flee? The man licked his lips, appearing somewhat nonchalant. Let the hunt begin. He vanished in a flash, quickly pursuing her. The two demon beasts followed closely, their heavy footfalls causing the ground to tremble. Fang Qingxue exerted every ounce of her strength to escape, but the man and Appos' speed was astounding, rapidly closing the distance. Just as she prepared to crush her teleportation stone, the man's voice rang out behind her, laced with mockery. Beautiful lady, don't waste your efforts. The surrounding space has already been locked down by me. Your teleportation stone is useless. Fang Qingxue's heart plummeted as she realized there was no escape. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself for a desperate fight. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves thundered toward her. Fang student, get on. The spectral steed kicked up a cloud of dust as Lin Que seized the opportunity to pull Fang Qingxue onto the mount. Big Mouth and Plague Brother roared out, blocking the man's advance. Lin Que, Fang Qingxue exclaimed with joy, instinctively embracing him, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Que, be careful. This person is a dimension hunter. She cautioned urgently. Oh, so this is your companion? A warrior-level lord? The man sneered dismissively. Lin Ke's gaze remained vigilant as he scrutinized the man. The power of the undead coursed silently within him. He was well aware of the nature of dimension hunters. These scoundrels, hunted by numerous dimensions, often posed a greater threat than the exotic beasts themselves. Their notoriety was infamous. Though both belong to the human race, they do not engage in human affairs, instead specializing in hunting solitary lords amidst the desolation of myriad clans and plundering resources. To his astonishment, your subjects are none other than the demonic tribe. Lin Que fixed his gaze upon the demonic beast beside his opponent and suddenly chuckled. Are you not aware of the fate that befalls those who become lords of demons? Upon hearing these words, the man in Apos' expression froze. He was acutely aware that humans who allied with the demonic tribe often met a gruesome end. I am quite curious about what your future will hold. You. The man in Apos' face contorted, his countenance darkening. You dare to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. You seek death. He waved his hand, and two demonic beasts lunged forward, wielding massive battle axes, charging straight toward Lin Que and Fang Qingxue. Dezue and Plague Brothers swiftly engaged in combat. Yet the strength of the demonic beasts exceeded all expectations. Their offensive power was formidable. Although Dezue and Plague Brother fought valiantly, they could barely hold their ground. Roar. Dezue was struck by the battle axe of one demonic beast, emitting a cry of anguish. Although Plague Brother's toxic miasma slowed the movements of the demonic beasts, their defense was exceedingly high, rendering them nearly impossible to defeat in a short span. Observing this, Lin Que furrowed his brow. He knew that if this continued, Dezue and Plague Brother would not last much longer. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that. Chapter 26. The Sealed Crypt Lord. Grit clenched between his teeth. Lin Que retrieved a phial shimmering with crimson light from his Lord and Apos' inventory. A potion of frenzy. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards Big Mouth. Big Mouth, invade. The ghoul general responded with a guttural growl, swallowing the potion in one gulp. Instantly, its physique began to swell, the putrid flesh tightening, the bones thickening, and its gaze burning with sanguine fervor. Notification: Ghoul General has entered a frenzied state. Combat prowess increased by 300. The use of the frenzy potion would consign Big Mouth to a period of debilitating weakness, rendering it entirely defenseless after 10 minutes. A thunderous roar erupted from Big Mouth as it lunged at the demonic beast. In its frenzied state, Big Mouth's combat capabilities surged exponentially. A single swipe of its claw shattered the axe of one demonic beast, followed by a vicious bite to the neck of another, inflicting grievous wounds. A third demonic beast, witnessing the carnage, stood transfixed, clearly intimidated by Big Mouth and Apos' ferocity. However, Big Mouth afforded it no respite, leaping forward and rending it asunder with a single, brutal swipe. The man's countenance shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for the sudden surge in his minion's ferocity. This is a potent aura of necromancy, he muttered, his tone laced with shock. He bit down hard, poised to summon reinforcements, but Lin Que would not grant him the opportunity. He had already dispatched an undying spirit to covertly possess the man. Curse. The undying spirit intoned, unleashing a wave of dark energy that coiled around the man. His movements faltered, his face paling as if bound by invisible chains. Lin Que seized the moment, activating his translocation dagger, his gaze icy. In a flash, he appeared behind the man. Thunk. The sword of corrosion pierced the man's torso, the corrosive energies rapidly spreading. Yet, instead of succumbing to decay, the man resisted, his jaw clenched, even managing to retaliate. Plague eruption. Plague bellowed, detonating the accumulated plague energy within his form. A verdant wave of virulent energy surged towards the man, engulfing him entirely, his eyes widening in disbelief. The man coughed up a mouthful of green blood. How is this possible? He choked out, his voice filled with resentment. Lin Que offered a chilling smile. Did you truly believe that a mere war general level lord was invincible? The man opened his mouth as if to retort, but ultimately, his body collapsed, dissolving into a pile of festering remains. Lin Que breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the combined assault of the undying spirit and Apos' curse and plague and Apos' virulent outbreak. Overcoming this opponent would have been a far more arduous task. He retrieved the sword of corrosion, his gaze falling upon the ground where the man had fallen. Beside the remains lay a cerulean Lord and Apos' heart, radiating a faint luminescence. Additionally, there was a desiccated twig, adorned with intricate runes, exuding an aura of mystery. "What is this?" Lin Que murmured, kneeling to examine the twig. Fang Qingxue leaned in, her eyes widening in surprise. "These runes, they appear to be ancient elven script." Lin Que nodded, his tone pensive. "This twig is no ordinary object. It even emanates a faint aura of necromancy." He pocketed the twig in the Lord's heart, then turned his attention to Big Mouth, who lay prostrate on the ground, utterly drained, unable to even stand. Such were the debilitating side effects of the frenzy potion, a threefold increase in combat prowess offset by a prolonged period of enfeeblement. "Big Mouth, you have proven your worth," Lin Que said with a smile, recalling Big Mouth to his domain. Fang Qingxue then led Lin Que back to the ancient tree, where she carefully harvested a sapling of the elven tree and secured it within her own domain, her face radiant with satisfaction at her prize. "Lin Que, we ought to return," Fang Qingxue suggested. "Agreed. We shall," Lin Que began. However, before he could finish his sentence, the desiccated twig levitated from his Lord and Apos' inventory, suspended in the air, radiating a faint, emerald glow. "What is transpiring?" Lin Que and Fang Qingxue exclaimed in unison, as if imbued with life. The twig drifted towards the depths of the forest, its pace measured, as if guiding them. "It seems to be beckoning us to some location," Fang Qingxue whispered. Lin Que and Apos' gaze sharpened. He glanced at Fang Qingxue. "Let us proceed. We shall follow its lead." The two mounted their undead steeds and followed the twig deeper into the dense forest. The trees grew taller and more imposing, their canopies so dense that they blotted out the sun, plunging the surroundings into perpetual twilight. A palpable sense of death permeated the air. "The atmosphere here, it is unnerving," Fang Qingxue murmured, drawing closer to Lin Que. Lin Que remained vigilant, dispatching plague to scout ahead, while two legions of ghouls fanned out to secure their perimeter. Suddenly, the twig halted, hovering before a vast chasm. The edges of the abyss were fractured, as if cleaved by some cataclysmic force. The depths of the pit were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, from which emanated a chorus of mournful wails, as if countless tormented spirits were clamoring for release. "Could it be that this leads to the plane of the dead?" Lin Que exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe. Fang Qingxue clung to Lin Que, her face etched with terror. "The plane of the dead? That is the stuff of legends. It is said that only the undead may enter." Lin Que took a deep breath, a surge of excitement coursing through him. If this truly led to the plane of the dead, it would present an unprecedented opportunity. Yet, he knew that it would also be fraught with peril. "Lin Que, should we descend?" Fang Qingxue asked timidly. Lin Que pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since the twig has led us here, there must be some hidden secret below. I cannot afford to miss this chance." He mounted Plague, preparing to venture into the chasm alone. However, Fang Qingxue seized his arm, her voice resolute. "I will not allow it. I am afraid. I shall accompany you." Lin Que frowned, but ultimately relented. Very well, a faint smile graced Fang Qingxue and Apos' lips. The two mounted Plague and carefully began their descent along the precipitous edge of the chasm. As they delved deeper, the aura of death intensified, the air growing stale and suffocating, making each breath a labor. "The atmosphere here, it is unbearable," Fang Qingxue whispered, clutching Lin Que tightly. Lin Que could barely breathe. As they continued their descent, the bottom of the chasm gradually came into view. To their astonishment, it was a barren expanse, devoid of any vegetation. At its center lay a colossal, enigmatic beetle, its body impaled by countless vines, firmly anchored to the ground. The beetle's carapace was a deep cerulean, adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a faint luminescence. Its head was equipped with a pair of razor-sharp mandibles, while its mouth featured a long, pointed proboscis. It also possessed a pair of delicate, gossamer wings, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the death scarabs of the undead scourge, yet amplified in scale by 100-fold. Could this be a Crypt lord? Lin Que and Apos' eyes widened, his heart seized by astonishment. The hierarchy of its subjects is classified as common, elite, general, chieftain, monarch, hero, legendary, epic. A Crypt lord, a heroic entity within the undead scourge, is indeed a formidable monarch of the subterranean realm, wielding immeasurable power. To find it impaled by vines, deceased for what appears to be an age, is perplexing. What circumstances led to the demise of this beetle within this locale? Fang Qingxue, enveloped by unease, pressed herself closer to Lin Que. The sensation of soft forms against his frame sent a tremor through Lin Que, nearly unseating him from his undead steed. He dismounted with alacrity, feigning a cough to mask his discomposure. Subsequently, he cautiously approached the Crypt Lord and Amp Oppo's cadaver. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the vines were adorned with archaic runes, akin to those on the preceding branch. These vines, they appeared to be imbued with a form of arcane sealing. Lin Que murmured in awe. Fang Qingxue drew nearer, her luminous eyes gleaming with intrigue, exclaiming in astonishment, "I recall encountering these runes on a fragment. They bear resemblance to ancient elven script. Yet, these glyphs exude an aura of malevolence." Lin Que and Amp Oppo's brow furrowed, a premonition of concealed secrets stirring within him. The prior desolate undead plane he ventured into, coupled with the discovery of a deceased Crypt Lord in the depths of this secluded forest, begs the question, what cataclysm has befallen the undead scourge? Chapter 27. In immediate availability. As Lin Que and Oppo's fingers grazed the carapace of the Crypt Lord, a surge of tempestuous necrotic energy engulfed him, instantly plunging his consciousness into a maelstrom of chaos. A nebulous vision materialized before him, the Crypt Lord besieged by a cabal of obscure, tenebrous entities, their forms amorphous, shadows entwined. Their offensive maneuvers were eerily unconventional, wielding the power of dark elemental forces and rending the very fabric of space with their bare appendages. The vision abruptly ceased, and Lin Que, beads of perspiration dotting his brow, recoiled. What manner of race was that? He murmured, his voice hushed. Their aura is terrifying. Yet, the present was not the juncture for profound contemplation. He swiftly composed himself, his gaze fixed upon the Crypt Lord, irrespective of all else. Securing it within his domain was paramount. With a wave of his hand, a faint luminescence emanated from his palm, the air vibrating with anticipation. In an instant, the Crypt Lord and Amp Oppo's colossal form vanished without a trace, successfully ensconced within the confines of his dominion. Fang Qingxue, her eyes wide with astonishment, remarked, Lin Que, your ability to sequester it is remarkable. That beetle is far from ordinary. Lin Que responded with a smile. Indeed, it belongs to the undead, and any other lord would be courting demise by incorporating it into their domain. However, I am distinct. My dominion is eminently suited for it, and perhaps I can devise a means to restore it to life. Fang Qingxue chuckled, veiling her mouth with her hand. You are the most prodigious, Arin and Amp Oppo's, to you? As their conversation unfolded, the surrounding space began to contort, spatial undulations enveloping them. What is transpiring? Fang Qingxue inquired, her countenance shifting. Lin Que furrowed his brow. It appears our allotted time within the myriad race's rift has elapsed, and we are being forcibly transported back. No sooner had the words left his lips than their figures were enveloped in a beam of incandescent light, vanishing from their location. In a burst of incandescence, Lin Que and Fang Qingxue materialized at the teleportation nexus of the Jiangcheng Demon Suppression Army headquarters. A contingent of Demon Suppression Army personnel had congregated, preparing to embark on their respective missions. Upon witnessing Lin Que and Fang Qingxue and Amp Oppo's arrival, a collective pause ensued. Chen Wanqiu, upon sighting Lin Que, approached him without delay. Adorned in the Demon Suppression Army's uniform, she exuded an air of spirited elegance. Lin Que, you have returned. What were the fruits of your labor in the myriad race's rift? Lin Que responded with a smile, his tone lighthearted. Quite satisfactory. I have forged contracts with several exotic beasts and procured an assortment of rare materials. Chen Wanqiu offered a demure smile, her voice laced with undisguised admiration. As expected of you, truly remarkable. Chen Wanqiu and Amp Oppo's ardor swiftly captured the attention of the surrounding Demon Suppression Army personnel, precipitating hushed murmurs. Who is this lad? One inquired. To elicit such a warm greeting from the goddess Wanqiu? I hear he is a student, recently returned from the myriad race's rift. Indeed, a prodigy among lords, no doubt. A prodigy, perhaps, but I suspect this lad is about to encounter misfortune. Hong is approaching. As predicted, a towering figure with a stern visage advanced toward them. His brow furrowed, his gaze hostile. This individual, Xie Guhong, served as the captain of an elite Demon Suppression Army squad and was an ardent admirer of Chen Wanqiu. Within the Demon Suppression Army, Xia Guhong's affections for Chen Wanxiu were common knowledge, yet she had consistently maintained her distance. Now, witnessing her effusive interaction with Lin Que, Xia Guhong and Amp Oppo's displeasure was palpable. Xia Guhong approached, his tone frigid. You are Lin Que? I am given to understand that you are merely a one-star lord. Yet you were deemed worthy of entering the myriad races rift. A stroke of sheer luck, I dare say. Lin Que raised an eyebrow, casting a nonchalant glance at Xia Guhong. This fellow is ill-disposed, he surmised. Luck is an integral facet of strength, is it not? He responded evenly. Some are bereft of even a modicum of good fortune. Xia Guhong's gaze darkened, and he scoffed. Luck? On the battlefield, strength is the sole determinant. Chen Wanxiu, observing the exchange, knitted her delicate brows. Xia Guhong, what is the meaning of this? Xia Guhong's expression soured. Wanxiu, what do you find appealing in this lad? Moreover, he is younger than you. How could you possibly harbor affection for him? Upon hearing this, Lin Que was taken aback. He perceives me as a rival, he realized. No wonder he is so antagonistic. However, it must be said, this fellow is the epitome of a straightforward individual. One does not pursue a woman with such directness. Focusing solely on deterring the competition is utterly devoid of finesse. Fang Qingxue, standing nearby, was perplexed. She glanced at Lin Que, then at Chen Wanxiu, and finally at Xia Guhong, whose face was contorted with jealousy, and her displeasure grew. Lin Que, what is the nature of this situation? Lin Que was overcome with exasperation. This has become even more convoluted, he lamented. Chen Wanxiu, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, hastily interjected, Lin Que, I must depart on my mission. Farewell. Her tone was gentle, which only exacerbated Xia Guhong's ire. He gritted his teeth and scoffed. Lin Que, either distance yourself from Wanxiu, or I shall issue a lord's challenge. The surrounding onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Did I hear correctly? One whispered. Captain Xia is acting like a child. Indeed. A war general level lord challenging a warrior level lord? Hong is blinded by love. Lin Que was speechless. Is this truly necessary? He pondered. To risk one's life over such a trivial matter? At that moment, a figure materialized. Interposing himself between Xia Guhong and Lin Que enough. Xia Guhong, he exclaimed, has your lovelorn nature resurfaced? The newcomer was none other than Hu Jinglei, the Demon Suppression Army and Amp Oppo's squadron commander. With his sharp, piercing eyes, imposing physique, and stern countenance, he immediately silenced Xia Guhong. Commander Hua, Xia Guhong stammered, his voice laced with trepidation. Hu Jinglei scoffed. Xia Guhong, do you realize how puerile you are acting? As an elite captain of the Demon Suppression Army, you are bullying a student. Xia Guhong and Amp Oppo's face flushed crimson, and he dared not retort. Hu Jinglei disregarded him and turned his attention to Lin Que, instantly adopting a jovial demeanor. You must be student Lin Que. Greetings. I am Hu Jinglei. You may address me as Brother Lei. A profound silence descended upon the assembly. All eyes widened in disbelief. Even Chen Wanxiu was taken aback. Xia Guhong's expression was one of utter bewilderment. When had the resolute, disciplined, and aloof captain Hu become so amiable? Who precisely was this Lin Que? Of course, the most astonished individual was Lin Que himself. He had never encountered Hu Jinglei and could not fathom the reason for his behavior. Fang Qingxue, standing to the side, was inwardly alarmed. Hu Jinglei is renowned as a ruthless figure in Jiacheng, she mused. Even my grandfather extends courtesies to the Hu family. Why is he treating Lin Que with such deference? Hu Jinglei, oblivious to the surrounding astonishment, leaned in close to Lin Que and whispered, Student Lin Que, when will you be returning to the dimensional plane to assist me in clearing the carcasses of exotic beasts? Lin Que suddenly realized that the spatial dimension belonged to Hu Jinglei. He quickly smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Lei. I will be free tonight. Upon hearing this, Hu Jinglei and Amp Oppo's tone became exuberant. Great. It and Amp Oppo's a promise. I'm counting on you. He patted Lin Que on the shoulder and grinned. Lin, do come by the Demon Suppression Army sometime. I have a mission to attend to first. Sure, Brother Lei, Lin Que replied with an awkward smile. Deep down, he truly felt grateful to Hu Jinglei. As soon as Hu Jinglei and Amp Oppo's figure vanished, the atmosphere around them remained somewhat frozen. Everyone in Amp Oppo's gaze towards Lin Que had shifted. Who exactly was Lin Que? Even Captain Hu treated him with such courtesy. Perhaps he hailed from one of the prominent families in Kyoto. This young man is indeed remarkable. Not only is he handsome, but he also has an impressive background. Brother Hong might find it hard to compete with him. Chen Wanqiu approached Lin Que and said, Lin Que, I'm off on a mission. Lin Que nodded with a smile. Fang Qingxue stood nearby, pouting her lips, her face displaying clear discontent. Chapter 28. If you do not want Lin Que, then I shall not go either. At the central square of the Jiangxing Lord Vocational Academy, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Look, they have returned. With that exclamation, the entire square erupted in fervor. A few students, just back from the myriad races and Oppos, return, were surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers, each speaking over one another with questions. Old Zhang, I heard you contracted a flaming lion griffin? Don't even mention it. I only found a few broken or pieces. What? That rascal Wang Hao actually brought back a multi-headed water serpent. In the center of the crowd, several team members were animatedly displaying their spoils. A boy with a buzz cut was conjuring flickering crimson flames in his palm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. I have contracted a fire-type beast. My combat power has doubled. Beside him, a bespectacled boy chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Alas, I only collected some rare materials. I didn't even touch a beast's fur. Meanwhile, beneath a towering phoenix tree at the edge of the square, Lin Que lounged lazily against the trunk. Fang Qingxue stood quietly beside him, her white dress fluttering gently in the breeze, painting a picturesque scene of youthful exuberance. They listened to the distant clamor, sharing a knowing smile. It seems everyone has returned with good fortunes, Fang Qingxue remarked softly. Lin Que shrugged. Their gains far surpassed those of their peers. Not only had he contracted a deathly warhorse and undead minions, but he had also acquired the fabled hero-class cave lord. Fang Qingxue, in turn, had obtained a sapling of the ancient elven tree, soon to nurture a new generation of elven kin. Such accomplishments were beyond the wildest dreams of other lords. However, amidst the buzz of conversation, a cold gaze fell upon them from afar. Zhao Kuan stood at the opposite end of the square, his eyes fierce. Lin Que, you are still alive. His expression was dark, as if he were about to burst with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Where is Yang Wentao? Someone suddenly inquired. It was then that the crowd realized Yang Wentao had not returned. Why hasn't he come back? Could something have happened to him? That is unlikely, right? Only Lin Ke's gaze sharpened, remaining silent. He had long decided to feign ignorance regarding Yang Wentao's demise, refusing to utter a word about it. After all, the circumstances surrounding Yang Wentao and Oppos' death implicated two prominent families in Jiangxing. Any misstep could provoke a frenzied retaliation from both. Ultimately, the Academy confirmed Yang Wentao and Oppos' death. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd as they lamented the perils of the myriad races and Oppos' return. Just then, Fang Yan approached with a serious, yet somewhat relieved expression. Dear students, I am glad to see you all return safely and with bountiful harvests. However, it is with regret that I must inform you of your classmate Yang Wentao and Oppos' sacrifice. She paused before continuing. Furthermore, for those who have gained opportunities, the admissions office of the first-class Lord universities from various provinces wishes to meet with you. Upon hearing this, many team members, momentarily forgetting their sorrow, erupted with excitement. First-class Lord University. If we are specially recruited, it would be a glorious moment for our families. I heard the admissions office of the Kyoto Lord University is also here. That has always been my dream. The Penglai Lord University is also commendable. Their resources are said to be exceptionally abundant. Lin Que felt a stir of excitement within him. His target university had always been the Kyoto Lord University, the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia, boasting the richest resources and the most formidable faculty. Most importantly, his sister, Lin Xinyue, had once studied there. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. The admissions offices of Kyoto Lord University, Penglai Lord University, and Rongqing Lord University gathered in Jiangxing, preparing to extend early offers to outstanding students. This sparked envy among members of other teams. Why do only Fang Yan's team members have this opportunity? I heard their team performed exceptionally well during the myriad races and Oppos' return. If only I had joined Fang Yan's team back then. The most displeased was Zhao Kuan. With a sullen face, he muttered curses under his breath. Yang Wentao is such a waste, squandering such an excellent assassination opportunity. Truly incompetent. He was determined not to let Lin Que be recruited early. Zhao Kuan's gaze turned icy as he quickly called his brother-in-law, Zhou Tianxiu. Meanwhile, members of Fang Yan's team were escorted into a spacious office. With a serious demeanor, she admonished them quietly, "You must showcase the potential of your kin without reservation. Strive for early recruitment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." These admissions officers from the first-class Lord universities are predominantly peak warlord level. Their discerning eyes are unparalleled. Lin Que and Fang Qingxue exchanged solemn glances. Lin Que promptly chose Kyoto University, followed closely by Fang Qingxue. At that moment, two mentors, one male and one female, entered the room. The male was slightly plump with a kind demeanor, while the female was tall and sharp-eyed. "Mentor Chow, these are Lin Que and Fang Qingxue." Fang Yan introduced them with a smile before stepping aside. The mentors' gazes immediately fixed upon Lin Que and Fang Qingxue, scrutinizing them intently. As peak warlords, they could effortlessly sense a lordess potential. Lin Que remained calm, exuding an air of confidence. Given his performance and achievements, securing a special recruitment should be a foregone conclusion. Fang Qingxue, possessing 5-star lord qualifications, was equally assured. Mentor Chow briefly reviewed their files and exchanged a few hushed words with the female mentor. Moments later, he looked up and spoke coolly. "Lin Que, your record is indeed impressive. Both in the 79th dimension and at the 9th border battlefield, your performance is commendable. However," he paused, a hint of regret in his tone, "you only possess 1-star Lord qualifications. According to our standards at Kyoto Lord University, you may not meet the criteria for special recruitment." As those words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Lin Que furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He could sense a subtle animosity from Mentor Chow towards him. The first meeting, and already hostility? It seemed that the Zhou family was meddling behind the scenes. Before Lin Que could respond, Mentor Chow donned a friendly expression and turned to Fang Qingxue. His tone warm. "Fang Qingxue, your qualifications and experience completely align with our special recruitment standards. Kyoto Lord University warmly welcomes you to join us." The female mentor nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration. They were acutely aware of the Fang family and Appo's influence. Thus their demeanor towards Fang Qingxue was exceptionally courteous. However, Fang Qingxue appeared displeased, decisively rejecting the offer. "If you do not want Lin Que, then I shall not go either." Upon hearing this, the two mentors exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Que was also momentarily stunned. This was a special recruitment opportunity from Kyoto Lord University, something countless individuals yearned for, and yet she had the audacity to refuse it outright? The female mentor, noticing the situation, hastily attempted to persuade her. "Fang Qingxue, based on your application, your file has already been processed. In other words, you are now a student at the Kyoto Lord University." Fang Qingxue was taken aback. She had initially submitted her application solely because of Lin Quebec. Now that they had rejected Lin Que, she felt there was no longer a need for her to attend. Biting her lip, her gaze resolute, she declared, "Then I shall withdraw." Upon hearing this, both Professor Chow and the female instructor appeared visibly troubled. Observing this, Lin Que stepped forward, addressing the two instructors. "Fang is merely jesting with you." He paused, his expression calm as he turned to Fang Qingxue. "Rest assured, although I lack the qualifications for special admission, I will strive to gain entrance to Kyoto Lord University through my own efforts." Shifting his gaze to Professor Chow, he added, "I hope to have the opportunity to seek your guidance in the future." Hearing this, Professor Chow and Appo's expression grew complicated, tinged with slight unease. "Well, if that is the case, let it be so. Fang, we welcome your enrollment. As for you, Lin Que, I wish you the best of luck." It was known to him that with Lin Que and Appo's qualifications, he would struggle to pass even the first round of preliminary examinations. Gaining admission to Kyoto Lord University required a 5-star qualification as a stringent prerequisite. With that, both instructors rose and departed the office. Fang Qingxue watched their retreating figures, her expression still filled with indignation. She turned to Lin Que. "Lin Que, I mean what I say. If they do not grant you special admission, I shall not attend." Lin Que smiled gently. "Do not be foolish. Kyoto Lord University is your dream, as well as your family's expectation. Do not give it up for me. Trust me, I will certainly gain admission." Fang Qingxue wished to say more, but upon seeing the confidence in Lin Que and Appo's eyes, she ultimately nodded. "Very well, I shall wait for you." Lin Que smiled slightly, his gaze profound. The Zhou family. It seems your relentless pursuit has reached its limit. It is time to strike back. Chapter 29. Just report my name directly. Upon learning of Lin Que and Apos' failure to secure a special admission, Fang Yan hurried over, her face a mixture of astonishment and concern. With her brows slightly furrowed, she inquired, when did the Kyoto Lord University become so rigid? How could they disqualify you from the special admission? Lin Que, do not be disheartened. With your capabilities, you could easily gain admission to other top-tier Lord Universities through the regular examination. Besides, you have guaranteed admission to other institutions as well. Shall I assist you in modifying your application choices? Director Fang, there is no need. Lin Que shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. I only wish to attend Kyoto Lord University. This institution was not merely a prestigious academy. It was also the alma mater of his sister, Lin Que. Only by attending Kyoto Lord University could he delve deeper into her past and possibly uncover clues regarding her disappearance. Seeing Lin Ke's steadfast determination, Fang Yan sighed and finally nodded. Very well, I trust your judgment. Beside them, Fang Qingxue wore a displeased expression, pouting. Lin Que, my family has already promised to expedite the cultivation of the elven citizens. I will soon be heading to Kyoto, so you must not let me down. You absolutely must gain admission. Lin Que smiled wryly. Rest assured, my sister was once a student at Kyoto Lord University as well. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue's expression brightened. She lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. All right then, you must work hard. Once I cultivate new elven citizens, their strength will rival that of your undead. Lin Que chuckled and nodded. Sure, I and Apos, I'll be counting on you. Fang Qingxue beamed with anticipation, her smile sweet. It and Apos, settled then. See you in Kyoto. As he watched her depart, Lin Que and Apos' smile gradually faded, replaced by an unusual calm. For the sake of his sister, he had to give it his all. He could not allow the Zhou family to obstruct his path to Kyoto Lord University. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Que immediately entered the territory space. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Lord, Lin Que, level, warrior level 20, equipment, corrosive sword, strength, 115, agility, 115, mentality, 115, defense, 215, potential, 1 star, area, 16. 000 square meters, gold, 105, 286, 000, buildings, undead hall, crypt, haunted gold mine, shop, graveyard, evolution furnace. Subjects, undead miners X11, Naga guards X1. Ghoul generals X2, non-death undead X1, ghouls X180, 000. Lin Que frowned slightly as his gaze swept over the densely packed ghouls within his territory. Feeling somewhat cramped, it seems the area is still insufficient, he muttered to himself, then spent some gold to expand his territory to 20,000 square meters. However, even with the expansion, the space remained constricted due to the overwhelming number of ghouls. Reflecting on his battles with the dimensional hunters, Lin Que felt a wave of sentiment. Without the invincibility potion and the teleportation dagger, it would be exceedingly challenging to confront those formidable foes with his current strength. Clearly, it was imperative to cultivate some subjects with formidable individual prowess. He had initially intended to excavate treasure chests, but his mental energy had not yet recovered. Based on his experience, he needed to be at full mental capacity to extract treasure from the haunted gold mine. Just then, his gaze fell upon the Crypt Lord positioned beside the tainted spring of life, his greatest gain from the myriad races and Apos, returned to ruin and the most delightful surprise of this journey. The Crypt Lord, bathed in the contaminated spring water, gradually emitted a strong aura of death, seemingly absorbing the energy from the spring. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Unlock new building. Dark altar. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 gold to construct it? Construct. Lin Que decisively responded, his heart racing with excitement. As he understood, the Dark Altar was a special structure capable of summoning hero-level units. Construction successful. Dark Altar activated. Heroes summonable. Crypt Lord. Summoning conditions. Lord's Heart X1. Undead Soul X1. Death Crystal X5. Dark Source X1. Observing the summoning conditions, Lin Ke's brow furrowed. The Lord and Apos' heart and undead soul were manageable, but he had never even heard of death crystals and dark sources. He had initially thought he could summon the Crypt Lord immediately, only to find the requirements so stringent. It seemed he would have to try his luck on the Lord trading platform. Lin Que promptly posted his exchange request on the Lord trading channel. Corrosive Sword X1, 5. 000 gold. Seeking Death Crystal X5. Corrosive Spear X1, 10. 000 gold. Seeking Dark Source X1. He had no clear idea of the specific value of death crystals and dark sources, relying solely on his intuition to estimate their worth. Fortunately, Lin Que was not lacking in gold. As long as he could gather the materials, he did not mind the cost. However, once his request was posted, the trading channel erupted with activity. Numerous lords began to discuss, what is a death crystal? I think I've heard of it on the black market. Dark source? Does that even exist? Huh. You think you can trade for a dark source with such little gold and equipment? What a dream. Lin Que and Appos' heart sank as he read the discussions in the channel. Could these materials truly be that rare? He furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Clinging to a desperate hope, he gritted his teeth and raised the price to 15,000 gold. Yet, several hours passed, and apart from igniting further discussions among the lords, no one reached out to him. Just as Lin Que was about to give up and seek alternative methods, a private message suddenly popped up. Hey there, brother. If you give me another corrosive spear, I can tell you where to obtain the materials you need. Lin Que was taken aback upon reading this message, and his expression darkened. Damn, isn't this the same guy who took advantage of me last time? He recalled clearly how this individual had tricked him into selling his corrosive spear for double the price. With a cold smirk, Lin Que replied, Brother, you are lacking in integrity. You know the price of armor-piercing equipment, yet still try to swindle me. And now you come back for more? The other party quickly responded. Come on, brother. Don and Appos, say it like that. Last time I just didn't have enough money, but I promise this time, the information is absolutely reliable. Besides, you can casually produce 20,000 gold. A corrosive spear is nothing to you. Lin Que squinted, weighing his options. Although this individual was indeed untrustworthy, he had no better alternatives at present. All right, I'll trust you one more time, Lin Que replied. The other party immediately sent a smiling face emoji and revealed their ID as Wudi. No worries. Hehe, that place is rather special, brother. And we might need to discuss it in person. After that, he sent a teleportation coordinate. Lin Que glanced at the coordinate, raising an eyebrow. So you're in Jiang City as well? I might as well come find you directly. Wudi promptly replied, all right. I am at the end Amp, Appos, Black Crow Tavern and Amp, Appos, in the eastern district of Jiang City. Just mention my name when you arrive. Lin Que withdrew his trading request, a frown creasing his brow. The Black Crow Tavern. That place is a veritable melting pot, teeming with all sorts of individuals from various walks of life. Can this person truly be trusted? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, yet he quickly resolved to forge ahead. For the sake of gaining strength swiftly, for the opportunity to step into the battlefield of myriad races in search of his sister, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Lin Que exited the Lord and Amp, Appos' space, donning a set of dark attire, concealing a teleportation dagger at his waist, and preparing a vial of invincibility potion. Subsequently, he stealthily scaled the wall and departed from the school. The night was deep, and the streets of Jiang City were sparsely lit. A sense of emptiness enveloped Lin Que. In this vast parallel world, he had but one kin, his sister, Lin Xinyue. Yet now, her fate remained uncertain. He lowered the brim of his hat and hastened towards the eastern district of Jiang City. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Black Crow Tavern. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he was greeted by a mingling aroma of alcohol and smoke. The tavern was dimly lit, with an array of individuals seated in the corners, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others drank alone, creating an aura of mystery. Lin Que approached the bar and addressed the bartender. I am looking for Wudi. The bartender glanced at him, nodding toward a booth in the corner, over there. Following the direction indicated, Lin Que spotted a young man with a buzz cut, appearing to be of similar age. He walked over and took a seat directly across from him, stating plainly, I am Lin Quebec. Wudi lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. A broad smile gracing his face, seemingly no older than Lin Quebec. Ah, brother Lin, you arrived quite swiftly. Lin Que, uninterested in pleasantries, cut to the chase. Now, Can we discuss the information regarding the death crystal and the source of darkness? Woody chuckled softly, lowering his voice. No need to rush. Let us have a drink first. We can take our time. He beckoned, and the bartender promptly brought over 2 goblets filled with a dark red liquid. Lin Que glanced at the drink, but made no move to touch it, coldly fixing his gaze on Wu Di. Apologies, I'm pressed for time. Wu Di shrugged, his smile fading. Very well, then I shall speak plainly. I do know where to acquire the death crystal and the source of darkness, but that place is not simple. It all depends on whether you dare to go. Chapter 30. The Crimson Abyss, the Ghoul King. Where is it? Lin Que furrowed his brow, his gaze vigilant. Wu Di smiled mysteriously, pulling out a piece of yellowed parchment from his pocket and sliding it across the table to Lin Quebec. This is the coordinates of that place, but you will need me to guide you in. Lin Que glanced at the parchment, his frown deepening. The underground Lordess Arena? Wu Di chuckled, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the underground Lordess Arena not only hosts beast fights, but also facilitates the trade of various illicit rare materials. Of course, the Great Xia authorities do not permit the existence of such arenas, which is why it is situated in the Crimson Abyss. Upon hearing the name Crimson Abyss, Lin Ke's expression darkened. That place was notoriously infamous, known as the Forbidden Ground for Lords. It was rumored that the Crimson Abyss is a convergence point of hundreds of dimensional rifts, teeming with chaos and danger. Even warlord-level lords would not dare to tread lightly there. Are you certain that there are death crystals and the source of darkness? Lin Ke's gaze turned cold as he fixed his stare on Wu Di. Wu Di shrugged, his face earnest. Lin, relax. Such rare materials are monopolized by the powerful families as soon as they appear on the trading platforms. It's nearly impossible to acquire them. Moreover, I've even shared my true name with you. How could I dare to deceive you? True name? Is your true name Wu Di? Lin Que was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yes. ISNT it wonderful? I came up with it myself. Wu Di, invincible. Haha. Wu Di beamed with pride, laughing like an innocent child. Lin Que was momentarily speechless. This guy not only had a rather juvenile name, but also had a character that was equally unpredictable, making him hard to fathom. Nevertheless, Wu Di made a valid point. Even if he had the funds, acquiring such rare materials would be impossible against those powerful families. After a brief silence, Lin Que weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The dangers of the Crimson Abyss were undeniable, but in order to gather the materials needed to summon the Dungeon Lord, he seemed to have no other choice. All right, I will accompany you. Lin Que nodded in agreement, drawing forth the corroded blade. His tone bore a hint of warning. However, if you dare to play tricks, I shall make you regret it. Wu Di chuckled, raising his cup. Rest assured, Lin, my reputation is a golden brand in this region. Besides, we are now partners. Betraying you would be equivalent to betraying myself. Lin Que chose to ignore Wu Di's antics and directly inquired, when can we depart? Tomorrow night, Wu Di replied, his smile fading. The entrance to the Crimson Abyss only opens on a full moon night, and tomorrow happens to be the 15th. Lin Que nodded, rising to his feet. Very well. Then we shall meet at the entrance to the Crimson Abyss at 8 tomorrow evening. As he turned to leave, Wu Di suddenly called out, Lin, are you certain about going to the Crimson Abyss? Also, do you have suitable subjects for the arena? Every lord entering the Crimson Abyss must participate in the fights, or they will be hunted down. Furthermore, the mortality rate for first-time participants is exceedingly high. You must think carefully. Lin Ke's brows knitted slightly as he pondered. Currently, Dezue was at the elite level, while Plague Brother was at the commander level. If he were to venture to Huijinglei's dimensional space tonight and consume some beast corpses, Dezue should be able to advance to the commander level. With 2 commander-level subjects, alongside his undead army and immortals, it should suffice to face the arena. Understood. I've made up my mind. Lin Que declared. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's eyes sparkled with surprise as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent. Lin, you are indeed straightforward. I will make the arrangements. He paused before adding, however, I must caution you that the arena in the Crimson Abyss is no trivial matter. The gladiators there are desperate, and their subjects are not weak. It would be wise to prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, you may not even qualify to participate in the trades. Lin Que nodded, his tone calm. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Wu Di grinned, retrieving a pitch-black token from his pocket and handing it to Lin Quebec. This is a temporary pass to enter the Crimson Abyss. We shall meet at the entrance tomorrow night at 8. Lin Que accepted the token, feeling its cold surface, etched with intricate spatial runes that subtly emanated a rich aura of spatial elemental laws. He tucked the token away and replied nonchalantly, "See you tomorrow." With that, Lin Que turned and exited the tavern, swiftly vanishing into the night. Wu Di watched his retreating figure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "An intriguing and affluent fellow, I hope your strength does not disappoint me." Lin Que hurried back to his quarters. Directly entering the dimensional space where Hu Jinglei had stored the beast corpses, he immediately summoned Zue. The space was filled with countless beast corpses, and a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Upon seeing the corpses, Deze's eyes lit up. It had not been sated after the last meal where Plague Brother had consumed too much. This time, it could finally indulge itself. Roar! Dezue opened its massive maw, ravenously devouring the corpses. Simultaneously, their forms grew increasingly formidable, with dark red patterns emerging upon their skin, their fangs sharpened to a lethal edge, and their breaths becoming ever more ferocious. They all evolved into elite ghouls. Lin Que stood aside, nodding with excitement. Evidently, the results of this evolution were promising. He gathered his wide-mouthed grin along with 100 elite ghouls, turning away from the dimensional space and returning to his dormitory. Next, Lin Que commenced the meticulous organization of his equipment and items. He thoroughly examined the corrosive sword and the teleportation dagger, preparing several vials of invisibility potion and invincibility potion to ensure absolute preparedness. He even purchased the recently refreshed and Appos, Death Mask and Appos, from the shop, the Crimson Abyss. He hoped to successfully acquire the Death Crystal and the Source of Darkness this time. Lin Que clenched his fist, glancing at the time. There were still a few hours until the agreed-upon 8:00 and amp, Appos, clock. He decided to rest for a while, to gather his strength, as a fierce battle awaited him that evening. Lying on his bed, he shut his eyes, and terrifying rumors about the Crimson Abyss incessantly floated through his mind. Chapter 31. The Novice and Amp, Appos, first encounter with gladiatorial combat at 8:00 and amp, Appos, clock in the evening. The moon hung full and luminous in the sky. Guided by Wu Di, Lin Que traversed the final spatial rift and finally entered the Crimson Abyss. They had arrived. Wu Di lowered his voice and gestured ahead. Lin Que and Appos' pupils constricted as he beheld a distorted realm. The dark red heavens were adorned with 3 blood moons, casting an eerie crimson hue over the entire domain. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. "Stay close to me," Wu Di cautioned, crouching slightly as he led the way. "Each crack in the fabric of space may conceal deadly threats." The duo advanced along the winding fissures, the distant echoes of roars reverberating ominously. Suddenly, a shadow darted overhead, and Lin Que looked up to see a humanoid creature with wings sprouting from its back. "Do not stare," Wu Di warned urgently. "That is a member of the Bloodwing clan. They despise being watched." Upon passing through the last rift, the sight before Lin Que caused him to catch his breath. A colossal arena, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, lay at the heart of the abyss. Although merely a rift in the multiverse, its scale rivaled that of a small dimensional realm. "Welcome to the Crimson Colosseum." Wu Di grinned broadly. "Here, lineage is irrelevant. Only strength matters." Lin Que clenched his fists, a flicker of combat spirit igniting within his gaze. In this arena, a multitude of beings from various dimensions and races congregated. While humans were predominant, a smattering of other races was present. Some were towering like giants, while others were diminutive like dwarfs. Some bore bizarre forms that defied easy classification. It was said that this Colosseum was established by a mysterious warlord of the human race. Whispers abound that he was a traitor to humanity, disillusioned by the internal rules. Or perhaps he was ostracized by the elite and forced into exile. Regardless of the rumors, all beings entering this domain held him in high esteem, refraining from inciting trouble. Though the Crimson Abyss appeared ruthless, strict regulations governed the arena. Unless a formal challenge was issued, life and death were left to fate. No one could engage in random slaughter. Otherwise, the Crimson Guards were not to be trifled with. "Do not provoke those fellows," Wu Di whispered, pointing to a nearby squad of guards clad in dark red armor. Each guard radiated formidable energy, at least at the level of a war king. Lin Que nodded, a sense of caution settling in his heart. It appeared that while danger lurked here, a semblance of order prevailed. His eyes roamed over the other sentient beings, brimming with curiosity: rock giants, dwarves, spirit beings, Azura, tree demons, and goblins. Even translucent specters floated through the air. Lin Que marveled inwardly. Life is indeed wondrous. Such diversity would be inconceivable back on Blue Star. Beside him, Wu Di seemed entirely at home. When he first arrived, He too was filled with wonder. But the harsh realities of this place soon taught him a bitter lesson. Ultimately, it was his wit and luck that allowed him to find his footing. Now, he had gained a modest reputation within the Crimson Abyss. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Que quickly donned a death mask. Not only did it conceal his identity, but it also granted a 15 lifesteal effect to the designated subjects of the warlord. Combined with the insatiable devouring skill of Dezue, its durability would become exceedingly formidable. Upon seeing Lin Que and Amp, Appo's death mask, Wu Di and Amp, Appo's eyes widened with envy. Is that a lifesteal artifact? Brother, you are too extravagant. Can you sell me one? Such equipment was a priceless treasure, often unattainable even for millions of gold coins. Lin Que smiled lightly, his tone teasing. If I can successfully acquire the Death Crystal and the Source of Darkness this time, I might consider it. Wu Di nearly leaped in excitement at this prospect. All right, brother. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. Rubbing his hands together, a glint of greed shone in his eyes. He then guided Lin Que through the throngs of beings to the registration desk of the arena. Lin brother, please register here. I will go gather information on the Death Crystal and the Source of Darkness. Lin Que nodded, stepping up to the registration counter. The person in charge was a gaunt middle-aged man who glanced at Lin Que and asked indifferently, Newcomer? Yes, Lin Que replied succinctly. The man tossed a black token toward him, inscribed with Lin Que and Amp, Appo's name and identification number. This is your identity token, be sure to keep it safe. For your first battle, the death rate among subjects exceeds 80. I suggest you prepare additional subjects. Lin Que accepted the token with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. He turned away from the registration desk, his apprehension deepening. It appeared that the arena's battles were even more brutal than he had anticipated. At that moment, Wu Di hurried back, a spark of excitement on his face. Lin brother, good news. I learned that tonight there will be a special match in the arena, and the victor will receive a Death Crystal. A glimmer shone in Lin Ke's eyes. A special match? What are the rules? Wu Di lowered his voice. The rules are quite simple, a free-for-all. All participants enter simultaneously, and the last one standing is the winner. Lin Que frowned slightly. A free-for-all? That might be troublesome. Wu Di chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I almost forgot. You are a newcomer. This free-for-all might indeed be too challenging for you, especially since it and Appo's an elevated free-for-all. Lin Que regarded him calmly. No matter, please elaborate on the rules of the free-for-all. Wu Di nodded, continuing. The rules of the free-for-all are not overly complex, but they are exceedingly brutal. Once the match commences, all participants will be teleported to an enclosed arena, featuring a complex terrain that may include swamps, jungles, deserts, and even volcanoes. Contestants may bring their subjects, but there is a limit, typically no more than 100. There is no time limit. The match continues until only one lord remains. During the contest, you can choose to attack other lords or conceal yourself and wait for an opportunity. However, the arena will gradually shrink over time, compelling participants to engage in combat. Lin Que listened intently, furrowing his brow. It sounds reminiscent of a battle royale format. Wu Di paused momentarily. Battle royale? What is that? Lin Que waved his hand dismissively. It and Appo's nothing. Please continue. Wu Di nodded and proceeded. Additionally, various resources will appear within the arena, such as equipment and even rare materials. These resource points often become focal points of contention, inciting conflict among participants. Lastly, and most crucially, in gladiatorial combat, life and death are disregarded, even if one concedes. Survival ultimately depends on the opponent and Appo's disposition. Thus, warrior-level lords typically do not participate. Lin Que pondered thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Wu Di wore a grave expression, softly advising, Brother Lin, perhaps we should take our time and wait until you familiarize yourself with the rules of combat. Although you possess 2 commander-level subjects, which barely qualifies you to participate, the chaos of battle is fraught with uncertainties. You must be wary of those who delight in ambushes. Lin Que replied with a faint smile, Ambushes? I am not particularly concerned. In his mind, he calculated the formidable advantages that the ferocious devouring of Big Mouth and the plague outbreak from Plague Brother would bring to the melee. Coupled with the water control of the Naga guards and the mobility of the undead steeds, approaching him would prove exceedingly difficult for others. Moreover, the undead could silently possess and cast curses. As for the teleporting dagger and the invincibility potion, he would refrain from using them lightly unless faced with dire circumstances. for revealing these trump cards could invite far greater troubles. Seeing Lin Que brimming with confidence, Wu Di could not help but reiterate his caution, Brother Lin. Do not underestimate your opponents. The other gladiators are not to be trifled with. They are individuals who thrive on the edge of peril and are exceedingly cunning. Lin Que clenched his fists, his eyes alight with battle fervor. Rest assured, I have made my decision to partake in this melee. His resolve was not born of impulsiveness, but rather from careful contemplation. According to the regulations, this bout was limited to warriors of the Battle King rank and below, with participants' strength capped at the peak of the Battle General level. With the prowess of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, he felt a measure of confidence. Seeing that he could not dissuade Lin Que, Wu Di sighed. Very well. The two hastened towards the registration area for the arena. The crowd around them was bustling, with a line at the registration desk that was not particularly long. Many had gathered to witness the spectacle, yet few dared to register. After all, the brutality of the melee was well known, and those who chose to enter were individuals with absolute confidence in their own abilities. When it was Lin Que and Appo's turn, the elderly registrar scrutinized him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is this your first time participating in the gladiatorial games? Or are you a warrior-level lord?" Chapter 32, Truly Touching. Yet, the mind is not quite sharp. Upon hearing this remark, the surroundings erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Some life forms emitted a series of chattering sounds, seemingly mocking or questioning. Others wore expressions of disdain, clearly dismissing Lin Que, the newcomer. Notably, a dark-faced human stared intently at Lin Que, his eyes brimming with hostility. Lin Que paid no heed to these gazes, calmly accepting the gladiatorial token before turning towards the teleportation array of the arena. Due to a limited number of participants, the battle would ultimately feature a chaotic melee of 12 contenders, 11 battle-class lords, and 1 warrior-class lord. Among them were 9 humans and 3 from other races. As the 12 competitors stepped into the teleportation array, the atmosphere in the arena tightened with tension. Standing within the array, Lin Que felt a potent spatial force enveloping him. In the next moment, darkness engulfed his vision, and he was transported to an unfamiliar environment. Lin Que quickly surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was in a desolate desert, with the scorching sun beating down on the sandy ground, making it uncomfortable to stand. Waves of dry heat rippled through the air. In the distance, several sand dunes loomed, and he could faintly discern the figures of other gladiators, but they soon vanished from sight. A desert terrain, he mused, frowning slightly. This landscape is disadvantageous for the Naga guards. He promptly summoned his minions, Big Mouth and Plague Brother, and mounted his skeletal warhorse. The undead became translucent, closely trailing behind him. To adhere to the gladiatorial rules, each gladiator was permitted no more than 100 minions. Lin Que positioned 96 elite ghouls around him, forming a tight defensive circle. Simultaneously, in the stands of the Crimson Abyss gladiatorial arena, tens of thousands of spectators engaged in animated discussions. This lad is intriguing. His historical battle count is 0? A warrior-class lord. Am I mistaken? Who dares enter the chaotic arena without battle experience? What a pity. He is likely to perish in his first contest. Many human lords voiced their opinions on Lin Que, evidently lacking faith in this newcomer. It is essential to note that none of his 11 opponents were anything short of notorious for their ferocity. They never left survivors in their wake. As the countdown reached 1 minute, the battle officially commenced. Lin Que swiftly entered a combat-ready state, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. In the distance, a giant from the rock tribe charged toward him, flanked by a group of stone warriors, their demeanor aggressive. Clearly, they perceived Lin Que as an easy target. Eager to seize the initiative, Big Mouth, conclude this swiftly. Lin Que commanded, his voice cold and resolute. The sight of the rock tribe reminded him of Yang Wentao. With a roar, Big Mouth unleashed its frenzied devour. Its massive form surged forward like a streak of crimson lightning, aiming for the rock giant. The rock giant, enraged, swung its colossal stone fist at Big Mouth. However, Big Mouth's speed was astounding, easily evading the attack and striking the giant's shoulder with a claw. Crack! A sizable chunk of the rock giant's shoulder was torn away, sending debris flying. Without mercy, Big Mouth continued its relentless assault. The rock giantess form diminishing visibly until it was reduced to a pile of rubble scattered across the sand. The other stone warriors posed even less of a challenge. Swiftly dispatched in a lopsided rout, Lin Que remained mounted on his skeletal warhorse, his expression serene. With Big Mouth's prowess, dealing with such adversaries was indeed effortless. Yet, He did not let his guard down. This was merely the beginning, and far stronger foes awaited. In the stands, astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is happening? That newcomer is remarkably powerful. What kind of monsters are his minions to annihilate a rock giant so effortlessly? Indeed, the hide of that giant was impenetrable even to the blood wolves, yet it fell so easily. This chaotic battle is finally becoming interesting. While the spectators buzzed with excitement, Lin Que remained oblivious to the attention he had garnered. His gaze turned icy as it swept over the distant sand dunes. And he quietly strategized. Ghouls, infiltrate the sand. He ordered softly. Instantly, 96 elite ghouls burrowed into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Even in such harsh conditions, they seemed to adapt seamlessly. Next, I shall conceal myself for now, Lin Que murmured to himself. He directed Big Mouth and Plague Brother to hide behind the dunes while he, mounted on the skeletal warhorse, took cover to quietly observe the unfolding events. Lin Que understood that the key to surviving the melee lay in preserving his strength and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Rather than initiating confrontation, it was wiser to allow the other participants to exhaust each other, positioning himself to reap the rewards. Sure enough, not long after, the sounds of fierce combat reached his ears. Lin Que stealthily dispatched a ghoul to scout ahead, witnessing two gladiators engaged in a brutal clash on the other side of a dune. One was the dark-faced human lord, and the other, a half-beast lord with sharp fangs. Their minions clashed ferociously, the battle proving exceptionally brutal. Lin Que observed coldly, internally assessing their strengths. The dark-faced lord's minions excelled in speed and agility, skilled in mobile strikes. In contrast, the half-beast lord and Oppo's minions possessed formidable strength and high defense. Both sides were evenly matched, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. At that moment, another gladiator approached rapidly, a hulking minotaur, nearly 3 meters tall, with curved black horns atop its head and muscles rippling across its frame. Behind it trailed a cadre of large minotaur warriors, each step causing the sandy ground to tremble as they charged forward. Another contender has arrived. It seems I must wait before reaping the benefits, Lin Que murmured, his gaze steely. The arrival of the Minotaur Lord visibly unsettled the dark-faced human lord, who waved his hand, summoning 3 green-armored apes to strike with all their might. In an instant, the green-armored apes surged forth like bolts of green lightning, targeting the fanged half-beast. Though the half-beast was powerful, the relentless assault of the green-armored apes soon overwhelmed him, culminating in a gruesome demise. The Minotaur Lord's eyes flared crimson as he gazed upon the mangled remains of his half-beast ally, his broad nostrils flaring with rage. "Real, my brother," he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, hooves pounding the sand and stirring clouds of dust. Veins bulged on his body as a sinister blood-red aura ignited around his battle axe. Despicable humans. Just as the Bull Lord charged halfway, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, causing his massive form to lose balance and tumble uncontrollably. As he witnessed the oncoming onslaught of the green-armored berserkers, an elder bull warrior bravely surged forward, shielding him from all their assaults with his own body. "Watch out, Lord." But alas, he was pierced through by the claws of the green-armored berserker, and blood instantly stained the sandy pit crimson. "Old Tal." The Bull Lord and Imp, Oppo's eyes widened in fury. The dark-faced human lord guffawed triumphantly, exclaiming, "Ha! Splendid. Truly touching. It seems the Bull and Oppo's brain and Oppo's quite the sharpest." With a subtle wave of his hand, 3 more green-armored berserkers charged forth. Chapter 33, number 9527. I demand retribution in blood. The Bull Lord, consumed by rage, experienced a tremendous surge in muscular power, and the blood flames on his battle axe rose skyward. Yet, discerning eyes could see that he was merely a cornered beast fighting for survival. Among the myriad races, the human race excels in cunning and deceit. Races such as the Bull tribe, however, often rely on brute strength, preferring to confront challenges head-on. At this moment, the Bull Lord was entirely engulfed by fury, wildly swinging his battle axe while being toyed with by 3 green-armored berserkers, easily restrained by the black-faced human lord. The game must end here. The black-faced human lord let out a cold chuckle and made a gesture across his throat. Lin Que observed with a detached gaze, secretly calculating. This black-faced lord is indeed deeply scheming and not easily dealt with. As for this bull, though endearingly simple-minded, he is loyal and honorable. He instructed the ghouls to continue lurking in the sands, while Big Mouth and Plague Brother directly burrowed into the dunes. The battle between the Bull Lord and the black-faced human lord was exceptionally fierce. As the Bull warriors charged forth, the tide began to turn. Drawing upon the formidable strength and defense of their kind, they withstood the initial onslaught from the green-armored berserkers. However, the black-faced human lord appeared well-prepared, with a chilling laugh. He waved his hand, bind. Instantly, numerous green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Bull warriors like serpents. The Bull Lord gasped in shock, roaring, "Despicable human!" The black-faced lord remained unfazed, coldly commanding, "Kill." The green-armored berserkers seized the opportunity to pounce upon the bound Bull warriors, and the battle quickly descended into a one-sided massacre. Lin Que, witnessing this, felt a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Now is the moment. He swiftly commanded, "Big Mouth, Plague Brother, act." Big Mouth let out a low growl and burst forth from the dunes, charging directly at the black-faced human lord. Plague Brother unleashed a wave of plague energy, a violent torrent surging toward the green-armored berserkers. Taken by surprise, the berserkers were instantly gravely wounded, emitting haunting wails of despair. The black-faced human lord and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, evidently unprepared for such an ambush. "Who is that?" The black-faced lord spun around, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. There stood Lin Que, mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, looking down with a chilling smile. "I send you on your way." Before his words could fade, the undead surged forth like phantoms, instantly merging with the black-faced human lord. The power of the curse erupted, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. With a staggered retreat, the black-faced human lord and Appo's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. "Humph, you wish to kill me? It shall not be so easy." Trembling, he retrieved an ancient scroll from his robes, grinning wickedly as he unfurled it. A displacement scroll. The moment the scroll opened, his figure began to blur. Before vanishing completely, he fixed Lin Que with a fierce glare, enunciating each word. "Boy, I shall repay this grudge 100-fold." In a flash, he transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared, leaving the enraged Bull Lord standing in stunned silence, filled with grief. His entire kin had perished in battle. Lin Que furrowed his brow, gazing at the spot where the black-faced lord had vanished, murmuring to himself, "This fellow is indeed formidable, possessing such a spatial scroll." He then turned his attention to the Bull Lord. This massive beast appeared imposing and valiant, and it seemed ashamed to slay him. "Submit to me, or face death." Lin Que's demeanor grew solemn, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse ignited with eerie blue flames. The ghouls emerged from the sands, encircling the Bull Lord. The Bull Lord glanced at the surrounding Big Mouth and Plague Brother, then at his fallen kin. Were it not for Lin Que, he too would have met his demise. Ultimately, he knelt on one knee, driving his battle axe firmly into the sand. "I am willing to submit." A wise choice indeed. Lin Que's voice was as cold as ice. "Now tell me your name." "My master, I am Bloodhoof." The Bull Lord's voice was deep, his sturdy horns slightly bowed. "I swear by the souls of my bull ancestors, Bloodhoof shall be loyal to you." A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lin Que's eyes. This seemingly boorish Bull Lord still possessed the wisdom to adapt in the face of death. Hint: gained the loyalty of the Bull Lord. After recruiting the Bull Lord, Lin Que chose not to depart immediately, but rather to rest in place. He understood that in this perilous arena, reckless action would only lead to his own downfall. "Bloodhoof, take this vial of life potion and use it." Lin Que retrieved a bottle of green elixir from the Lord and Appo's space and tossed it to the Bull Lord. The Bull Lord caught the potion, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Master, this is far too precious." He gently caressed the vial, sensing a powerful life energy within. Such a potion capable of restoring vitality in a short time was not something ordinary individuals could possess. "Since you have submitted to me, you are one of us." Lin Que's brow furrowed, his voice cold. "In the battles to come, I need you to be in peak condition." The Bull Lord tightened his grip on the potion, his bovine visage serious. A lord's submission differs from that of a vassal. It signifies complete obedience to Lin Que, where life and death hinge upon a single thought, making him the most loyal servant. "Thank you for your generous gift, my master." The Bull Lord knelt, tilting his head back to pour the potion into his mouth. Gulp. The moment the potion coursed down his throat, a warm life energy erupted within him, akin to spring rain nurturing a parched riverbed. His grievous wounds healed instantaneously. Lin Que sat upon the skeletal warhorse, his gaze tranquil. In truth, he merely wanted the bull lord to test the potion. Observing the immediate effects, he lightly tapped his fingers on the saddle, his spirits lifting. In the future, should he find himself injured, a single vial of life potion would restore him fully. At that moment, the entire arena suddenly trembled violently. The sands cracked open with countless fissures, and molten lava erupted from the crevices. The ground of the arena began to shrink incessantly. The sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds flashing with lightning. Boom! A blood-red beam of light, exceeding several meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping an ancient stone tablet at the center of the arena. Upon the tablet appeared the names of 12 gladiators. This is the gladiator roster? Lin Ke's gaze sharpened. He observed as the names of the original 12 gladiators began to vanish one by one, as if erased by an unseen hand. Ultimately, only 2 names remained upon the stone surface. Ataru. vs. number 9527. Hey. A cold smile crept across Lin Que and Apos' lips, for it seemed the others had been eliminated, and the final showdown was upon them. Number 9527, naturally, was Lin Ke's moniker in the arena. Upon witnessing the scene, the Minotaur Lord's grip on the battle axe trembled slightly. My lord, it is that fellow. Chapter 34. In the name of the necromancer. I summon the undead beetle. Lin Que and Apos' gaze sharpened, suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression surging around him like a tidal wave. The very air within the arena seemed to solidify. Even the swirling dust hung eerily suspended in midair. With a thunderous roar, the dome of the arena erupted, and a figure entwined with blood-red vines descended from above. As the figure landed, the ground trembled, and the dust cleared to reveal Atalu's grotesquely dark visage. At that moment, he appeared utterly transformed. Half of his body was completely ensnared by blood-colored vines, with peculiar woody patterns manifesting on his skin, spreading like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree up to his neck. His right arm had fully fused with an eerie ghost vine, writhing like a living serpent. Most alarming were his eyes. His left eye retained a human pupil, while his right had morphed into a wooden vertical slit, glimmering with an otherworldly green light. Well met again, boy. Atalu and Apos' voice was parched, and he grinned menacingly. To kill you, I hastily dealt with all those bothersome fools. A collective gasp echoed from the crimson abyss stands. Someone suddenly leaped to their feet, pointing at the scene in the arena, exclaiming, Wait, that pattern. It's Ghost Vine Atalu, the madman who fought 7 peak warlords 3 years ago. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Several seasoned lords turned pale, with some instinctively touching their necks, where a scar from a vine still lingered. Wasn't this fellow exiled to the rotting abyss? How could he appear here? It's over. That newcomer is doomed. What a promising candidate. Young and an exceedingly rare and mysterious necromancer. Amidst the murmurs, a figure clad in a silver mask chuckled softly. How intriguing. It seems there are ulterior motives behind this duel. Atalu flexed his vine-like right arm, his smile twisted. Boy, it was you who forced me into this form. You shall pay a bloody price for it. Had it not been for Lin Que and Apos' curse and plague, Atalu would never have revealed his power. His right arm suddenly elongated, crashing down onto the ground, carving a deep trench. 3 years ago, I used this hand to strangle 7 peak warlords. Today, you shall be the 8th. Consider it your honor. In the highest VIP box of the stands, an elderly man with a hooked nose and a black-pointed cloak observed everything through a crystal ball. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, murmuring, Heh, the return of the undead race. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. The opportunity for my exile's alliance has arrived. Atalu cackled wickedly, suddenly raising his hand. Thorn ghost vines. Strangle. With a whoosh, the ground erupted, and countless spiny blood-red vines burst forth, slithering toward Lin Que like a giant serpent. Wherever the vines passed, even the sand was corroded. The ghouls buried in the sand were ensnared and crushed to pieces. Lin Ke's pupils dilated in shock. This was utterly monstrous. He bellowed, big mouth, corrosive breath. Roar. Big mouth roared, unleashing a thick cloud of corrosive miasma that collided with the approaching thorned vines, producing a hissing sound of sizzling flesh. However, these ghost vines crazily regenerated within the toxic mist, even absorbing Big Mouth's corrosive energy, growing thicker. Useless. Atalu laughed maniacally. These ghost vines are abyssal demonic plants. Your corrosive power will only make them stronger. Lin Ke's heart sank. and he quickly changed his strategy. The undead warhorse ignited with eerie blue flames, carrying him swiftly away. However, the vines were faster. One lashed out like a whip, striking the warhorse and Appo's hind leg. Hiss. The undead warhorse let out a mournful cry as half of its leg was corroded to bone, forcing Lin Que to tumble to the ground. Plague Brother. Plague Domain. With a shout, Lin Que summoned a green mist to form a shield around him. But it wasn't over. Adalu laughed derisively, slamming his hand against the ground. Would essence corpses arise? Boom. The earth trembled again as three terrifying giants emerged from the sand. They were the previously slain green-armored berserk monkeys. But now, their bodies had become wooden, their hollow eye sockets filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Roar. The three wood essence corpses roared in unison, their decayed wooden bodies causing the plague domain to tremble with every step. Master, their strength has surpassed that of warlords. The bull lord gripped his battle axe tightly, his hands trembling. Adalu has become a puppet of the abyssal demonic plants. He is now a living marionette of magic plants. Lin Que gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Adalu was frighteningly powerful, and the wood essence corpses were invincible in both offense and defense. If he engaged in a direct confrontation, his chances of victory were slim. In an instant, he found himself at a crossroads. Since this was the case, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Ke's eyes, with his life at stake. He had no choice but to borrow the power of the buried lord ahead of time, with blood as the guide, with souls as the contract. In the name of the necromancer, I summon the undead beetle. Buzz. The entire arena was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. The next second, the ground beneath Lin Que surged as if boiling, and a pitch-black beetle emerged from the earth. This beetle was the size of a millstone, its shell adorned with bizarre natural patterns, clicking ominously as its mandibles opened and closed. He had truly succeeded. Lin Ke's face turned pale with joy. For days, he had been nourishing the buried lord with tainted life springs and had stumbled upon this dormant, undead beetle nestled within the cracks of its shell. At that time, the beetle was merely the size of a fist, yet it had stealthily devoured many ghouls within the territory, resembling a hunting wolf. Lin Que had no intention of disturbing this little creature, allowing it to act freely, feigning ignorance. Unexpectedly, it had now grown to this size. The moment the undead beetle emerged, several elderly light-based mage lords in the Crimson Abyss stands suddenly trembled and stood up. That and Appo's. The soul-devouring beetle? The embodiment of evil. Impossible. This ancient fiend has long been extinct. No, wait. It is the undead race and Appo's undead beetle. The undead beetle is as terrifying as the soul-devouring beetle. Little one. Lin Que slowly extended his hand. It was time to feast. The beetle and Appo's compound eyes suddenly glowed a bright crimson, and its shell opened with a crack, revealing two pairs of transparent wings. It lunged straight at the wood essence corpses, instantly gnawing through their wooden defenses, its mandibles sinking deep, rapidly withering their wooden bodies, devouring their very life force. What? Adalu's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a step. The entwined ghostly vines began to writhe uncontrollably, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Adaru was finally struck with panic. No, it is impossible. How could you summon such a level of undead beetle? Humph. Lin Que let out a cold snort, his face devoid of color, a sharp pain piercing through his head. Summoning the undead beetle had nearly drained him of all his mental energy, causing his vision to blur and warm blood to trickle from his nostrils. He forced a smile, one that was even more sinister and terrifying than Adaru and Appo's. Kill. Chapter 35. Your adversary, the blood butcher Denson. With a resounding cry from Lin Que, the undying scarab's compound eyes emitted a sudden crimson glow, the arcane patterns upon its carapace instantly writhing. The very air of the arena quivered as it took flight. Clack, clack. The unnerving sound of mastication echoed throughout the Colosseum. In the blink of an eye, the medulla corpses were reduced to a heap of decayed wood. Return. Return at once. Adalu frantically gesticulated, but it was too late. Aark. The anguish of the medulla corpses, psychically linked to him, was now reflected back upon him. Silence descended upon the stands. All were struck dumb by the scarab's dreadfulness. If it matures, what then? That fellow is truly formidable, Woody uttered, his face blank with awe. The enigmatic, hook-nosed old man garbed in black robes, seated before the crystal orb, abruptly rose. His aged eyes, once clouded, now blazed with a complex array of emotions. The undying scarab. A living undying scarab, no less. Humph. Adalu, you incompetent, futile wretch. Within the arena, thud. Adalu collapsed to his knees, half of his body swiftly petrifying. He stared in despair at the scarab bearing down upon him, his face contorted with madness. Then, let us perish together. Alas, against the undying scarab. He stood no chance. No. Adalu and Apos. S frame disintegrated inch by inch, skin, flesh, bone, each layer peeled away, until nothing remained but a desiccated wooden effigy, crashing to the ground, utterly consumed by death. A deathly hush fell over the stands. The barbarian chieftain watched with reverent eyes. Upon the central monolith, a single name remained, Victor, number 9527. The arena's proclamation resounded throughout the stands. Lin Que visibly relaxed, gasping for breath. This battle had nearly exhausted his reserves, but in the end, he had prevailed. Still, the exposure of the undying scarab, could it invite trouble? That was too perilous. Lin Que glanced at the death crystal he had won, a wry smile upon his lips. For more to go? In an instant, Lin Que and Apos, S eyes widened as he was teleported from the arena. Outside, Wu Di, his face alight with admiration, surveyed the area and whisked Lin Que away into a secluded alleyway. In the depths of the alley, Wu Di rambled on, beginning to grumble. Brother, why conceal such power? Had I known, I would have staked everything on your victory. My misjudgment has cost me dearly. As he spoke, he furtively studied Lin Que and Apos' countenance. Lin Que's face was ashen, imbued with an inherent aura of necromancy. Wu Di, sensing this, grew apprehensive and stifled his jocular demeanor. This fellow is a veritable god of slaughter, possessing even the forbidden undying scarab. Should I provoke him? He swallowed, forcing a smile. Brother Lin, I have gleaned some intelligence. A black market auction is soon to be held, featuring a death crystal. Lin Que and Apos' gaze sharpened. An auction? Wu Di nodded, lowering his voice. However, the threshold for participation is high. One must have achieved at least 10 victories in the warlord-level arena to qualify. Your melee triumph counts as 10 arena appearances, meaning you need but a single 1v1 victory to meet the criteria. Lin Que paused, then slowly nodded. Make the arrangements. Wu Di's eyes gleamed. He chuckled. No rush. Rest first, regain your strength. Inwardly, he schemed, his face betraying nothing. This fellow is truly formidable. This time, I shall place a substantial wager and reap a considerable profit. An hour later, at the entrance to the 1v1 arena, Wu Di proffered a mask. Brother Lin, don this to avoid recognition. Lin Que accepted the mask, its surface cool to the touch, etched with intricate patterns. Once donned, his face was veiled in shadows, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Your opponent is Apos, Blood Butcher, and Apos, Dinson, a ruthless combatant with 9 consecutive victories, skilled in the manipulation of blood thralls. Beware their bite. Wu Di cautioned softly. Lin Que offered no response, merely striding into the arena's corridor. 5 minutes later, the duel commenced. Accompanied by a bellow, a corpulent figure, standing over 6 feet tall with an utterly pallid face, entered the arena. Blood Butcher, Blood Butcher, Blood Butcher. The audience erupted in a frenzy. On the opposite side, Lin Que, masked and slender, emerged, a stark contrast to Dinson. Another lamb for the slaughter. Dinson sneered, clapping his hands together. Instantly, 5 blood-soaked thralls with vacant eyes arose from the ground. Gasps of horror echoed from the stands. Wu Di clenched his fists, his nerves on edge. These were Dinson and Apos' blood thralls, crafted from his own essence, akin to his offspring. They were insatiably bloodthirsty, capable of not only draining blood but, more alarmingly, assimilating their victims. Blood thralls, tear him apart, Dinson commanded. In a heartbeat, a putrid, sanguine stench permeated the air. The 5 thralls surged forth with astonishing speed. Lin Que stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the thralls with detached interest. More vampire than thrall, he mused. Just as a thrall reached out to seize Lin Que, thwack, a massive maw and razor-sharp claws lashed out, instantly reducing the lead thrall to a crimson mist. Simultaneously, Pestilence lazily activated his plague domain. Emerald green miasma billowed forth, and the remaining 4 thralls, upon entering the fog, began to rapidly decompose. Is that all? Lin Que scoffed, unimpressed. Not even the lowest of vampires. Dinson's pupils contracted, his fleshy face trembling violently. What? Lin Que lifted his head, a subtle smirk playing beneath his mask. A jest. Pestilence and Apos' plague domain is inherently anathema to vampires. The venom permeates blood with ease. Denson and Apos' thralls may appear fearsome, but they are of little consequence. True vampires are far more formidable. He is but a pretender. My turn. Lin Que lunged forward, appearing before Denson with ghostly swiftness, the sword of corrosion drawn, aiming for Denson and Apos' face. Denson roared, crossing his arms in defense, conjuring a crimson shield. A resounding crack echoed as his arm bones shattered. Arc. Impossible. How could you breach my shield? Amidst the screams, Lin Que swung the sword of corrosion in reverse, tearing downward. Splurt. Blood gushed forth as Denson and Apos' corpulent body crashed to the ground. Silence reigned in the stands. Too swift, was it not? Denson, the terror of countless lords, has become so feeble? The central stone tablet gradually revealed new inscriptions. Victor, number 9527, in the audience. Wu Di was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his seat. We have struck it rich. This time, we have truly struck it rich. Chapter 36. Daring to toy with two pinnacle war kings due to the formidable reputation of Dangson, nearly 99% of the populace opted to wager on his victory. However, the outcome proved to be a profound disappointment. In a shadowy alley, Wu Di rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckled. Brother Lin, we've hit the jackpot this time. With odds of 1/100, I've staked most of my fortune. The profits will be monumental. He produced a scroll from his pocket, lowering his voice conspiratorially. This is the entry pass for the black market auction. The Death Crystal is on tonight's auction list. Lin Que accepted the scroll, his gaze darkening as he tightened his mask. Lead the way. Thus, Wu Di guided Lin Que through the dim passageways. Arriving at a nondescript ancient stone building, an elderly man at the entrance squinted at them, raspy voice inquiring, "Please present your credentials." Wu Di grinned as he handed over a passage scroll. The old man touched it with a fingertip, causing the scroll to emit a faint glow, and immediately granted them entry. This place was known as the Apos' Abyss Ghost Market, and Apos, affiliated with the Black Market Guild, which ostensibly auctioned rare materials while secretly engaging in illicit trades. Wu Di whispered, "But the rules are stringent. No one dares to cause a ruckus here, at least not overtly." Lin Que remained silent, yet the undead behind him stirred restlessly, seemingly gripped by fear. The auction was set in a dimly lit hall, where dozens of masked figures sat in silence. Clearly, the auction had already commenced. On stage, a black-robed auctioneer showcased a deep purple crystal, the Death Crystal. The Death Crystal could be utilized in demon-summoning rituals or to cultivate abyssal beasts, with an opening bid of 500,000 gold coins. And each subsequent increase must not be less than 50,000. Bidding commenced swiftly, with prices escalating rapidly. Lin Que remained silent, coldly observing a hunched old man in the front row, emanating a familiar yet loathsome aura. The undead quivered behind Lin Que, trembling. 5 million gold coins. The old man suddenly called out, silencing the crowd. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, Lin Que furrowed his brow and decisively interjected. 5,000,005. The old man whirled around, a glimmer of piercing holy light flashing in his murky eyes. This glance sent a tremor through Lin Que and Apos' soul, as if it were being cast into a furnace to be scorched. He nearly had his true identity exposed. Fortunately, his death mask concealed him, and with a sufficiently strong will, he paled slightly but steadied his composure. A War King-level holy light mage. Lin Que was alarmed. War King-level lords were entirely different from ordinary lords. They no longer solely relied on the strength of their subjects, but possessed formidable power themselves. The hunched old man before him was, unexpectedly, a concealed holy light mage. Thus, upon reaching the War King level, lords chose exclusive evolutionary paths, some opting to become mages, mastering the elements of the world, be it the violent forces of wind, fire, lightning, or the solidity of earth, metal, and stone. Others pursued the mysteries of light and darkness, wielding them at will. They could even construct domains of spells, delving into the profound truths of elemental laws. Alternatively, some would become soul masters, wielding mental energy as a blade and their souls as shields, manipulating the hearts of others effortlessly. There were also those who sought physical prowess, becoming martial masters with unparalleled strength. Furthermore, there existed various other paths, such as psychics, tricksters, sorcerers, and priests, each excelling in their own right, flourishing in diversity. 6 million. The Holy Light Mage continued to raise the bid. Grasping his staff, he surveyed the room. 650,000. A raspy voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see a bald man in the VIP section, cloaked in a gray cape, adorned with a peculiar badge. It's the Shadow War King. Someone gasped. The Holy Light Mage snorted disdainfully. 7 million. His aura intensified, illuminating the dim auction hall. The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Que frowned slightly. This auction was indeed exhilarating, and securing the death crystal appeared increasingly challenging. He pondered briefly, clenching his fists as sweat beaded on his palms. As a novice warrior-level lord, he had to grit his teeth and raise his paddle. 7,000,005. The room erupted in astonishment. Where did this wild brat come from? The Shadow War King narrowed his eyes, a chilling and eerie energy bearing down on Lin Que. The Holy Light Mage cast a surprised glance at him. Young man, some things are beyond your reach. Lin Que forced himself to rise. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder prevails. How intriguing. The Shadow War King suddenly grinned. 10 million. Tension crackled in the auction hall. Lin Que remained composed, sending a message to Wu Di beside him. Brother Wu, pretend you don't know me. See you in the alley. Then, boldly, he raised the bid. 10,000,005. Lin Ke's voice was unnaturally calm. The Shadow War King's eyes gleamed with malice. You're courting death. The Holy Light Mage also narrowed his gaze. The two exchanged a knowing look, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement, and finally ceased bidding. Sold. The auctioneer instantly understood, wiping the sweat from his brow, and promptly brought down the hammer. Thus, the death crystal inexplicably fell into Lin Que and Apos' hands for the sum of 10 million and 5 gold coins. It was undeniably a bargain. After settling the payment, a smirk crept onto his lips. Humph. You two old geezers, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You wish to seize my possessions? This time, I shall reap the benefits. In the next moment, Lin Que vanished from the hall's entrance. Teleportation scroll. The Holy Light Mage's pupils contracted, realizing something was amiss. No spatial abilities? The Shadow War King's lip twitched, finally grasping why Lin Que dared to be so audacious. Their expressions turned to shock as Lin Que downed a vial of white potion, grinning broadly. Thank you, gentlemen. Until we meet again. His form began to fade. Is that an invisibility potion? The Holy Light Mage was utterly astonished. The Shadow War King's expression shifted dramatically. Both War King-level lords acted simultaneously. Holy Light Cage. Shadow Space Lock. In an instant, the entire auction hall was sealed. Alas, it was too late. Lin Que had already vanished without a trace. Damn it. The bald man bellowed, dark mist swirling around him. Wu Di stood dumbfounded in the auction hall. A mere warrior-level lord dared to toy with two pinnacle War King-level lords? He sighed inwardly. Is this fellow insane? Truly, talent breeds audacity. Meanwhile, Lin Que had already emerged 3 streets away, toying with the newly acquired death crystal, his face beaming with triumph. Hee, these War King-level old monsters are far too arrogant. They're not as formidable as they think. He then messaged Wu Di. Old Wu, I've secured the item. Let us retreat. Chapter 37. Are you number 9527? After vanquishing 2 formidable warlord-level masters, Lin Que pressed on relentlessly. He quickly transformed his appearance and engaged in several more gladiatorial contests, each time leaving his opponents in utter defeat beneath the claws of his large mouth. Number 9527. Number 9527. The cheers for Lin Que surged, for he had achieved an astonishing 69 consecutive victories without a single loss. Lin Que licked his lips, thinking, it is not that I am particularly formidable, but rather that these fellows are truly weak. In the audience, the cheers were deafening. My esteemed fortune bringer. Wu Di struggled through the crowd, clutching a ledger. Today was quite fruitful, but still no news? Lin Que squinted. Wu Di shook his head. Not for now, but we did win quite a few rare materials. Lin Que felt speechless. Over the past few days, he had garnered numerous rewards, accumulating a plethora of bizarre materials. Unfortunately, he still lacked 3 death crystals, and the source of darkness was nowhere to be found. This won't do, at this rate. I might as well be a professional gladiator. Brother. Wu Di rubbed his hands with a smile. Tomorrow and Apos' matches have already been arranged, 32 in total. Lin Que and Apos' lips twitched. What? 32 matches? Did you take a bribe to try and wear me out? Huh? Wu Di looked bewildered. ISN and Amp, Oppos, this what you requested. To take on every possible match? Why not 31 or even 33? Lin Que suddenly lowered his voice. The number 32 is too sensitive. Wudi scratched his head. Why is that? Lin Que glanced around, his face shrouded in mystery. I fear a Kuan might sue me. Wudi. Cough. Just a joke to lighten the mood. Lin Que laughed dryly. He almost forgot that he had traversed into another world. The A Kuan of this realm was still an enigma. Wudi rolled his eyes. That is not funny at all. However, he quickly reconsidered. For Lin Que was indeed his fortune bringer. He swiftly donned a flattering expression, his eyes nearly transforming into coin shapes. Brother. Wudi grasped Lin Ke's arm, his face brimming with anticipation. With your prowess, you could easily challenge the infinite gladiatorial mode. There are no restrictions on the number of combatants allowed to fight, and you can unleash your full potential. Oh, Lin Que raised an eyebrow, eager to inquire further, when suddenly Wudi's communicator vibrated. Wow, brother. Wudi glanced at the message, nearly jumping with excitement. We have news about the death crystals. Yesterday, a goblin lord purchased one at a high price in the black market. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where is he? What a coincidence. Wudi rubbed his hands together excitedly. That guy just so happens to be at the infinite gladiatorial arena, currently in the preparation zone. Arrange it. Lin Que commanded without hesitation. However, Wudi suddenly lowered his voice. Brother, this goblin lord is no ordinary opponent. He possesses peak war commander level strength and commands a legion of mechanical armored warriors. Their defenses are outrageous, and their firepower is incredibly fierce. Just like you. He has never lost to date. Lin Que smirked at this. Mechanical armored warriors? Now that sounds intriguing. It is said that goblins excel in crafting machinery and explosives. Indeed, they should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, the death crystals are mine for the taking. Let those mechanical warriors turn into mere scrap. He chuckled darkly, while Wudi grinned like a sly fox who had just pilfered a hen. If Lin Que succeeded in this challenge, the reward would be doubled. Yet, what puzzled him was that each time Lin Que won gold coins, he never even glanced at them, akin to a sage who regards wealth as worthless. Could my brother possibly be the illegitimate child of a prominent family? Wudi murmured quietly to himself while swiftly organizing the battle arrangements. The registrar looked on, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Are you both certain you wish to challenge that formidable goblin? Absolutely, definitely, and assuredly. Wudi could hardly contain his impatience. In his eyes, Lin Que was invincible at his level, and even more so when challenging higher tiers. The registrar was left speechless. Everyone was aware of the goblin's prowess. To challenge him was one thing, but to specifically target the strongest was beyond comprehension. Was there truly such enthusiasm for courting death in these times? As news spread, the audience erupted with excitement, instantly filling the stands. Brother, hurry. Another fool is challenging the goblin lord. Betting has begun. How many minutes can number 9527 last? I wager 500,000 gold coins on the goblin lord's victory. Number 9527 is quite the character. He has brought me considerable winnings in the past, but this time, I am betting on the goblin. This lad has some audacity, daring to challenge a goblin. The goblin lord's firepower would make even a war commander tremble. Mechanics versus the undead. This will surely be entertaining, due to the vast disparity in strength, with one side being the newly emerged undead lord number 9527 and the other being the undefeated goblin lord. The arena even arranged for a commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the moment of truth. The legendary mysterious undead lord versus the goblin mechanical lord. Will the undead triumph, or will the tide of steel crush all? As Lin Que listened to the commentator's spirited announcement, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The commentary felt akin to a live-streaming battle, instilling within him the sensation of entering an underground fight. The more he learned about the Crimson Abyss, the more he realized that this place was filled with all sorts of eccentricities. Upon Lin Ke's entrance, the audience erupted. It's number 9527. My lucky star of consecutive victories. Is this lad here to deliver himself to death? Several war commanders have failed against the goblin, and he, a mere warrior, is here for a joke? The betting window formed a long queue, all betting on the goblin lord's victory. Only Wudi, acting like a speculator, placed all his fortune on Lin Quebec. Lin Que cast a glance at the odds, then surveyed those who sneered at him. He promptly transferred 10 million gold coins to Wudi. Go all in. I want those who look down on me to lose everything but their undergarments. Winning was secondary. The crucial aspect was that he could not swallow this indignation. Wu Di trembled with both hands, his face filled with tragic determination. Brother, my future happiness depends entirely on you. This further convinced him that Lin Que must be the illegitimate child of some influential figure. Just then, the commentator suddenly exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The Goblin Lord has temporarily upgraded his mechanical army. The odds have now shifted to 1-200. The audience was thrown into chaos. The Goblin Lord is certain to win. Upon hearing this news, Wu Di turned pale. With his legs nearly giving way beneath him, he almost found himself kneeling. Brother, shall we consider withdrawing from the competition? However, Lin Que merely flashed a smile and replied, not at all. With that, he strode directly into the arena. Before him lay an expansive and level battlefield, covering approximately 90,000 square meters, equivalent to more than 10 standard football fields. At the perimeter of the venue, energy barriers stood tall, ensuring that the combat would not encroach upon the audience. The stands erupted with a chorus of boos. The entrance of the local Goblin Lord caused an immediate stir, as a massive mech, entirely cloaked in deep green, slowly emerged. Its metallic shell glimmered with a chilling sheen under the lights. Towering at around 5 meters, the mech was equipped with 2 sets of rotating turrets on its back, and soft blue flames emitted from its joints. Seated within the cockpit, the Goblin Lord wore an expression of triumph. Look, it's the Goblin Lord. Good heavens. That mech is stunning. Number 9527 stands no chance. Amidst the clamor, the Goblin Lord's gaze remained indifferent as he turned his attention to Lin Que. So, you are number 9527? Chapter 38. Experience the power of the quantum annihilation cannon. Lin Que remained silent, his gaze sharpened. Slaying this Goblin Lord would grant him the coveted death crystal. With that thought, he silently summoned Big Mouth and Plague Brother, mounting his undead steed. In an instant, a suffocating aura of the undead enveloped the arena, starkly contrasting with the metallic sheen of the mechas. Amidst the crowd, a voice cried out, "Goblin Lord, crush him with your mecha. Kill him." In a corner of the stands, Wu Di and Amp, Appo's heart raced, his palms slick with cold sweat. This was the aura of a near-war king-level lord. Brother, you must perform admirably, otherwise my investments will vanish. With the judge and Appo's command, gladiators, begin. The Goblin Lord, an intelligent subspecies of goblins, had carved out a niche for itself in the Crimson Abyss due to its mechanical prowess. Human brat, who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Since you are oblivious to your own limitations, allow me to enlighten you. The Goblin Lord looked down with disdain, its voice dripping with mockery. 50 steel mechas emerged in formation behind it, their metallic joints clicking in unison, energy cores humming ominously, casting a chilling shadow over the arena, evoking scenes straight from a science fiction film. Lin Ke's expression remained serene, his eyes calm as water. He did not believe himself devoid of hope. Although he could not summon the undead beetles for assistance at the moment, he had other preparations. With Big Mouth and Plague Brother to restrain the mechas, and the undead possessing a curse, he doubted a mere goblin could withstand the curse of the undead. Seeing Lin Que and Appo's silence, the Goblin Lord erupted in laughter. Speak, boy. Do you lack even the courage to converse with me? If so, then let your silence be eternal. With that command, the 50 coldly glowing steel mechas stood ready. Their dark green frames exuded a sense of formidable power. Gasps erupted from the stands. My goodness! It and Amp, Appo's the Goblin and Amp, Appo's latest and Amp, Appo's Destroyer Mecha and Amp, Appo's series. Even a war king would find it difficult to breach that defense. It and Amp, Appo's over for you. Number 9527. The Goblin Lord proudly lifted its chin, relishing the audience's awe. However, the next moment, its smile froze. Lin Que raised a hand, and Big Mouth surged forward, its size multiplying exponentially, drool dripping from its vicious fangs. Plague Brother was enveloped in a swirling green mist, causing the grass beneath to wither instantly. The undead floated into the air, their black robes billowing without wind, their eye sockets glimmering with ghostly blue flames. What was most chilling was the subsequent emergence of an army of 50,000 ghouls. These putrid corpses flooded the battlefield like a tide, the sound of their bones scraping, sending shivers down spines. The Goblin Lord was taken aback. How can there be so many? Yet it quickly regained composure. What did numbers matter? Even 10,000 ghouls could not breach my mecha and Amp, Appo's defenses. In the stands, the crowd, briefly stunned, soon resumed their dismissive demeanor. Just a horde of cannon fodder. No matter how many, they cannot breach the Mecha and Amp, Oppos, defenses. Merely a bluff. Yet unbeknownst to them, Lin Que and Amp, Oppos, undead army was far more complex than it appeared. Big Mouth and Amp, Oppos, corrosive breath could easily dissolve the toughest alloys. Plague Brother and Amp, Oppos, toxic mist could rust metal from within. Among those 50,000 ghouls lay 100 evolved ghoul elites, capable of reassembling even if disintegrated. Wait, those two leading undead. A sharp-eyed lord suddenly exclaimed, their aura is that of commanders. In the audience, several War King-level lords who had come to observe turned pale. To cultivate such a vast army of undead required resources and gold of astronomical proportions. This was certainly beyond the means of an ordinary family. The Goblin Lord also sensed something amiss, its earlier contempt replaced by gravity. It stealthily activated the mecha's defense system, a faint blue energy shield forming around its exterior. The mecha's firepower was primed and ready. Interesting. The Goblin Lord's tone had lost its earlier arrogance. It seemed I underestimated you. Lin Que continued to remain silent, simply raising his right hand. This simple gesture signaled the entire undead army to enter battle mode. In his eyes, the outcome of this duel was already determined. The Goblin Lord was nothing more than a jester awaiting his demise. The Goblin Lord was the first to strike, unleashing the full firepower of the mecha army. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of high-explosive shells detonated amidst the ghouls, blinding beams sweeping across the arena, scattering ghouls into fragments. Broken bone shards mingled with metal debris, flying everywhere. Lin Que, mounted on his undead steed, remained unfazed. These disposable ghouls were meant to absorb the enemy and Amp, Oppos, firepower. Roar. Big Mouth suddenly surged, its sharp claws tearing through a mecha and Amp, Oppos, chest armor as if it were mere tofu. Plague Brother followed closely, the green mist seeping through the mecha and Amp, Oppos, seams, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds from within. Impossible. The Goblin Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. These beasts' claws can slice through my alloy. Even more terrifying. Big Mouth unleashed its corrosive breath. The dark red acid melted the mecha at a visible pace. Plague Brother and Oppos' toxic mist enveloped the entire battlefield in a lethal green haze, causing the mecha's joints to rust and its movements to slow. Damn it! The Goblin Lord roared in fury, 3 menacing turrets aligning in a row. Let me show you the power of the quantum annihilation cannon. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Holy cow! It's a quantum cannon! That thing can flatten half a War King's territory with a single shot. It's over. Number 9527 has no chance now. The cannon's mouth began to gather blinding blue light, the terrifying energy fluctuations shaking the entire arena. The Goblin Lord laughed maniacally. Haha. Human brat, you have forced my hand. Yet Lin Que remained unflappable, merely snapping his fingers. The undead materialized behind the Goblin Lord, the ethereal beings merging directly into its body. Curse. Bind. As the Goblin Lord continued to cackle, preparing to activate the quantum cannon, it suddenly froze, realizing with horror that its mecha and Oppos' control interface was flickering uncontrollably, its limbs ensnared by an unseen force. What is happening? Panic spread across its face as Lin Que, astride his undead steed, slowly advanced, his eyes gleaming. To develop mechanical technology to this extent, you are indeed a rare genius. The curse of the undead was unleashed within the Goblin Lord's domain, causing him to writhe in agony within the cockpit. Now, I present you with 2 choices: submit to me, or be transformed into scrap metal along with your mech. Lin Que's voice was as frigid as ice. The Goblin Lord gritted his teeth. You wish. Before he could finish his defiance, the curse of the undead erupted violently, forcing the Goblin Lord to roll in torment upon the ground. Lin Que raised an eyebrow, surprised by the curse's unexpected efficacy. It proved to be extraordinarily effective for coercive interrogation. Lin Que fixed his gaze upon the Goblin Lord's contorted visage of suffering and declared, Join me, and you shall continue your beloved research on machinery. I will provide ample funding. Consider this. What is the ultimate form of machinery? New energy sources, nuclear power, genetic weaponry, intelligent AI control. His voice was deep, laden with temptation, as he spoke with eloquence derived from his understanding of technology in his past life. Chapter 39, The Scarlet Council, The Fifth Sovereign. The Goblin Lord and Oppos' eyes flickered with intrigue. As a mad scientist, Lin Que and Oppos' words resonated with his dreams. Indeed, he felt a stir of excitement. Yet, could his pride compel him to serve as a subordinate? No, I have not yet been defeated. Lin Que smiled faintly. Is that so? At that moment, a gaunt, fanged ghoul appeared beside the Goblin Lord, seemingly out of nowhere. With a mere command from Lin Que, it could effortlessly rend him to shreds. Lin Que continued to entice him. Your mecha's firepower is formidable, yet it lacks agility, and there are upgrades available: thermobaric bombs, electromagnetic projectiles, laser cannons, antimatter weapons. He rambled on with a mix of truths and fabrications. The Goblin Lord stood dumbfounded, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. You possessed such profound knowledge of technology? Lin Que chuckled awkwardly. His insights were merely drawn from games he played in his past life. These are but the tip of the iceberg. Submit to me, and I shall help you realize your dreams. Ultimately, under the duress of death and the allure of scientific ambition, the Goblin Lord bowed his proud head. Master, I am willing to submit. A smirk danced on Lin Ke's lips as he decisively signed the master-servant contract. Hint: gained the loyalty of the Goblin Lord. From this moment forth, you shall be my chief mechanic. The audience erupted in astonishment. No one expected the duel to conclude in such a manner. Wu Di leaped up in excitement. Brother, you and Oppos, incredible. You've tamed the Goblin Lord. In the VIP section of the stands, a lord clad in scarlet robes crushed the armrest in fury. The scar on his face reddened with rage. Impossible. That stubborn old goblin has never submitted to anyone. What makes this lad different? A subordinate whispered cautiously. My lord, should we? Silence. The scarred lord bellowed. Investigate. Use your authority to uncover this lad and Oppos' background. The subordinate and Oppos' face paled. My lord, if the Exiles Alliance employs monitoring authority, it may alarm the Scarlet Council. Humph. What is there to fear? This lad is a necromancer lord. I suspect those fellows have already scrutinized his background countless times. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the Goblin Lord retracted his mecha, kneeling on one knee, presenting a death crystal and 3 mini-quantum turrets. Esteemed master, these are my most precious gifts for you. Upon seeing the death crystal, Lin Que and Oppos' excitement was palpable. Looking at the Goblin Lord, who bore a striking resemblance to Gollum from the Lord of the Rings, he grinned broadly. From now on, you shall be known as Dr. Gollum. I will transfer 100 million gold coins to you as startup capital. Should your research funds fall short, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Que casually transferred the coins. Dr. Gollum's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly 100 million gold coins? You will conduct your research independently and report to me regularly. Lin Que waved his hand, decisively leaving the arena. He chose not to keep the Goblin Lord by his side, but rather granted him the freedom to grow independently. Much like the Bull Lord Bloodhoof, who, armed with the ample resources provided by Lin Que, returned to his own realm, prepared to vie for the position of Bull Clan Chief. This gesture of trust deeply moved Dr. Gollum, who mused to himself that he had found a splendid master. Return my money. What is this nonsense? I have lost all my fortune, only to be shown this. The stands erupted with curses. Several enraged lords, stripped to their undergarments, furiously smashed their seats. They could scarcely believe that a mere warrior-level lord had tamed a goblin mechanical lord of general rank with mere words. This was utterly absurd. Alas, Lin Que had long since slipped away. Otherwise, he would have surely become a target of animosity. In this place known as the Scarlet Abyss, even the air bore the scent of freedom. Everyone could easily conceal their identities at any time and place. If one did not choose to expose themselves, it was exceedingly difficult for others to pry into their secrets. This was the primary reason why those desperate outlaws and exiled beings favored this locale. For instance, 2 years ago, the Bull Lord Bloodhoof was betrayed by his own brother, banished from the Black Cliff realm, and after many trials, he found himself in the Scarlet Abyss. Now, with Lin Que and Oppos' encouragement and assistance, Bloodhoof was poised to reclaim his position in the Black Cliff realm. In the depths of an alley, Lin Que stood with his arms crossed, observing Wu Di as he danced about, counting their spoils. This fellow was quite the avaricious one. Suddenly, 2 scarlet figures materialized at the alley and Oppos' entrance like phantoms. Number 9527. The leading scarlet sentinel lifted his visor, revealing an abstract, cold visage, I am Iron Mask, the captain of the 9th Division of the Scarlet Guard. The 5th Sovereign of the Scarlet Council wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, the precious materials in Wu Di and Apos' hands clattered to the ground, his voice trembling. The 5th Sovereign, that is the highest authority in the Scarlet Abyss. Lin Que narrowed his eyes. The Scarlet Council? The 5th Sovereign? Being summoned by such a formidable figure was evidently no trivial matter. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he resolved to approach the situation with poise, curious as to what they desired from him. Lead the way. Lin Que adjusted his collar, revealing a playful smile. Iron Mask appeared momentarily taken aback. If it were any other lord, they would likely be plotting an escape. Consequently, he forced a smile. Mr. Number 9527, rest assured, the 5th Sovereign has specifically instructed us to treat you with utmost courtesy. At this reassurance, Wu Di breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Ke's expression turned grave. Following Iron Mask, he traversed 3 spatial rifts, and before him stood a twisted Gothic castle. Stark against the blood-red moonlight, the castle and Apos' exterior was ensnared by writhing thorns, and the door was embedded with hundreds of ever-turning eyeballs. Iron Mask halted before the castle, stating, "The Sovereign has permitted only you to enter." As Lin Que stepped into the castle, he felt an instant paralysis in his form. He gripped his teleportation dagger tightly, ready for his invincibility potion at a moment and Apos' notice. The walls around him were adorned with countless distorted faces, faintly visible in the gray mist, emitting low, mournful wails. Lin Que, aged 18, hailing from the Shinjo realm, the gladiatorial arena of the Scarlet Abyss, number 9527. A hauntingly ethereal female voice resonated from all directions, at times sorrowful, at times chilling. "You need not worry. I shall not harm you." Lin Que maintained his composure, scanning the wailing walls. "What business does the Sovereign have with me?" The gray mist gradually coalesced into a hazy feminine figure. Her features were obscured by the fog, yet even so, her silhouette was breathtakingly exquisite. "Ah, the Necromancer Lord." Her voice carried a note of nostalgia, having not graced this realm for millennia. "You are truly exceptional." She gently raised her hand, and the wails emanating from the walls immediately subsided. "I have witnessed all your gladiatorial feats. You are both astute and courageous. Though your talents may seem ordinary, your character, I find it quite appealing. Thus, I wish to extend an invitation for you to become a member of the Scarlet Council and Apos' cabinet." A member of the cabinet? Lin Que and Apos' pupils constricted, noticing Lin Que and Apos' silence. The 5th Sovereign continued, "I am aware that you and your companions are in pursuit of the crystals of death and the source of darkness. Should you agree, I possess a considerable number of crystals of death, and as for the source of darkness," she chuckled softly, "I happen to know precisely where it can be found." Upon hearing this, Lin Que and Apos' spirit stirred. Could such fortune truly exist? Is this a serendipitous gift from the heavens? Chapter 40. I, Wu Dishing, am yours. In death, I shall be your spirit. Lin Que pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes. What price must I pay for this? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the 5th Sovereign echoed within the castle, the souls upon the walls wailing in response. Engaging with the astute is indeed exhilarating. She slowly approached, revealing a visage pale as snow. That face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet devoid of any warmth. "I require your immortal beetles to condense an immortal soul crystal for me." An immortal soul crystal? Lin Que and Apos' heart trembled. He recalled the peculiar crystals that appeared beside the dungeon lord. So, that contraption is called an immortal soul crystal. These crystals contain the purest essence of the undead, and while they can be continuously produced through the tainted spring of life, they are meant for condensing the spirits of the deceased. However, it seemed Lin Que had little choice. As long as the Apos' tainted spring of life and Apos' does not run dry, he could endlessly produce immortal soul crystals. It appears that this demand is not unreasonable. Lin Que relaxed his mind, feigning difficulty. The figure of the 5th Sovereign drifted closer, whispers emanating from the mist. "You seem to be in a quandary. Of course, I am aware that condensing an immortal soul crystal is exceedingly challenging. If you require any resources, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, Lin Que felt a surge of excitement. With a snap of her fingers, 3 death crystals exuding the aura of death floated forth. Seeing this, Lin Ke's breath quickened. He could soon gather the death crystals. This is a token of my sincerity. What say you? The fifth sovereign and Apos' voice suddenly drew near, a chilling breath causing Lin Que and Apos' hair to stand on end. Lin Que was left speechless, inwardly lamenting. Wow. This is a case of offering gifts before striking. Could I refuse? Very well. He maintained a calm demeanor and spoke softly. But I have a condition. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mist surged violently, the souls on the walls emitting piercing, mocking laughter. Speak. The tone of the fifth sovereign sharpened suddenly. Lin Que was the first in a millennium to dare negotiate with her. He replied calmly, I must first confirm the information regarding the source of darkness before I can provide you with anything. An oppressive silence ensued for 3 seconds. Deal. The fifth sovereign burst into an eerie laugh. Huh. Lin Que was taken aback. Was she truly this accommodating? If he was not mistaken, the fifth sovereign of the Crimson Council must be a witch. Moreover, she bore an almost imperceptible aura of death. Could it be she is an undead witch? A cold sweat trickled down Lin Ke's back as he tightened his grip on the teleportation dagger. Undead witches are no trifling matter. It is said that they exist in a state between life and death, neither purely undead nor truly alive. They obtain immortality through a forbidden ritual, requiring a fresh body as a vessel every century. They retain the wisdom and magical talents of their former lives, excelling in necromantic spells. With this thought, Lin Que forced himself to appear composed. By the way, after becoming a council elder of the Crimson Council, what must I do? The fifth sovereign's bloodless lips curled into a slight smile. First, you must understand the power structure of the Crimson Abyss. She delicately tapped her pale fingers. And within the mist, a three-dimensional image materialized. The Crimson Council is the highest decision-making body of the Crimson Abyss, presided over by 5 abyssal sovereigns. However, her voice suddenly lowered. Most of them are in slumber across other planes. Next is the Arena Alliance, led by Bloodfist Ross. It is a paradise of violence and the source of the Crimson Abyss and Apos' wealth. The mist shifted, revealing scenes of bloody and brutal gladiatorial combat. The Black Market Consortium is controlled by the Goblin race. Anything can be purchased if one can afford the gold. As for the Exiles and Apos' Alliance, she scoffed lightly. Merely a loose organization of stray dogs huddling together for warmth. Finally, a vision of the Crimson Guards clad in scarlet armor appeared, maintaining order on the surface of the Crimson Abyss. But remember, her voice turned frostily cold. Here, strength is everything. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. After hearing the introduction, Lin Que nodded thoughtfully. This undead which seems to possess considerable patience, contrary to the vicious and cunning reputation attributed to her. However, the fifth sovereign's next words left him speechless. You are the 519th Cabinet Elder of the Crimson Council. She smiled enigmatically. According to the rules, newly appointed elders will undergo a 3-month challenge period. During this time, any sovereign of the same rank may unconditionally challenge you to a fight to the death. Only by surviving until the end can you retain your elder status. Lin Ke's lips twitched. What kind of cabinet elder is this? It is clearly being a live target. Wood and Apos, that be an exhausting endeavor? The fifth sovereign chuckled lightly. However, I believe with your strength, you will manage effortlessly. Suddenly, she drew closer, her icy breath brushing against Lin Ke's ear. This is the information regarding the source of darkness. Whether you can obtain it depends on yourself. I hope you return alive. As her words fell, a pitch-black token flew through the air, accompanied by a scroll. Lin Que instinctively caught it. The scroll bore a set of coordinates. The token felt icy to the touch. It was indeed the Elder Token of the Crimson Abyss. The surface of the token was engraved with twisted spatial runes. From now on, with this token, he could easily enter the Crimson Abyss. Remember to fulfill your promise before you leave. The voice of the fifth sovereign gradually faded. Lin Que blinked, the surroundings abruptly twisting and transforming. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in the plaza outside the arena. Brother, Wu Di rushed towards Lin Que, taking 2 steps for every one of his own. Brother, you finally returned. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly go on living? As he spoke, he felt the performance was overly dramatic and could only chuckle awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Lin Que and Apos' expression softened as he retrieved a spear glowing with an eerie green light from his lord and Apos' space. Here, this is the corrosive spear I promised you. As for the gold earned during this time, it all belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's expression changed slightly, although he felt thrilled. He sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Brother. Wu Di suddenly hugged Lin Ke's thigh, tears streaming down his face. Brother, are you trying to drive me away? I, Wu Dishing, am yours. In death, I shall be your spirit. Bystanders turned to stare, some already pointing and whispering. Lin Que was caught between laughter and tears. His forehead throbbing. Get up. What are you doing? I refuse. Wu Di clung even tighter. Brother, you've become incredibly formidable now. Wouldn't it be inconvenient without a little brother to run errands for you? Wu Di, being astute, clearly understood the situation. Following someone with such potential as Lin Que was the way to go. Steady gains were far better than fleeting windfalls. With a reluctant expression, he implored, Brother, are you leaving the Crimson Abyss? You must take me with you. Lin Que furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, No, this time. I am heading to a very perilous location. Chapter 41. The Book of the Undead. Before departing from the Crimson Abyss, Lin Que left behind an undying soul crystal, meticulously encased within a specially crafted bone box, and entrusted it to Iron Mask of the Crimson Guard for delivery to the Fifth Sovereign. One cannot escape the debts owed to that old witch, Lin Que murmured to himself, shivering at the mere thought of her piercing gaze. Subsequently, he made his way to a mechanical workshop deep within the Black Market Guild. This place had been transformed by Dr. Ghouls into a mad laboratory brimming with goblin aesthetics. As he pushed open the door, an explosive sound erupted, accompanied by acrid black smoke billowing forth. Master, you arrived just in time, Dr. Ghouls exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Sparks flying from his mechanical arm. He eagerly rubbed his hands together and gestured towards a row of dark green orbs. These are the latest incendiary grenades, crafted using the venom sacs of abyssal fire lizards as containers. Upon detonation, they unleash a corrosive inferno. They can be equipped in large quantities on ghouls. Next, he pulled aside a dust cover to reveal 2 sets of armor radiating an eerie blue glow. This is specially designed combat armor, synthesized from vibranium and necromantic bone powder. Once donned by Big Mouth and Plague Brother, their combat effectiveness will increase by at least 30%. Finally, with an air of secrecy, he retrieved a pitch-black saddle from the safe. This is the custom-designed undead warhorse saddle you requested. Suddenly, Dr. Ghouls seemed to remember something. He turned and carefully extracted an ancient tome from a mithril chest behind him. The cover was entwined with a deathly aura, exuding a potent necromantic essence. Lin Que and Apos' pupils narrowed in shock, feeling a surge of necromantic power within him. The aura emanating from the book resonated strongly with his own bloodline of the undead lord. Where did you find this? Lin Que and Apos' voice was dry with astonishment. Could this be the legendary book of the undead, capable of commanding immortal spirits? Dr. Ghouls and Apos' expression turned serious. I found it while excavating the 37th mine, taken from an ancient stone sarcophagus. Unfortunately, after I retrieved the book, the skeletal remains within disintegrated. At that moment, the tome and Apos' cover suddenly clicked ominously, as if something within was attempting to break free. In that critical instant, Lin Que swiftly pressed down on the agitated Book of the Undead, his gaze sharpened. Target, Book of the Undead, Volume 1. Status, Sealed Skill, Eye of the Undead, LV. 1. Can probe target, level class attributes, consumption, 10 mental power usage traits, Undead Pact. Forcefully contract undead beings. Success rate 50. Necromantic Law. Comprehend basic ancient necromantic spells. Immortal Summoning. Summon immortal undead warriors. Duration 30 minutes. Marvelous. Lin Que and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. The Eye of the Undead would be exceedingly useful. As far as he knew, ancient necromantic spells were generally categorized into 5 main systems: curse, virus, summoning, darkness, and alchemy. He had been pondering his career path, and the necromancer profession presented an excellent evolutionary route. With this thought, Lin Que immediately equipped the Book of the Undead. The moment he did, a terrifying wave of necromantic energy surged through his domain. He felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder. His mental power depleted in an instant. Countless unfamiliar necromantic incantations detonated in his mind. The pages turned of their own accord, as blood-red necromantic runes flooded into his consciousness. Successfully comprehended curse system spell, Doommark, level, basic spell, upgradable, effect, blindness, renders target's vision completely dark for 3 seconds, deprivation, randomly seals one of the target's abilities for 5 seconds. Doom ensures the target's next attack misses, casting consumption. 50 mental power. Lin Que gasped sharply, a piercing pain throbbing at his temples. This was a sign of mental exhaustion, but he could not afford to dwell on it. The effects of Doom Mark were simply extraordinary. The ability to blind an opponent would leave them floundering like a headless chicken. Deprivation could randomly seal a crucial ability of the enemy, and with Doom, this was no mere spell. It was akin to a cheat skill. The only drawback was its immense drain on mental power. The consumption of mental energy left Lin Que dizzy, as if suffering from severe hypoglycemia. With this necromantic spell at his disposal, he felt a renewed sense of confidence as he prepared to venture into the Amp, Apos, Eternal Night Lair and Amp, Apos, in search of the source of darkness. After all, that dimension was notorious as a Lord and Amp, Apos, forbidden territory. More importantly, while other lords had to reach the War King level to access the career evolution system, Lin Que, still merely a warrior, had already embarked on the path of the necromancer. Master, are you all right? Dr. Ghouls asked, concern etched on his face. Lin Que took a deep breath, finally snapping back to reality from the shock of the spell comprehension. He smiled broadly. You did well, Dr. Ghouls. This book is of great significance to me. Please continue your research in the Crimson Abyss. Acquire whatever materials you need. If you lack gold, just contact me. Thank you, Master. Dr. Ghouls was elated. He knew that scientific research was always a costly endeavor, and with gold, he could purchase mines and various rare materials. He had even prepared a shopping list. 1. Acquire permanent mining rights for the 37th mine. 2. Order 10 tons of mithril alloy. 3. Hire a team of goblin engineers to assist. 4. Purchase that coveted dwarven titan furnace. Meanwhile, good news arrived from Lin Que and Apos' domain. After undergoing the brutal selection process in the evolution furnace, hundreds of thousands of ghouls had evolved through mutual consumption, ultimately giving rise to 1,000 elite ghouls. These evolved beings boasted robust bone armor and formidable claws, possessing combat power exceeding that of ordinary ghouls by tenfold. Having tidied up matters in the Crimson Abyss, Lin Que stealthily returned to Jiang City via the teleportation array. As he stepped out, he encountered Fang Yan approaching him. Fortunately, he had previously informed her of his expedition, or he might have been reported as a missing person. Lin Que. Fang Yan strode towards him in her high heels, her fitted teacher and Apos' uniform accentuating her graceful curves. Her crimson lips pursed as she shot him a glare. You've been out training for quite a long time, haven't you? Lin Que rubbed his nose, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her long, shapely legs enveloped in black stockings. Director Fang, I was, striving to enhance my strength. Enough with the excuses. Fang Yan suddenly leaned closer, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. You and Apos, VE fallen behind in training. Now, come with me to the office. This may not be appropriate, Lin Que stammered, taken aback at the prospect of one-on-one tutoring. Fang Yan and Apos' gaze sharpened, and she chuckled lightly. What? Are you afraid I might devour you? At this moment, the passing students cast sidelong glances, many of the male classmates enviously reddening their eyes. Lin Que, that rascal, has certainly captivated Fang Qingxue, not even sparing her aunt. What a scoundrel! Fang Yan is my goddess. Chapter 42. You dare lay a hand on one of mine? Inside the office, Fang Yaowen secured the door. With a sudden surge, she cornered Lin Que against the wall. A crimson flame flickered into existence at her fingertip, dancing menacingly before his eyes. Tell me, her voice, though gentle, sent shivers down his spine. What is the source of this peculiar aura surrounding you? Lin Que offered a sheepish grin, his gaze drawn to the prominent swell of Fang Yaowen and Apos' chest. He swallowed hard. Director Fang, I am a necromantic overlord. After all, of course, I and Apos, am peculiar. Don and Apos, try to deceive me, young man. Fang Yaowen and Apos' expression hardened, her brow furrowing deeply. As someone with a nascent grasp of fire elemental manipulation, she could keenly sense the sinister energy emanating from Lin Quebec. That's not right. Her voice trembled slightly, the flame at her fingertip wavering erratically. This is the aura of black magic? Alarm bells rang in Lin Que and Apos' mind. In the divine continent, black magic was deemed a forbidden art, the embodiment of evil. Any practitioner would be branded a heretic. facing consequences ranging from the revocation of their overlord heart to immediate execution. Acting swiftly, Lin Que equipped his newly acquired magic cloak, an artifact designed to conceal magical signatures. In an instant, the aura surrounding him shifted, returning to normal. Fang Yaowen's large, luminous eyes widened, and the flame at her fingertips steadied. She drew closer to Lin Que, her delicate nose twitching as she inhaled, like a puzzled kitten. Strange, just a moment ago, it was clearly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Que sidestepped her, flashing an innocent smile. Director Fang, perhaps you're mistaken? The dimension I visited this time was indeed quite sinister. Fang Yaowen remained skeptical, but suddenly reached out and pinched Lin Ke's ear. Humph, brat. I was just worried about you. You are a necromantic overlord, a prodigy unseen in 1,000 years. What if you strayed down the wrong path? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Que winced, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the magic cloak is effective. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Oh right. Fang Yaowen abruptly lowered her voice, extinguishing the flame at her fingertip. That girl, Qingxue, has drawn the attention of the ancient relics in her family by helping you. They've initiated a clandestine investigation into you. Lin Que was rendered speechless. He and Fang Qingxue were not an item, but the old relics were investigating him? You must strive to improve yourself, young man. The Fang clan places great emphasis on social standing. Years ago, I even abandoned my family to avoid an arranged marriage. Fang Yaowen chuckled ruefully, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. That girl's temperament is even more unyielding than mine was. Lin Que frowned subtly. He understood Fang Qingxue's feelings, and he was keenly aware that the Fang clan, as one of Jiang City's most prominent families, would never permit their direct descendant to associate with a one-star overlord. However, no one could have foreseen that even a formidable woman like Fang Yaowen had once been unable to escape the clutches of her family's machinations. The air grew heavy. Silence descended upon the office. Fang Yaowen resembled a vulnerable young girl. Lin Que couldn't help but observe the qualities she shared with Fang Qingxue, the same straight nose, the same subtly upturned lips, the same breathtaking profile. They were undeniably beautiful, almost irresistible. Anyone would assume they were sisters of a similar age. Ahem. Fang Yaowen cleared her throat, straightening her posture. The fleeting moment of vulnerability seemed to vanish as if it had never occurred. She adjusted her collar, reverting to her usual decisive demeanor. All right, Lin Que, you can return to your rest. Lin Que remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Fang Yaowen. Director Fang, I may be embarking on another journey soon. I'm uncertain when I'll return. Fang Yaowen paused, a rare, gentle smile gracing her lips. Then strive for greatness, young man. I have faith in you. Take care while you're away. If you need anything, don't hesitate to inform me. The border dimensions have been turbulent lately, with another large-scale incursion of alien beasts. If you intend to hone your skills on the border battlefield, you must return alive. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Warmth filled Lin Que and Appo's heart. He straightened his back and replied with a smile. Understood, Director Fang. After bidding farewell to Fang Yaowen, Lin Que returned to his long-neglected dormitory. The familiar atmosphere washed over him as he pushed open the door. In truth, he was a homebody at heart, happiest when nestled in his own small, private sanctuary. However, reality dictated otherwise. He needed to grow stronger, and he needed to do it quickly. The Nightless Abyss, his next destination, was a forbidden zone feared even by countless War King-level overlords. Legend had it that the Abyss was perpetually shrouded in darkness, teeming with countless savage, bloodthirsty demonic races. The source of darkness lay deep within the Nightless Abyss. Suddenly, Lin Que froze. He retrieved an old pocket watch from the depths of his drawer. Encased within the cover was a faded photograph of his younger sister, Lin Xinhua, as a child. His eyes welled up as he gazed at the photo. Sister, Xinhua, please wait for your brother. He carefully tucked the watch close to his chest, his resolve hardening. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Lin Que studied the coordinate scroll given to him by the fifth sovereign, his brow gradually unfurrowing. According to the dimensional coordinates, the portal to the Nightless Abyss would open in 2 weeks. The timing was perfect. He pocketed the scroll, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had to prepare thoroughly during these 2 weeks. But at that moment, the master-servant contract within Lin Que and Appo's mind suddenly transmitted a violent surge of soul energy. Master. The voice of Bloodhoof was fragmented, interspersed with the sounds of clashing weapons and battle cries. Bloodhoof may not be able to repay your kindness. Lin Que and Appo's pupils constricted. Through the contract, he witnessed a harrowing scene. Bloodhoof was drenched in blood, one of his horns broken. Behind him lay mountains of minotaur corpses. In the distance, a minotaur clad in golden armor led a massive army, closing in. Bloodhoof, hold on. Lin Que and Appos' eyes burned crimson, and a torrent of necromantic energy erupted from his body. He lashed out with a fist, shattering the nearby chair into splinters. But before Lin Que could finish speaking, the contract link abruptly severed. The last thing he heard was Bloodhoof and Appos' desperate roar, "Master." "Good, very good." Lin Ke's voice was as cold as ice. "You dare lay a hand on one of mine?" Chapter 43. We humans shall be the masters. Lin Que swiftly donned a suit of black battle armor and unrolled a scroll, revealing the coordinates to the Black Cliff realm left by Bloodhoof. He pondered briefly. According to Bloodhoof, the Black Cliff realm was a savage land ruled by 5 great tribes: the Scorpion tribe, the Bull tribe, the Pegasus tribe, the Eagle tribe, and the Bloodwolf tribe. Furthermore, a small number of humans and other minor races struggled to survive in this harsh environment. The Bull tribe, one of the 5, consisted of tens of thousands of members, with a strict hierarchy based on military achievements and bloodlines. Bloodhoof's brother, named Goldenhorn Fury Hoof, was not only a warlord but also commanded the entire Bull tribe and Appos' army. Bloodhoof was still unable to contend with his brother. Lin Que murmured softly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. "However, since you are under my protection, allow me to assist you." He clenched his fists, the power of the undead surging within him. But could his presence truly affect change? Lin Ke's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly assessed his battle capabilities. With the firepower provided by Dr. Galoo, coupled with the 2,000 elite ghouls that had just completed their evolution, he indeed possessed the strength to fight. What of a warlord? Lin Que scoffed. Even a dog must heed its master. Bloodhoof is my servant, and I must stand up for him. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of the bloody grenades and quantum cannons. His expression resolute. He headed straight for the teleportation array and decisively utilized the few remaining teleportation privileges, targeting the Black Cliff realm. In the next moment, Lin Ke's figure materialized upon a scorched red wasteland. The searing wind whipped sand against his battle armor, and in the distance, the dull thrum of war drums echoed. He immediately sensed the scent of blood in the air. A fierce battle had recently transpired here. Through the faint connection of the master-servant contract, he could sense Bloodhoof and Appos' life force rapidly waning. To the northwest, 800 miles away, Lin Que narrowed his eyes and mounted the undead warhorse. With the saddle crafted by Dr. Galoo, the steed radiated a dim glow, its hooves ablaze with azure soul fire, exuding an imposing aura. Just as he was about to summon Big Mouth and Plague Brother, a ragged group of humans burst forth from the wasteland ahead. They were a mix of men and women, including an elderly man with white hair. Each bore bruises and scars, their skin darkened from prolonged sun exposure. Upon seeing Lin Que, they were taken aback. How dare someone ride a horse? Quickly, flee. The Bloodwolf tribe has begun their hunt. A middle-aged man at the forefront shouted toward Lin Que. The two parties locked eyes, both momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. On the distant horizon, dust billowed. A pack of colossal blood wolves charged forward, howling with excitement, their fangs bared and eyes glowing crimson. The Bloodwolf tribe? Hunting? Lin Que furrowed his brow. "My lord, quickly leave," a frail youth cried, his voice trembling with fear. "The hunting party of the Bloodwolf tribe is coming. They will capture us as an Appos, food people and Appos. What is a food person?" Lin Que asked loudly. "My lord, are you from afar?" The boy responded, astonished. At this, the crowd around them fell silent and halted their steps. They encircled Lin Que, and an elderly man with white hair approached, trembling, his murky eyes fixed intently on the undead warhorse beneath Lin Que. The phantom warhorse, azure fire iron hooves. The old man suddenly collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "The prophecy is true. The Savior recorded in the ancient scrolls has truly arrived." Instantly, everyone knelt in unison, their cracked lips trembling as they muttered indistinctly. Lin Que was utterly bewildered. Hunting? Food people? Savior? Through the old man's fragmented recounting, Lin Que finally grasped the terrifying truth of this realm. In the Black Cliff realm, humans were regarded as the lowest beings. The 5 great tribes viewed humans as mere food and playthings, kept in cages and periodically harvested for their flesh. Referred to as food people, Those tasked with the most dangerous and arduous labor were called workers. Once workers toiled to death, they too would be consumed. Damn it, these brutes. Lin Que seethed with anger, his fists cracking ominously. As a fellow human, the 5 great tribes were utterly despicable. The undead warhorse sensed its master and amp, Oppos, fury, and neighed loudly. Roar. In the distance, the blood wolves roared. The hunting party of the blood wolf tribe was now less than a kilometer away. Lin Que dismounted, his black cloak billowing without wind. He raised his hand, and 2 terrifying figures slowly materialized, Big Mouth and Plague Brother. From this day forth, the Black Cliff realm shall no longer harbor the blood wolf tribe. Lin Que established a connection with Bloodhoof through their master-servant bond and learned that Bloodhoof was merely imprisoned in the Bull tribe's dungeon, currently in no immediate danger. What surprised him further was that the true reason Bloodhoof had not inherited the position of the Bull tribe leader and was imprisoned was because he had repeatedly prevented the tribe from consuming humans, leading his brother Goldenhorn Fury Hoof to falsely accuse him of being a traitor to the Bull tribe. How intriguing. A glimmer of appreciation crossed Lin Ke's eyes. It seemed he had not chosen the wrong person to save. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he could not bear to witness his race being treated so cruelly. Thus, he turned to the kneeling humans and declared, "I will ensure they escort you to safety. From this day forth, the humans of the Black Cliff realm shall no longer be slaughtered." The old man, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed repeatedly, "Savior. In the abandoned mine to the northwest, there are still over 1,000 of our kin hidden. We can go there first." Lin Que nodded and summoned a dense swarm of ghouls to escort them to the abandoned mine. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, Lin Que and Oppos' voice was icy and resolute. "Let us deliver a welcome gift to the Blood Wolf tribe." Not far away, the hunting party of the Blood Wolf tribe had arrived. Upon seeing Big Mouth and Plague Brother, they halted in panic. "Big Mouth, leave one alive to guide us." At Lin Ke's command, Big Mouth roared and charged forward. In an instant, the hunting party of the Blood Wolf tribe was torn apart, flesh and bones flying in all directions, leaving only a frail blood wolf trembling on its 4 legs. "Lead the way." Lin Que swiftly mounted the undead warhorse. The hooves splashed blood as they trampled through the crimson puddles, droplets splattering on the withered blades of grass. A gruesome sight. In the distance, the freed humans clamped their mouths shut, their eyes wide with shock, tears streaming down their cheeks. For the first time, they witnessed the once mighty blood wolves reduced to mere ants before their savior. Lin Que did not linger. Within half an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of the Blood Wolf tribe. From afar, the Blood Wolf tribe was built against the mountains, with rugged wooden fences enclosing scattered tents made of animal hides. At the altar in the heart of the tribe, several fresh corpses of humans hung, their blood slowly coursing down the stone trough. Lin Ke's gaze was as cold as ice as he raised his hand with a flourish. 3 quantum turrets materialized out of thin air, and an ethereal blue energy surged at their barrels. "Blood Wolf tribe, prepare to receive my 3 shots." Boom, boom, boom. 3 piercing beams of azure light sliced through the sky, striking the center of the tribe with precision. The terrifying shockwaves from the explosions instantly overturned half of the settlement. And amidst the dazzling tempest of energy, the Blood Wolf warriors were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a scream. Roaring with excitement, Big Mouth plunged into the inferno, each swipe of his claws unleashing a torrential rain of blood. The Blood Wolf warriors who had narrowly evaded the bombardment had no time to rejoice before being torn to shreds. Meanwhile, Plague Brother strolled leisurely across the battlefield, a noxious green mist trailing in his wake. The surviving Blood Wolf shamans wailed in agony as their skin visibly rotted away. Not enough. Lin Que sneered. "Leave no survivors among the Ghoul Legion." 100,000 ghouls surged forth like a relentless tide, instantly engulfing the entire Blood Wolf tribe. They ravenously tore at every living thing in sight, sparing even the young wolves hiding in the corners. When the last Blood Wolf fell, Lin Que strode towards the altar and severed the chains with a single stroke of his sword. The human corpses were gently laid down and covered with clean cloths. From this day forth, he proclaimed loudly, "In the Black Cliff realm, my people shall reign as masters." Chapter 44, Savior. I am Jin Kong. The swift annihilation of the Blood Wolf tribe can be attributed to the quantum cannon. Unfortunately, each use necessitates a lengthy charge time. At that moment, a notification emerged in the territory. Acquired material, Blood Wolf totem. Integration can enhance graveyard level. Integration. Notification, graveyard upgrade successful. Graveyard. Level 3, current attack enhancement. 3 current defense enhancement. 3 current speed enhancement. 3 additional life enhancement. 3 armor piercing effect. Not activated lifesteal effect. Not activated. I wondered why the graveyard could not be upgraded. It turns out it requires special materials. Lin Que was elated. Now, all the attributes of his subjects were enhanced by 3. Although seemingly modest, the overall combat power increase was astonishing, capable of effortlessly crushing foes. As for the lifesteal effect, with the death mass providing a 15 miraculous ratio, his subject's survival capabilities became even more formidable. Notification, level breakthrough. Lord, Lin Que. Level, warrior level 25. Equipment, corrosive sword. Book of the Undead, death mask, magic cloak. Strength, 140. Agility, 140. Spirit, 140. Defense, 240. Potential, 1 star. Area, 50,000 square meters. Gold, 956, 281. 000. Buildings, Great Cemetery, Catacombs, Haunted Gold Mine, Shop, Graveyard, Evolution Furnace. Subjects, Undead Miners X11, Naga Guards X1, Ghoul Commanders X2, Elite Ghouls X2000, Ghouls X200. 000. Servants, Bloodhoof of the Savage Bull, Dr. Gulu, Firepower, Quantum Turrets X3, Charging, 2359, 59. Lin Que and Amp, Oppos, S gaze sharpened as he scrutinized his attribute panel. Particularly, the staggering balance of 950 million gold pieces deepened his expression. He suddenly realized that there are certain things that gold cannot procure. For instance, the source of darkness. Additionally, the special materials required for upgrading the buildings in his territory. This implies that the infinite gold mine cannot resolve all his dilemmas. However, without this gold mine, Lin Que chuckled self-deprecatingly. I would not be able to sustain the vast army of ghouls, let alone discuss any evolution. I could not afford equipment, potions, or scrolls, nor could I support Dr. Gulu's research plans. Thus, while money is not omnipotent, a lack of it is utterly debilitating. He felt fortunate to possess this inexhaustible haunted gold mine. Just then, a limping ghoul scout approached, missing limbs. Lord, a massive horde of blood wolves. Revenge. Indeed, on the horizon of the wasteland, a throng of blood wolves emerged, numbering nearly 1,000. It turned out they had been out hunting, and, upon learning of their tribe's demise, hastily returned. A smirk played on Lin Ke's lips, his gaze turning cold. Perfect for eradicating the root. Nearly 1,000 blood wolves. Their crimson eyes blazing, charged forth, led by a towering wolf-headed giant over 3 meters tall, adorned with a singular vertical eye that gleamed with an eerie purple light. How? Worthless humans. You dare slay my kin. Lin Ke's pupils constricted. This was indeed a king-level lord. More troublesome was the seemingly formidable vertical eye on his forehead. How? The Blood Wolf King suddenly howled to the heavens, beams of light emanating from his vertical eye. Instantly, a terrifying mental shockwave swept through, causing the front line of ghouls to freeze in place, followed by a series of explosives. So, as she spoke, she gestured towards the 4 individuals behind her, each of whom was a leader of the human resistance against the oppressive forces of the Black Cliff realm. Regrettably, our strength was insufficient to confront the might of the 5 great tribes. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burly man, bearing a massive sword, stepped forward and, with a resounding thud, knelt before her. His voice trembled with fervor. "O Savior, I am called Jian Kong. We have awaited your arrival for a full 3 centuries." Lin Ke's lips twitched slightly. Alan, with an awkward smile, cleared his throat. "Brother Lin, they, have already deemed you the prophesied savior. Might you find the time to join us in resisting the hunting parties of the Bloodwolf tribe?" Upon hearing this, Lin Que and Oppos' expression grew troubled. "Well, it seems that the Bloodwolf tribe may no longer require resistance." Alan furrowed his brow, his delicate and exquisite face etched with confusion. As fellow humans, it was unlikely that anyone would remain indifferent to such a situation. Was Lin Que refusing to assist? Just as the atmosphere became palpably uncomfortable, for ghouls approached, carrying the gruesome head of the Bloodwolf chieftain. Lin Que smiled lightly, because the Bloodwolf tribe has already been eradicated by my hand. What? Alan and Oppos' expression froze. And Jian Kong, along with the other 3 resistance leaders, stood there, utterly petrified. Chapter 45, The War Beast of the Bull Clan. After an in-depth conversation with Alan, Lin Que discovered her profound knowledge of the Black Cliff Plain, including the defensive arrangements of the 5 major tribes. Coincidentally, he was in need of a guide. To his surprise, the 4 leaders of the human resistance, led by Jian Kong, pledged their loyalty on the spot. Jian Kong knelt on one knee, raising his long-standing black iron sword above his head. From this moment forth, my life belongs to the Savior. Lin Que could only smile wryly, pondering that the humans of the Black Cliff Plain seemed to find it exceedingly difficult to awaken as lords. Thus, they had to enhance their own strength, embarking on a distinctly different path of evolution. How interesting, they could directly unlock a professional evolution system. They could become martial masters, mages, spirit masters, or psychics, among others. Jian Kong was indeed a martial master wielding a colossal sword, capable of refining his body to its utmost limits, able to shatter boulders with a mere punch. As for the other 3 leaders of the resistance, one was a mage, and another a psychic, which piqued Lin Que and Apos as curiosity. Excellent, excellent. I am eager to witness your prowess. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Kong swung his arm, the black iron sword slicing through the air with a heavy whoosh. His muscles were robust, and his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating his formidable physique. My lord, please observe, Jian Kong said, crouching low before delivering a powerful strike. A thunderous boom echoed as the nearby hills erupted in a shower of debris, the flora reduced to mere fragments. The other 3 leaders of the resistance took their turns to showcase their abilities. A man named Lai Yin tapped his staff lightly, conjuring a blazing serpent of fire that wove a net in the air, demonstrating his mastery of fire magic. Night Owl and Apos' eyes glimmered with an eerie light as the colossal boulder dozens of meters away crumbled spontaneously, clearly the work of his enigmatic telekinetic soul technique. Wind Whisper brandished a dagger, his toes barely lifting off the ground, allowing him to float effortlessly, leaving behind several afterimages. The synergy of his levitation and speed was striking. Impressive, Lin Que exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. He immediately thought of his undead subjects. He believed that Big Mouth was well suited to become a martial master, while Plague Brother held great potential to become a plague mage. Just as Lin Que pondered these thoughts, Alan suddenly spoke. Brother Lin, there is something I wish to ask of you. She slowly unfurled a hide map, her finger resting gently on a prominent bullhorn totem. In the Black Cliff Plain, although the Blood Wolf tribe is the most brutal, the other tribes regard humans as mere weeds. However, the Bull tribe is unique. Their strength lies in their awakening of the totem and the ancient bloodline of the bull. Yet not all bulls are bloodthirsty and warlike. Among them, Bloodhoof stands as an exception. Lin Que raised an eyebrow slightly. Bloodhoof? He was the younger brother of the current chief of the Bull tribe and had opposed the enslavement of humans for years, secretly liberating thousands of human slaves. He had even advocated for human rights within the Bull tribe, hoping to establish a human tribe for mutual development. Jian Kong suddenly knelt, his colossal sword driven firmly into the ground, his voice resolute. My lord, Bloodhoof is a great benefactor to our people. Were it not for him, our resistance would have perished long ago. Alan nodded in agreement, continuing. Unfortunately, Bloodhoof was previously exiled from the Black Cliff Plain, but he returned recently only to be imprisoned in the lava dungeon by his brother. She pointed to a crimson mark on the map, her tone grave. Now, the Bull tribe has wholly sided with the new chief, Fury Hoof, and life for humans has become increasingly dire. Lin Que and Apos' gaze shifted. So, where is Bloodhoof currently imprisoned? In the deepest level of the lava dungeon, Alan took a deep breath. It is said that they plan to use him as a blood sacrifice during the next blood moon to awaken the complete ancient bloodline of the Bull ancestors. As she spoke, her voice faltered, tinged with a hint of pleading. Brother Lin, could you help us rescue Bloodhoof? I know it is difficult to confront the Bull tribe, but... Before she could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and in the far distance, a massive mountain seemed to be moving. Not good, Jian Kong exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, it is the war beast of the Bull tribe. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened as he peered towards the horizon, where A and Amp, Apos, mountain of flesh and Amp, Apos, ambled forth. It was a colossal bull, towering hundreds of feet high, with each step causing the ground to shake, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. More terrifyingly, atop its back rested a massive pillar intricately carved with the totems of the Bull tribe, radiating an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe. Alan added urgently, Fury Hoof must have learned of the Blood Wolf tribe's annihilation. hence he personally leads the war beast to exact revenge for the Bloodwolf tribe. Lin Ke's expression turned grave. This formidable creature was no ordinary foe. No wonder Bloodhoof had failed. It seemed an arduous battle was unavoidable. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Ke's eyes as he made a decisive call. Big Mouth, Plague Brother, take 5,000 ghouls each and divert those bull warriors. Remember, do not kill. With a fierce roar, Big Mouth transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, charging towards the bull tribe's formation. Plague Brother unleashed a toxic mist that darkened the sky, effectively separating the battlefield. Roar. Despicable humans. Chase them down. Fury Hoof bellowed in rage as the war beast reared back, the totem pillar glowing ominously. Ghouls suddenly erupted from the grass, deliberately flaunting themselves before the bull warriors, even making provocative gestures. The bull warriors, blinded by fury, charged after them in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the bull tribe warriors had been lured away. Now, you all retreat. Alan, come with me to rescue Bloodhoof from the lava dungeon. Lin Que swiftly hoisted Alan onto his steed. Go. He urged his undead warhorse to gallop towards the bull tribe. Soon, a massive city constructed of black basalt came into view. The walls were adorned with grotesque totems, and at the gates stood 2 rows of bull tribe warriors towering over 3 meters, brandishing colossal axes and exuding an aura of savage might. Lin Que frowned slightly, inwardly astonished. This bull tribe is indeed formidable. However, this only strengthened his resolve to assist Bloodhoof in ascending to the chieftaincy. Alan suddenly lowered her voice. Brother Lin, I know a hidden path that leads directly to the lava dungeon. She gestured towards a concealed entrance shrouded in vines outside the city walls. A secret escape route that Bloodhoof had provided for the humans long ago. The two quickly concealed their mounts and crawled into the narrow passage. Inside the tunnel, it was damp and dim, the air laden with an unusual scent. As they ventured deeper, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, the temperature rose steadily, and the rock walls began to emit an eerie red glow. Be careful. Alan suddenly grasped Lin Ke's arm, for ahead lay the lava layer. As Lin Que rounded a bend, a vast expanse unfolded before him. Chapter 46. How can this human be unkillable? Before him, incandescent magma churned and roiled, the air shimmering with heat. A solitary iron chain bridge spanned the chasm. In a cage on the far side, a hulking figure, drenched in gore, was impaled by 36 crimson-hot mystic iron chains. The chains pierced his limbs at the joints, and even plunged 3 inches into his heart. Dark sanguine fluid trickling down the chains, hissing as it met the scorching rock face. By heavens, this is utterly barbaric, Lin Que exclaimed, his pupils constricting, consumed by fury. Strangely, the aura exuding from this behemoth was indeed that of Bloodhoof. Yet the master-servant bond he shared with the creature was faint, as if suppressed by an external force. Could such a thing exist? A tremor ran through Lin Que and Appos' heart. Furthermore, Bloodhoof and Appos' power had amplified exponentially. This was no mere bull, but a primordial beast on the cusp of awakening. What trials had Bloodhoof endured? Lin Ke's gaze sharpened as he activated his undying gaze. Target, Bloodhoof the bull state, ancestral bloodline evolution in progress. Alas, the undying gaze could only reveal Bloodhoof's current state. Most alarmingly, each of the chains that transfixed Bloodhoof and Appos' body trembled slightly, as if struggling to contain some terrifying power. HRR. Bloodhoof abruptly raised his head, his once brown eyes now entirely consumed by crimson. His mouth contorted, fangs bared. My master, flee. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the 36 chains snapped taut. They ferociously siphoned the lifeblood from his very veins. Lin Que gasped, realization dawning upon him. They were extracting Bloodhoof's ancestral bovine blood. Bloodhoof, hold on, Alan cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. A maelstrom of emotions raged within Lin Ke's heart. The ancient bloodline of the Minotaur race could even suppress a master-servant contract. Truly terrifying. Damn it, Lin Que cursed under his breath. Retrieving a vial of life potion from his dominion space, poised to administer it to Bloodhoof. Roar. Suddenly, Bloodhoof threw back his head and unleashed a deafening roar, his eyes blazing crimson. Several elite-level ghouls that had ventured too close were blasted apart by the sanguine energy erupting from his body. They lost their footing and plunged into the magma, reduced to ash. Brother Lin, we must flee. Bloodhoof has lost his senses, Alan urged, her voice fraught with anxiety. Yet, at that moment, Bloodhoof bellowed, Death to those who trespass upon the Minotaur tribe's sacred grounds. His muscles bulged, and with a Herculean effort, he snapped one of the chains. The mystic iron chain, as thick as a man and Apos' thigh, whistled through the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward Lin Que. "Beware!" Alan cried, firing an arrow in haste, yet it failed to impede the projectile in the slightest. Not good. Lin Que and Apos' eyes widened in alarm. The chain was hurtling toward him with incredible force, its trajectory devilishly precise. At his current level, there was no evading it. In the nick of time. Invincibility potion. Lin Que crushed a vial of golden elixir without hesitation, instantly enveloped by a golden aura. Boom. The chain slammed into the protective barrier, unleashing a deafening explosion. The shockwave shattered the surrounding rock face, sending debris raining down. Cough. That was close. Lin Que muttered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, inwardly relieved. Good thing I have plenty of these. He cast a glance at the dozen or so invincibility potions remaining in his storage space, his confidence bolstered. Had that blow landed squarely, he would have been obliterated without a trace. This audacious maneuver, relying on the invincibility potion, left Alan utterly dumbfounded. She struggled to comprehend how Lin Que had emerged unscathed from such a cataclysmic strike. Her lips parted in disbelief. How is this possible? Intruders, you shall all perish. Bloodhoof, now fully transformed, roared. Crap, the master-servant contract seems to be gone. Lin Que exclaimed, startled. This bovine bloodline was far too domineering. Could it be due to the low level of their contract? Boom. Another chain swept across the chamber, leaving subtle fissures in space itself. Lin Que calmly crushed another invincibility potion. Curse it. This is extravagant. Then, another chain hurtled toward him. And so it continued, Bloodhoof unleashing countless chains. Lin Que remained unfazed. Each time, he was determined to subdue this beast, for its ancestral bloodline was far too potent. Meanwhile, Alan and Apos' legs had grown weak. Brother Lin, what are you? Her worldview had shattered. Not even a war sovereign-level lord could withstand such attacks as if they were mere trifles. Of course. The most frustrated of all was Bloodhoof, now fully transformed. How can this human be unkillable? Lin Que's eyes gleamed with intensity as he activated his undying gaze to its fullest extent, finally piercing through the illusion. Within Bloodhoof's body, an ancient Minotaur ancestral soul was coiled. Roar. Bloodhoof and Apos' countenance was now distorted, radiating the menacing aura of a primordial beast. Yet, the 35 mystic iron chains continued to drain his bloodline, causing him to howl in agony. You are not Bloodhoof, Lin Que declared coldly. Huh. To think that the esteemed ancestor of the Minotaur race would be awakened by his own descendants, only to be used as sustenance for evolution. How tragic. Insolence. The Minotaur ancestral soul bellowed, his voice like thunder. What right does a lowly human have to comment on the affairs of my Minotaur race? He yanked on the chains violently. Begone, or face my wrath. Lin Que suddenly chuckled. He tapped his brow, and a sanguine contract mark materialized. It was the master-servant brand he had forged with Bloodhoof. Arg. The Minotaur ancestral soul felt a sudden stiffness in his body. What have you done to this vessel? It seems the physical master-servant brand is still in effect. Lin Que narrowed his eyes. I dare say. You must be in excruciating pain right now? He sauntered forward, his demeanor relaxed. How about we strike a bargain? I will help you sever these blood-sucking chains, and you return Bloodhoof and Apos' consciousness. Bloodhoof is your descendant, after all. This way, he can fully inherit your ancient bovine bloodline. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur ancestral soul and Apos' eyes flickered. He suddenly grinned maliciously. You? Sever the soul-devouring chains. Even if I were to exert all my power, I could only break one. Lin Que was taken aback by this revelation. Damn, this bull is truly formidable. He grinned. How will we know if we don't try? With that, he drew the sword of corrosion and struck. Clang. Alas, the sword of corrosion bounced off the soul-devouring chain, failing to leave even a scratch. What? This is incredibly tough. The ancestral soul of the barbarian bull let out a derisive laugh. You insignificant human. Do you think you can sever the soul-binding chains of my clan? Lin Que's lips twitched in disdain. You've already been drained of your essence by your own descendants, yet you still put on airs? The face of the ancestral soul of the barbarian bull stiffened, followed by a furious outburst. Impudence. Lin Que, uninterested in further banter, swiftly drew forth the corrosive spear. Unleashing the full force of his being, as he struck down fiercely. Clang. At last, a few sparks flew, leaving a hairline scratch upon the chains. Observing this, Alan volunteered eagerly. Brother Lin, allow me to give it a try. As she spoke, she conjured a verdant short bow in her hands. The bowstring vibrated, and a shimmering arrow shot forth. Ding! The arrow was deflected effortlessly, and the chains remained unyielding. Witnessing this, Lin Ke's expression darkened. Damn it! What on earth are these wretched chains made of? If he could not conquer this arrogant fool of a bull with sheer strength, he would have no chance of reclaiming him. Chapter 47. Is this really a choice? Lin Que fixed his gaze on the chains, a sudden grin spreading across his face. Since they cannot be severed, then he withdrew a purple-white orb from his territory space. Its surface entwined with eerie green patterns, exuding a disturbing aura of corrosion. Then let us dissolve it directly. The corrosive orb. The eyes of the bull ancestor soul widened in alarm. Wait, what do you have in your hand? Lin Que did not allow him a moment to react, hurling the corrosive orb at the soul-binding chains. Splash! The orb erupted, violet-green liquid splattering onto the chains, instantly rising in a plume of green smoke. To his astonishment, the soul-binding chains began to corrode and dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. No, how is this possible? The bull ancestor roared in disbelief. How could a mere human? Silence, you old fool. As the bull ancestor's sense of superiority shattered, Lin Que stepped firmly onto the dissolving chains, which snapped with ease. Do you think yourself noble? Bound and drained by your own ungrateful descendants, yet you pretend? The bull ancestor's face darkened, unable to retort. Lin Que chuckled coldly, continuing to mock. Bloodhoof is far superior to your foolish descendant, Ragehoof. At least he understands that in this world of competing races, true strength is not demonstrated by slaughtering the weak. You kill your kin for selfish desires and seek enmity with humanity for fleeting satisfaction. And what of Bloodhoof? He grasps the essence of alliances, comprehending the truth of civilization's continuity. The bull ancestor snorted dismissively. The law of the jungle is the very essence of the world. My bull clan is inherently stronger than your human race. Speak, what do you truly desire? Stronger than us. Lin Que scoffed, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Then why are you, a so-called strong being, now at my mercy? With that, he activated the master-servant contract with all his might, and the bull ancestor felt his body go numb. Open your bovine eyes and see clearly. With a wave of Lin Ke's hand, a harrowing scene unfolded. It was Ragehoof mercilessly slaughtering the warriors of his own kin who supported Bloodhoof. Is this what you call the law of the jungle? Lin Ke's voice was like a blade, not sparing even his own kin, only knowing to eliminate dissenters. The bull ancestor fell silent, for the first time showing signs of wavering. Listen well, you old fool. If it were not for Bloodhoof and Appo's sake, your bull clan would have been obliterated long ago. The final words rang like thunder, causing the bull ancestor to tremble violently. At that moment, Lin Que feigned ease, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the remaining 30 chains, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the Lord's shop has a purchase limit. I can only buy one corrosive orb per day. How long must I wait to dismantle them all? With no other option, he called forth Big Mouth. Big Mouth, try using your teeth. Clad in mechanical battle armor, Big Mouth hurried over, opening its massive maw to bite at the soul-binding chains. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and Big Mouth covered its mouth, dazed. The titanium alloy teeth, all shattered. Lin Que and Appo's mouth twitched. Damn. Try your corrosive breath again. Big Mouth looked aggrieved, its chest heaving, then spewed forth a stream of dark green corrosive liquid that sizzled upon contact with the chains. 10 seconds later, the soul-binding chain snapped. Lin Que was ecstatic, flashing a grin at the bull ancestor. Old bull, shall we now conduct our formal discussion? The bull ancestor felt a flicker of excitement. His soul was perfectly merged with that of his descendant. Denying any desire to usurp was impossible. What do you require of me? Lin Que smiled enigmatically. Now, I present you with two choices. 1. Willingly restore Bloodhoof's consciousness and assist me in eliminating your ungrateful descendant, Ragehoof. I shall ensure the continued prosperity of your bull clan. 2. I will eliminate you now, awaken Bloodhoof myself, and then proceed to annihilate Ragehoof. Bathing the bull tribe in blood, the bull ancestor was rendered speechless. Is this really a choice? Just as he was about to object, his expression shifted in panic. Do not doubt my power. Lin Ke's demeanor transformed, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness. The ominous mark on his fingertip pulsed lightly. You are. The bull ancestor's voice trembled, eyes wide with terror. You are a dark mage? It felt as thug as the final soul-binding chain was severed. A deafening explosion erupted above the molten dungeon. The colossal war beast of the barbarian bull tribe loomed ominously over the chasm. Perched upon the shoulders of this formidable creature was the fearsome figure of Fury Hoof. Traitors! I shall crush you all beneath my might. Chapter 48, Secondary Profession, Savage Martial Artist. Blood Hoof, recover your injuries swiftly. Lin Que proclaimed as he tossed a vial of verdant life potion. Gulp. Bloodhoof tilted his head back and drank it down, his wounds mending instantaneously. The ethereal image of the savage bull totem soared into the heavens. Its imposing presence loomed overhead, radiating a terrifying aura that made the entire savage bull tribe tremble in fear. With a thunderous roar, he shattered the clouds above, sending ripples of dread across distant tribes miles away. This was the power of bloodline suppression. Instantly, chaos erupted within the savage bull tribe. On the back of the war beast, Angry Hoof's expression darkened. Clenching his battle axe, disbelief washed over his face. Roar? How could this be? This cowardly waste has actually awakened the ancient savage bull bloodline. It rightfully belongs to me. Angry Hoof had believed he could merge with the ancestral bloodline, only to see everything thwarted by Lin Que warriors of the savage bull tribe unite with the traitor Bloodhoof and the despicable humans. Eliminate them. Angry Hoof bellowed frantically. Two elder warriors of the savage bull tribe immediately responded. Bloodhoof has just fused with the ancient savage bull bloodline. He must offer his bloodline to the great chieftain. Another elder declared with arrogance, he is but a traitor, unworthy of inheriting the glory of our ancestors. Kill them. Only an elderly shaman of the savage bull tribe stood trembling, following the ancestral teachings. Those who awaken the ancient savage bull bloodline shall become the chieftain. Old Shamey. Silence. Angry Hoof shouted, cleaving the totem pillar beside him. Kill them. Old Shamey shook his head, despair etched on his face. Closing his eyes, the savage bull tribe is doomed. Bloodhoof gazed at the approaching kin, a flicker of anguish in his golden eyes. Brother. Must you show mercy? Do not be soft-hearted. Lin Que interjected coldly. He is unworthy of being your kin. Bloodhoof nodded in agreement. Yes, master. The last remnants of hesitation vanished from his golden eyes, replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. With a thunderous leap, he shot upwards like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. The towering image of the savage bull behind him howled to the sky, causing the war beast to stagger back. All the savage bull warriors stood in stunned silence. Angry Hoof, you harm your kin. Bloodhoof's voice resonated like thunder. Let me cleanse the savage bull tribe today. Arrogant. Angry Hoof commanded the war beast to strike down with its mountainous paw. Die. The two elder warriors also joined the fray. Traitor, meet your end. Surrender your ancestral bloodline. Bloodhoof stood resolute, his fists igniting with a fiery blend of gold and crimson. Ancient savage bull combat technique. Heaven-shattering, earth-quaking. Boom. At the moment of collision between the three formidable forces, the very heavens trembled. Then crack. Angry Hoof's arm shattered, blood spraying as he was sent flying. And no. It can't be. The two elder warriors fared even worse, swallowed by the golden-red flames, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Bloodhoof hovered in the air, the totemic image behind him howling to the sky. He slowly descended to the center of the savage bull altar, crushing Angry Hoof's skull beneath his foot. From this moment forth, I, Bloodhoof, shall rule the savage bull tribe. The entire tribe fell silent. Only old Shamey knelt, tears streaming down his face. Hail the chieftain! Hail the chieftain! Tens of thousands of savage bull warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Lin Que nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. Excellent. Alan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. With Chieftain Bloodhoof here, the human race in the Black Cliff realm can finally lead normal lives. To Lin Que's astonishment, Bloodhoof, fully awakened with the ancient savage bull bloodline, exhibited power rivaling that of a top-tier war king. The strength contained within the ancestral totem left even him feeling apprehensive. Soon, having settled the tribe's affairs, Bloodhoof hurried over, kneeling on one knee with sincerity in his tone. Master, I have made the arrangements. The three tribes of scorpions, flying horses, and eagles have publicly submitted. The human race can now establish territories in the Black Cliff realm and engage in commerce and life freely. Lin Que smiled faintly. Very well. It seems I did not misjudge you. He had initially intended to search for clues regarding necromancers in the Black Cliff realm, only to discover that all knowledge of dark magic appeared to have been deliberately erased. This revelation sent a chill through Lin Que, who was concealing the history of dark sorcery. Would revealing his identity as a necromancer attract the pursuit of powerful beings from all races? With this in mind, he resolved to remain discreet in the future. Save for urgent matters, he would not easily employ dark magic. Here, take this gold. Lin Que casually tossed a purple crystal card, intending to collaborate with the humans to establish infrastructure in the Black Cliff realm. Ding! With a soft chime, the numbers on the purple crystal card surged wildly before settling at 100,000 gold coins. This was a universally recognized method for transferring gold, allowing for storage via the crystal card. Bloodhoof and Amp, Appos, eyes widened in astonishment. Even Alan gasped in disbelief, marveling at Lin Que and Amp, Appos' impressive wealth. Master, this is too much. Bloodhoof stammered, his voice trembling. It's merely a small sum. Lin Que waved dismissively. If it's insufficient, come to me again. He lacked for nothing, save for gold. Bloodhoof, exhilarated, snorted with excitement. Yes, master. Bloodhoof will ensure the Black Cliff realm flourishes anew. Excellent. Lin Que nodded in approval. Remember, focus on enhancing strength. Bloodhoof understood. Bloodhoof comprehends. Suddenly, he drew a blade across his palm. A droplet of golden red essence levitating upward. Master, this is my offering of source blood. Lin Que and Appos' gaze sharpened, fixating on the droplet. He sensed the raging energy within. More astonishingly, the unique laws of the Black Cliff realm indicated that by absorbing this essence, he could undergo a metamorphosis, instantly becoming a martial artist. A dual profession evolution route that ordinary lords could scarcely fathom. Then so be it. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall not hold back. He directly absorbed the essence, and in that instant, boom, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky. Every bone in Lin Ke's body crackled like popcorn, and a totem resembling that of Bloodhoof emerged upon his skin. Notice, the Lord has initiated a profession evolution ahead of schedule. Profession, Savage Martial Artist Skill, Descent of the Savage Deity, temporarily gains the ancient power of the Savage Bull, significantly enhancing personal attributes, Strength 10, Defense 10. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Que clenched his fists. Boom. Behind him, a spectral image of a savage bull emerged. However, this bull was distinctly different from the Bloodhoof variety. It seemed to have undergone some form of mutation. This bull was entirely black as ink, with only its eyes ablaze with red and blue soul flames. And its horns were inscribed with a multitude of eerie runes. What on earth is happening? Prompt. Current professional status. Main profession. Necromancer secondary profession. Savage martial artist special bonus. Physical attacks can inflict an additional 50 dark magic damage. Is this a fusion of dual professions? As Lin Que felt the surging, violent energy within him, a sudden smile broke across his face. The human form combined with the bloodline of the Savage Bull. I have evolved. This is akin to having a cheat. Just as Lin Que had completed his preparations and was ready to return to the Shinjo dimension, a sudden explosion of rancid, toxic mist enveloped the entire Savage Bull tribe. The ground began to tremble violently, and countless venomous scorpions surged forth from the crevices. Ha! Bloodhoof, did you think that slaying Angerhoof would allow you to dominate the Blackcliff dimension? The elder of the Scorpion tribe emerged through the fog, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was flanked by two colossal Battle King-level venomous scorpions. Chapter 49. This punch will render you insignificant. Old Scorpion, how is it that you still draw breath? Bloodhoof's eyes blazed with fury. I have yet to seek vengeance upon your Scorpion tribe, yet you dare to approach me? The account of your treachery against my father must be settled today. Just as tensions flared between the Scorpion tribe and the Barbarian Bull tribe, a sharp eagle cry suddenly pierced the sky. The elder of the Eagle tribe descended, his massive wings casting a shadow over the land. With a cold demeanor, he spoke. The Barbarian Bull tribe has violated the millennia-old rules of the Black Cliff realm by allowing lowly humans to establish a tribe. Today, the Eagle tribe demands an explanation. Both tribes, alongside 5 formidable war kings, prepared for battle. My lord, you must flee. Bloodhoof's expression shifted drastically. He unleashed the ancient bloodline of the Barbarian Bulls, forcefully activating the descent of the Barbarian god. While he felt no fear, the ancient bloodline could not be recklessly summoned. With 2 war elder kings of the barbarian tribe now deceased, it was clear that the scorpion and eagle tribes were well prepared. Fear not, Lin Que smirked, eager to test the prowess of his secondary profession as a barbaric warrior. You handle that old scorpion, I shall take on that elder bird. Boom. In that moment, Lin Que activated the descent of the barbarian god, his aura surging, a fearsome black bull totem manifesting behind him, causing the ground beneath to crack. Brother Lin, I'm here too. Alan swiftly drew his short bow, arrows entwined with resplendent starlight. The elder of the eagle tribe sneered derisively. How dare a mere human? Before he could finish his sentence, 3 quantum artillery towers descended from above, forming a triangular blockade around the battlefield. Big Mouth and Plague Brother took their positions, clad in gleaming mechanical armor. A horde of ghouls surrounded the barbarian bull tribe, sealing their fate. Lin Que did not dare to underestimate them. These arrangements served both as intimidation and a contingency. Should he falter, he could still turn the tides. Whoosh! His figure vanished, leaving ripples in the air. The next moment, he appeared before the elder of the eagle tribe. Bang! Before the elder could react, he received a heavy punch, entwined with the Andapos, mark of misfortune Andapos. This punch will make you feel insignificant. Boom! The elder of the eagle tribe was sent crashing to the ground. In a panic, he cried out, Why can I not see? Lin Que recognized this as the brief blindness induced by the mark of misfortune. Before the elder could gather himself, Lin Que used a teleporting dagger to launch himself into the air. This punch will teach you the true meaning of the survival of the fittest. Thud! The giant fist, empowered by the barbarian bloodline, came crashing down, its force penetrating the very fabric of the world. In an instant, eagle feathers scattered like leaves. When the dust settled, the elder of the eagle tribe lay bloodied in a deep pit, his wings shattered. No, it cannot be. He was filled with terror, unable to comprehend how a human could possess such speed. Beside him, the elder of the scorpion tribe stared in astonishment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So fast, I could not even perceive his movements. Old fool. Lin Que placed a foot upon the elder's wing, his eyes icy with murderous intent. Remember this, from today forth, the humans shall have the final say in the Black Cliff realm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed across the battlefield. One of the eagle elder's wings was severed. This war king lay there like a defeated dog. How could this happen? The faces of the scorpion tribe's warriors turned pale, their venomous tails trembling. The elder eagle was a seasoned war king. Bloodhoof roared with excitement. My lord is magnificent. Lin Que flicked his wrist, reveling in his unexpected strength. He had not anticipated that unleashing the barbarian bloodline in conjunction with the teleporting dagger would prove so devastating. This old bird hadn't even had the chance to cast a wind spell before being overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks. Could it be that this elder eagle came solely to provide me with practice? TSK, wind mages are so vulnerable up close. Lin Que smirked, the only regret being that such a burst of power could not be sustained. Having dealt with the elder eagle, he turned his gaze to the other side. There. Bloodhoof's eyes blazed with fury, his body adorned with glowing totemic patterns, each punch infused with seething rage. Old Scorpion, today marks your demise. Boom. Their combat shook the very earth, each blow resonating with intensity. The other 2 strong figures of the Scorpion tribe were ensnared by Big Mouth and Plague Brother. Any movement on their part would meet the wrath of the quantum artillery. Lin Que furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as murderous intent surged. It seems the Scorpion and Eagle tribes harbor deep-seated prejudices against humanity, since you remain obstinate. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a swift gesture, Big Mouth and Plague Brother understood the command. Roar! 2,000 elite ghouls surged forth, tearing the Scorpion tribe's warriors to shreds in an instant. No, the elder of the Scorpion tribe howled in despair. Stop. Too late. Bloodhoof glowed with crimson energy. A heavy punch shattered his scorpion claw. This strike was for my father. As the elder attempted to flee, Lin Que smiled calmly. Bind. The curse of the non-lethal possession instantly rooted him in place. It is time to end this. Bloodhoof's fists came together, infused with overwhelming rage, and came crashing down. Boom. The once mighty Scorpion War King was left in pieces. Simultaneously, Lin Que summoned his undead steed, vaulting onto its back. The sword of corruption pointed towards the horizon. Bloodhoof, heed my command. Lead the elite barbarian bulls, 3,000 ghouls, and 1 quantum artillery to devastate the Scorpion stronghold. Big Mouth and Plague Brother shall accompany me to annihilate the Eagle tribe. At once. In that moment, the Black Cliff realm was engulfed in turmoil. The alarm horns of the Scorpion tribe had barely sounded before being drowned out by the thunder of quantum artillery. Blinding beams of energy rent the sky, igniting chaos within the Scorpion tribe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst countless wails and cries, the Ghoul army surged like a dark tide. The human resistance also joined the fray. Meanwhile, the skies above the Eagle tribe were shrouded in Plague Brother and Oppos' corrosive miasma. The slaughter commenced. Countless warriors of the Eagle tribe fell like rain. Years of hatred were finally reckoned today. Lin Que, astride his undead steed, observed coldly. Did you ever consider this day while you slaughtered humans over the years? As the bloodbath concluded, Lin Que and Oppos' level rose to warrior level 35. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of power within him. The only drawback was that after fully unleashing the barbarian bloodline, his vitality experienced a brief deficit. As for the Pegasus tribe, known for their love of peace, he had no intention of targeting them. Lin Que was determined to seize control of the Black Cliff realm. As long as Bloodhoof and Jian Kong exert their dominion here, continuously expanding their power, this place serves as their stronghold. My lord, Bloodhoof approached, wielding a bloody colossal axe, and knelt on one knee. The lairs of the Scorpion and Eagle have been eradicated, and the resources we have seized are sufficient for us to establish a human tribe. Lin Que nodded in satisfaction and unfurled a blueprint from his lordly space. Construct your tribe according to these specifications. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact Dr. Gulu. With that, Lin Que shared Dr. Gulu and Oppos' contact information with Bloodhoof. Yes, my lord. Bloodhoof and Oppos' face radiated excitement. At that moment, Alan approached and whispered, Brother Lin, may I establish a branch of the Sky Eagle Chamber of Commerce here? Certainly. Lin Que replied with a subtle smile. Alan was elated. That is splendid news. My mission has finally been accomplished. After arranging everything, Lin Ke's gaze deepened in contemplation. It was time to return to the academy. Otherwise, that woman, Fong Yan, would likely begin her incessant nagging once more. Chapter 50. A brave young man. As Lin Que prepared to depart, he glanced back and was astonished to discover that the Black Cliff realm possessed a natural spatial distortion. The entire realm was enveloped in a layer of unique spatial folds, with coordinates subtly shifting every moment. No wonder had it not been for my contract with Bloodhoof, I might never have pinpointed the exact coordinates. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This realm was utterly perfect. Such a natural fortress was tailor-made for his ideal retreat. However, his only concern was the Eagle realm behind Alan. According to Alan's description, the Eagle realm was relatively small, dominated by the human race, primarily focusing on archers and elemental mages, mostly specializing in wind and thunder magic. Their strongest power only reached the War King level. Although their collective strength could not match that of a War King Lord, they certainly surpassed the War General tier. Before leaving, Lin Que deliberately left behind 50,000 ghouls, including 1,000 elite ghouls, along with 2 quantum cannons and a batch of bloody grenades. This should suffice. Lin Que mused, yet he needed to be cautious. In the next moment, he appeared in the great Xia capital of the Shenzhou realm. Upon returning to the academy, he was immediately accosted by Fong Yan. Was this woman specifically waiting for him? Director Fong. He grinned, attempting to slip away. Stop! Fong Yan exclaimed sternly. Lin Que, where do you think you're going? How many classes have you skipped this semester? Lin Que felt a rush of embarrassment, not even glancing back, casually waving his hand. Let me return, and I'll make it up to you. Hey, don't go. The border battlefield is too dangerous. Non-war general lords are prohibited from entering. Fong Yan's voice trailed after him, her beautiful face displaying exasperation. Her proud bosom rose and fell slightly. Damn it, she exclaimed, raising her hand. Flame confinement. A crimson chain of fire shot forth, instantly wrapping around Lin Quebec TSK. This woman is truly bothersome. Lin Que spun around, unleashing a terrifying aura, the essence of a savage martial master. The pressure, surpassing that of a warrior, erupted, shattering the fiery chain. Then, he flashed a grin. Do you think I'm qualified now? Fong Yan's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. This is career evolution. But you were clearly only at the warrior level. How could you possess the aura of a war general? I'm pressed for time. I'll explain upon my return. Lin Que and Oppos' figure flashed, leaving only afterimages behind. This brat. Fang Yan stamped her foot in frustration, her proud chest quivering slightly. At the academy entrance, Zhao Kuan was stealthily inquiring about Lin Que suddenly. A gust of wind swept past, and he turned abruptly. Wait a minute, that was Lin Que. He hastily took out his phone and whispered, "Hello? Brother-in-law, Lin Que has appeared on the way." Lin Que took out the coordinate scroll for the Eternal Night Nest given to him by the fifth sovereign. It seemed that only the teleportation array of the magic army in Jiangshang could break through the spatial barrier to reach the Eternal Night Nest. The scroll only marked the general location of the dark source, but as the fifth sovereign, there was no reason for him to deceive Lin Que. Back in the Crimson Abyss, Lin Que had specifically sent Wu Di to gather information about the dark source. It was said that a dark source had appeared a century ago, originating from the Eternal Night Nest. However, each time a dark source manifested, it stirred a bloody tempest. As most demons and otherworldly beings required merely to consume a piece of the dark source to successfully evolve into terrifying hero-level entities. Of course, humans also participated in the struggle for the dark source. Yet, unlike other races, humans sought only to destroy the dark source to prevent the emergence of formidable adversaries. Soon, Lin Que arrived at the gates of the Jiangshang Magic Army. Stop. This is a restricted area of the Magic Army. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. 2 guards blocked his way. Lin Que produced the pass given to him by Hu Jinglei and smiled slightly. "I am Lin Que, here to see Captain Hua." Seeing this, the guards had no choice but to let him through. Navigating through the intricate corridors of the Magic Army, Lin Que finally encountered Hu Jinglei. This captain, known for his promptness, now bore a troubled expression. Upon learning of Lin Que and Apos' teleportation coordinates, Hu Jinglei's face turned pale. "What? You wish to go to the Eternal Night Nest? Where did you hear such news? That place is not for you to venture. If you intend to play the hero and rescue Chen Wanqiu, I strongly advise against it. Even a war king lord may not return alive from there." "A what hero saving a damsel?" Lin Que replied, bewildered. Hu Jinglei furrowed his brow. "Aren't you going to save Chen Wanqiu? What has happened to Captain Chen?" Lin Que quickly inquired. Hu Jinglei sighed. "Sigh. Regardless of why you want to go to the Eternal Night Nest, let me inform you. The legendary Dark Source is about to coalesce, and Wanqiu's team is executing a mission in a nearby realm to aid humanity in gaining an advantage. Her team has been summoned as one of the vanguard units entering the Eternal Night Nest. However, 3 days have passed, and they have completely lost contact. We have dispatched several War King teams to search for them, all of whom remain unaccounted for. Therefore, you should return to your studies. We will not abandon the rescue of Wanqiu and her team." Hearing this, Lin Que and Apos' expression grew grave. Indeed, the dark source was more elusive than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he could not give up. Only the dark source could resurrect the Lord of the Abyss. "Captain Hua, you know I am a necromancer. The dark source is equally vital to me, and I do not wish to miss this opportunity." Hu Jinglei suddenly chuckled. "I see you might be a bit mad, huh? I acknowledge your potential, but you're only at the warrior level now. What is the difference between going to the Eternal Night Nest and seeking death?" Lin Que recognized Hu Jinglei and Apos' words held truth, thus he decided to drop the pretense. He prepared to showcase his prowess. With a wave of his hand, the mechanically armored gluttonous Ma and Plague Lord appeared. "This is super general level." Hu Jinglei's pupils constricted, fixated on the 2 ghoul commanders. "You sly one. Hiding your capabilities while you might indeed barely qualify to go, but I advise you not to." Lin Que retracted gluttonous Ma and Plague Lord, his tone calm, his expression resolute. "Captain Hua, I have made up my mind. I hope you can grant me the permission to teleport." Hu Jinglei was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent before throwing his head back in laughter. "Good lad. You have guts. Damn it, considering the significant assistance you have provided me. I shall make an exception today and grant you the privilege of teleportation." Chapter 51. It and Apos' Team Chun. They are still alive. Buzz. As a whirlwind of spatial distortion enveloped him, Lin Que emerged from the chaotic vortex, tumbling through countless rifts in space. In an instant, the entire world before him seemed to have been drained of all light. This is the abyss of eternal night. Here, darkness reigns supreme, shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Legends speak of a forbidden realm where even light is consumed. Beneath his feet, a viscous sensation tugged at him. Lin Que glanced down to find the ground cloaked in a writhing carpet of black fungi. The air was thick with a strange, acrid scent, each breath akin to swallowing a toxic mist. Indeed, This place lived up to its dreadful reputation. Activating his undying eye, Lin Que and Amp, Oppo's emerald gaze pierced the darkness. The world transformed into a surreal tableau. On the rocky walls, blood vessel-like crimson vines writhed, occasionally releasing spore clouds that sparkled with embers. In the distance, towering fungal structures resembling hives pulsated with a network of veins. In the sky floated translucent creatures akin to jellyfish, trailing luminous tentacles. This was the true essence of an alien landscape. Lin Que and Oppo's lips twitched as he hastily summoned his undead warhorse, mounting it swiftly. He then called forth the two familiars, Big Mouth and Plague Brother, and, feeling uneasy, summoned 1,000 ghouls to clear the path. Yet, a day had passed, and aside from the bizarre flora, he had not encountered a single living creature. What on earth? How vast is this dimension? Lin Que kicked at the sticky fungal carpet beneath him. Wazn and Oppo's had said that demons roamed freely here? According to the coordinates provided by the fifth sovereign, there should be several demon nests near the source of darkness. Yet he had not encountered a single demon. However, Lin Que remained unfazed. Now that he had arrived at the abyss of eternal night, he would not return empty-handed. After a day of wandering, hunger began to gnaw at him. Fortunately, he had stored ample provisions in his Lord and Amp, Oppo's space. Instant noodles, bread, fruits, and various meats. As he munched on bread, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a red heat source flickered in his undying eye's vision. Someone. He squinted, spotting a bloodied young man with a buzz cut sprinting frantically toward him. Though the young man and Amp, Oppo's uniform was tattered, the insignia was unmistakable. It was from the Jiangqing Demon Subjugation Army. By the heavens, isn't that the uniform of Chen Wanqiu's team? The young man also noticed Lin Que, and as he was about to flee, he abruptly halted. Surrounding him were ghastly ghouls that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Please, don't kill me. The young man's voice was hoarse, clearly terrified. Just then, a chilling rustle echoed nearby. The ground trembled unnaturally, as if some monstrous entity was drawing near. Lin Que and Amp, Oppo's undying eye narrowed. In the darkness behind the young man, dozens of blood-red eyes materialized. The young man and Amp, Oppo's face turned ashen. They ye come. Lin Que swallowed the last bite of his bread and took a sip of mineral water. What about your captain, Chen Wanqiu? The young man's eyes widened in shock. You know Captain Chen? Wait, you're Lin Que? He stumbled, excitement evident on his face. 3 days ago, our team was ambushed by unknown demons. The captain sacrificed herself to cover us. His voice choked with emotion. She led a small team to draw away the strongest demon. Lin Ke's brow furrowed deeply. Knowing Chen Wanqiu's character, such an act was indeed within her capabilities. The bottle of mineral water in his hand crumpled with a sharp crack. His tone was icy. Exact location? In a canyon 30 miles north. Aside from me, they may all be dead. The young man broke down in tears. First, we must eliminate these demons. Lin Que commanded. Whoosh. In an instant, Big Mouth and Plague Brother vanished. The next moment, a series of gruesome tearing sounds erupted from the darkness. Thud. 3 minutes later, Big Mouth returned, holding a grotesque demon head. The head bore 3 bloodshot eyes, and corrosive saliva dripped from its fangs, sizzling as it hit the ground. All right, continue. Lin Ke's expression was grave. The young man gulped, his voice trembling. That canyon is home to at least 100 demons, including 3 warlord-level demon leaders. Captain Chen and her team are likely in grave peril. Lead the way. Lin Que interrupted, mounting his steed. The image of Chen Wanqiu's valiant form surfacing in his mind. He held a favorable impression of her, especially since she had assisted him on numerous occasions. He could not stand idly by now that he had encountered someone in need. Big Mouth let out a low growl. Plague Brother and Amp, Oppo's toxic miasma surged. Thousands of ghouls roared in unison. The young man trembled at this display, hastily pointing northward. That direction. As they journeyed, the young man's injuries gradually healed, and he finally found the strength to speak. Thank you for saving me, Lin Quebec. I am Luo Feng, Vice Captain of the 7th Demon Subjugation Team. Lin Que waved dismissively. No need for thanks. We are all from the Great Xia and should help one another. With that, Lin Que tossed him a bottle of emerald green potion. Drink this. It will aid in your recovery. Luo Feng took the vial, eyeing the swirling liquid with skepticism. Is this safe to drink? If you don't drink it, I will. Lin Que rolled his eyes. I will. Luo Feng tilted his head back and gulped it down. Boom. as the life potion coursed down his throat. Every pore of his body opened. The gaping wounds healed at a visible rate, leaving no trace of scars. What on earth? Luo Feng and Appo's eyes widened. What kind of miraculous elixir is this? Lin Que remained unfazed, tossing him a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Eat something first. Luo Feng fumbled to catch them, waves of astonishment surging within him. He had heard from others that Lin Que was merely an outstanding student. Yet now he appeared mysterious and formidable, instilling a sense of inexplicable reverence. This was no mere student. He was clearly a hidden powerhouse. Lin, brother Lin. He spoke cautiously. The abyss of eternal night is not only home to demons, but also powerful beings from other dimensions. Lin Ke's gaze sharpened. I believe I am younger than you, so get to the point. Luo Feng and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin, our team consists of 19 members. Captain Chun led 5 to distract the demon leader. His voice trembled. I, along with the remaining 13, have all become separated. Lin Que and Appo's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that countless demons were currently mounting a frenzied assault on the borders of the divine land. And it was these valiant soldiers of the demon subjugation army who stood as the bulwark against the tide. Without them, the divine land would have surely fallen. Onward, the spectral warhorse galloped forth, its 4 hooves ablaze with an ethereal blue flame, swiftly reaching the mouth of the canyon. Before even approaching, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from within. Hold the entrance. Rotate the injured. Chen wants you and Appo's weary voice resonated distinctly. Upon hearing her voice, Luo Feng's heart surged with exhilaration. It's Team Chen. They are still alive. Chapter 52. With me here, she cannot perish. A subtle upturn graced Lin Ke's lips as his undying gaze pierced the gloom, affording him a clear view of the skirmish within the ravine. Chen Wanqiu, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, stood at the forefront, her longsword clutched in hand. Behind her stood 3 other demon slayer soldiers, each bearing the marks of battle. The ground was strewn with the fallen citizens, alongside hundreds of demonic corpses, grotesque beings that rivaled xenomorphs in their alien horror. Yet, more demonic entities surged from all directions. Most alarming of all, a War King-level demon commander loitered at the mouth of the valley, orchestrating the assault with a detached amusement. A palpable aura of malice emanated from Lin Que. Big Mouth, Plague-bringer, unleash hell, crush them. A ravenous tide of ghouls surged towards the ravine, while Lin Que spurred his steed forward. His corrosive blade carved a swath of death, its arc spanning dozens of meters. Chen Wanqiu, endure. In a blur, Lin Que vanished from his position. Meanwhile, at the valley's entrance, Chen Wanqiu knelt, using her longsword as a prop. The defensive formation erected by her 3 demon slayer comrades teetered on the brink of collapse. Captain Chen, let me take point. One soldier cried in desperation. No. The line is about to break. Chen Wanqiu bit her lip, summoning her remaining strength. Hold on a little longer. Before she could finish, a radiant blade of light cleaved through the advancing demons, cutting them down at the waist. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Lin Que descended like a vengeful deity, his corrosive blade reaping a grim harvest. Demons fell like wheat before a scythe. The valley and Appo's easily defensible terrain proved a boon. Had they been elsewhere, Chen Wanqiu and her team would have surely succumbed. Lin Que, Chen Wanqiu and Appo's eyes widened, her pallid face etched with disbelief. How could you? Her words faltered as her legs gave way. Lin Que swiftly moved to support her, discovering a deep, ghastly wound on her thigh, the crimson stain seeping through her trousers. Captain Chun, Luo Feng stumbled over. Stay back. Lin Que gently laid Chen Wanqiu down, tearing open her trousers to reveal skin as white as snow. However, on her inner thigh, a gash festered, oozing black blood, a testament to the pervasive demonic venom. This will sting, Lin Que declared, pouring a vial of life elixir onto the wound without hesitation. Hiss. Chen Wanqiu gasped through the pain, her brow slick with sweat. Yet she bit her lip to stifle any sound. The life elixir sizzled upon contact with the venom, but the black blood continued to flow unabated. How can this be? Lin Ke's pupils constricted. The life elixir was proving ineffective. Lin Que. Chen Wanqiu's voice was faint, her pale cheeks flushed with an unnatural rosiness. Don't waste your efforts. She raised a trembling hand, as if to touch Lin Ke's face. To see you, at the end of my life, is all I could ask for. With that, her hand fell limp, and she lost consciousness. Captain Chun, Luo Feng, and the others cried out in anguish. It was the Scythe Fiend. A blood-soaked soldier choked out. According to the records, the Scythe Fiend's scythe carries a unique venom. Lin Que felt a jolt course through him. The Scythe Fiend, a mutated demon unique to the Eternal Night Labyrinth, whose weapon and amp, Oppo's venom could easily slay even war king-level lords. And Chen Wanxiu was merely a war general-level lord. Lin Que gingerly lifted Chen Wanxiu and placed her upon the undead warhorse. Only then did the others realize that Lin Que had single-handedly breached the demonic encirclement. Lin Que, please, you must save Captain Chen, a young team member pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. If not for Captain Chen, we would have. I will do my utmost, Lin Que replied calmly, his mind racing for solutions. If the life elixir is ineffective, what other recourse remains? He administered another vial of life elixir, hoping to at least stabilize her life force. Even if it couldn't fully neutralize the venom, he forced a reassuring smile. With me here, she cannot perish. As they emerged from the valley, the sight before them, illuminated by night vision gear, plunged them into despair. Beyond the valley, a black tide of tens of thousands of ghouls surged relentlessly. On the flank of the ravine, a crimson figure wreaked havoc, cleaving through the ghouls as if they were mere stalks of wheat. The ghouls fought with unwavering ferocity. Roar! The Scythe Fiend swung its 10-meter scythe, each strike unleashing a vortex of blood. Big Mouth's armor was in tatters, and Plague Bringer's miasma was torn asunder by the scythe winds. The ground was carpeted with the remains of thousands of ghouls, their bones scattered like kindling. That is the Scythe Fiend, Luo Feng stammered, his voice trembling. We're trapped here. Thwack! The Scythe Fiend executed a spinning strike, tearing a savage gash across Big Mouth's chest, shattering its mechanical armor. Roar! Plague Bringer, too, was shaken. It unleashed its plague domain and charged forward with a roar. Alas! The Scythe Fiend effortlessly kicked it away. That scythe is far too sharp, Lin Que noted grimly. At this rate, Big Mouth and Plague Bringer would eventually fall. It seemed the War King-level entities of the Black Cliff dimension were merely equivalent to high-ranking War General-level lords. And this Scythe Fiend was a seasoned warrior, a true War King-level powerhouse. With newfound resolve, Lin Que and Oppo's gaze hardened. See to Chen Wanxiu, mark of calamity. He raised his hand, a black rune materializing on his fingertip. A crimson beam descended from the heavens, striking the Scythe Fiend with unerring accuracy. Sizzle. Divest. Seal. The demonic scales on the Scythe Fiend's body withered and crumbled, revealing the writhing, crimson flesh beneath. Now, Lin Que gripped his blink dagger and vanished. In an instant, he appeared behind the Scythe Fiend, his corrosive blade aimed at its heart. Die. Thud. The blade sank 3 inches into the flesh before being stopped by suddenly ossified muscles. The Scythe Fiend grinned savagely and retaliated with an elbow strike. Crack. Thud. Lin Que felt his ribs snap, and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. Damn it. I underestimated it. Roar. Sensing Lin Que and Oppo's vulnerability, Big Mouth and Plague Bringer flew into a frenzy. The Scythe Fiend raised its scythe, uttering in a guttural voice. Human. Vermin. At that critical moment, Lin Que grinned. He downed a vial of life elixir, his wounds mending rapidly. Bloodlust grenade. Detonate. Boom. 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted within the Scythe Fiend's body. The grenades that had been carried into its body by the corrosive blade now detonated in unison. Arc. The Scythe Fiend collapsed, howling in agony. The newly formed scales on its body sloughed off once more, exposing the writhing, crimson flesh beneath. With a swift motion, Lin Que seized the opportunity to teleport once more, finding himself perched upon the neck of the Scythe Demon in the next instant. Gripping the corrosive sword with both hands, its blade entwined with a sinister black energy, he thought, surely the taste of bloody grenades is not pleasant. Perish. With a piercing thrust, the long sword penetrated the demon's body, unleashing a torrent of strange black blood. The Scythe Demon writhed in a frenzy, its massive scythe swinging wildly. A deep indentation formed upon its back. Big Mouth, Plague Brother. Finish it. Lin Que wiped the blood from his face, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a roar, under the full force of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, the initial stage battle king of the Scythe Demons soon collapsed to the ground. A wave of relief washed over him. How fortunate. Had it not been for the necromancer's sealing techniques, a single Scythe Demon could have annihilated his entire clan. Prompt. Level up to Warrior level 38. Lin Que's expression remained composed, though a wave of dizziness coursed through him. The recent exertion and casting of dark spells had severely drained his mental faculties. This, Luo Feng and Apos. S legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. The other members of the demon suppression army bore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that Lin Que was truly merely a student? How is it that he seemed even more ferocious than Hu Jinglei? Luo Feng discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart a tumult of shock and gratitude. With such a deity of slaughter among them, perhaps they could indeed escape this cursed place alive. Chapter 53. I will handle it myself. Perhaps I should first escort you away from the abyssal nest. Lin Que and Apos. S voice pulled everyone from their astonishment back to reality. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Lin Que, aren't you coming with us? I have matters to attend to, Lin Que replied, his gaze calm as it swept into the depths of the dark dimension. At that moment, a timid female team member with a ponytail stepped forward. Hello, Lin Quebec. I'm Yao Lin. Thank you so much for everything. Suddenly, Chen Wanxiu regained consciousness, though her breath remained frail. Lin Quebec. Thank you. In that instant, this iron-willed female captain let down all her defenses. She had joined the ruthless demon suppression army because her grandfather was part of it, and so was her father. 2 years ago, her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the myriad races. As the only child, she resolutely took on her family's mission. Over the past few days, she had persevered with astonishing willpower. She had hoped for many to come to her rescue, but never imagined it would be Lin Quebec. All along, she had been cold as ice towards all males, yet in Lin Ke's presence, she revealed a hint of vulnerability. Lin Que observed Chen Wanxiu, his heart stirred. This young woman's strength far exceeded his understanding. In her early 20s, she possessed a will of iron. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to survive under the scythe of the demon. Compared to the privileged Feng Qingxue, Chen Wanxiu was truly relentless. Captain Chen, you should rest well. I will find a way to help you purge the toxins from your body. Lin Que gently supported her shoulder. He turned to the others. Let us go. I will escort you to the teleportation area. Thus, Lin Que assisted Chen Wanxiu on the undead warhorse, feeling the subtle tremor of her fragile body in his arms. Don't move, he whispered. You might aggravate your wound. Chen Wanxiu's ears turned crimson as she bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. In her lifetime, she had never been so intimately close to a male, especially in such a private manner. The thought that Lin Que had seen her vulnerability made her feel embarrassed. After all, that area was exceedingly sensitive. Since Lin Que claimed he could heal her, she believed he certainly could. For some reason, she harbored a blind trust in him. Lin Que sensed the tension in her body and frowned. The faint fragrance of her hair lingered in the air, and even through the armor, he could feel the softness of her waist. In truth, he felt equally uncomfortable. However, given Chen Wanxiu and Apos' weakness, he had no choice but to wrap one arm around her slender waist. Clearing his throat, he said, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach a safe teleportation area, I will treat you. Chen Wanxiu murmured in acknowledgement, her flushed face buried deeper against him. Typically indifferent to all males, she felt no resistance towards this junior at this moment. The undead warhorse seemed to sense its master's awkwardness and deliberately jostled. Chen Wanxiu gasped, leaning back. Be careful. Lin Que instinctively tightened his grip, bringing them even closer together. He could feel the rapid beating of her heart and the softness of her form. I'm so sorry. Chen Wanxiu's voice was barely above a whisper, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Lin Que, blushing with embarrassment, silently lamented the horse and Apos' antics. Before long, Lin Que escorted everyone to the edge of the abyssal nest, where a spatial rift awaited. The bluish chaotic space shimmered faintly, and they could sense the coordinates of the Shinjo dimension nearby. From here, they could safely teleport back. A faint blush appeared on Chen Wanxiu and Apos' pale face as she softly said, Lin Que, you can go ahead and treat me. I want and Apos, mind. My mission is not yet complete. Her voice trailed off. Finding the source of darkness and assisting in its destruction, this task seemed overwhelmingly daunting for her. Your mission is to find the source of darkness and destroy it? Lin Que inquired curiously. Chen Wanxiu turned to him, her eyes wide. How did you know? Lin Que smiled lightly. How about I help you complete your mission? I will cleanse the toxins from you first, and then you should return to Shinjo to rest. No, that is too dangerous. Chen Wanxiu grasped Lin Ke's arm anxiously. You have no idea how terrifying those demon races are. Lin Ke's expression grew serious. Now you have two choices. One is to find a secluded place. Remove your pants, and I will assist you in your treatment. The other is, I will tear off the remaining pants and tend to your wounds directly. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanxiu's face instantly flushed crimson, her ears burning. She lowered her head and said softly, I will do it myself. She pointed to a thicket nearby. Let us go over there. Lin Que nodded, and without hesitation, he swept her into a princess carry and headed towards the forest. Chen Wanxiu let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her burning cheeks pressed against his chest. Once deep in the thicket, Lin Que set her down, and Chen Wanxiu bit her lip as she began to unfasten her belt. Lin Que stood there, momentarily stunned. As he caught a glimpse of the delicate pink lace through his peripheral vision, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet, he felt even more admiration for Chen Wanxiu. This girl was cheerful and had a strong sense of responsibility. But she was still just a girl. Wait. Lin Que hurriedly turned away. Let me help you. With a swift motion, he tore her pants apart. Chen Wanxiu's face was filled with panic. Yet it seemed she did not resist since it was Lin Que who acted. She turned her head aside, glancing back to find Lin Que focused solely on her wound, not peeking elsewhere. This eased her tensed body somewhat. Lin Que took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. Upon seeing the gruesome wound that extended from her thigh, all indecent thoughts vanished in an instant. He quickly pulled out a pair of his own casual pants to cover Chen Wanxiu and Appo's exposed skin. It appeared that the life potion could only temporarily stabilize the toxins. To completely eliminate them, he would have to consider other methods. He recalled another type of potion. The efficacy was uncertain, but he would have to take a chance. This might sting a bit, he said as he retrieved the purification potion he had purchased from the shop. Bear with it. The moment the purification potion made contact with the wound, Chen Wanxiu trembled violently, gripping Lin Ke's hand tightly. Yet, she remained silent, with only tears brimming at the corners of her eyes betraying the excruciating pain she endured. Lin Que felt a pang of heartache. This girl before him was simply too strong. As the purifying elixir gradually took effect, the dark vapors emanating from the wound dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Que and Appo's eyes brightened with hope. It works. The pain has truly subsided. Chen Wanxiu, astonished, glanced down to see that the originally purplish-black wound had begun to heal. Tentatively, she moved her right leg and was surprised to find she could exert a slight amount of force. Lin Que then handed her another vial of life potion. Drink this, and it will hasten your recovery. Without hesitation, Chen Wanxiu accepted the potion and raised it to her lips. In an instant, her skin radiated a soft glow, and her pallid complexion transformed into a healthy flush. Goodness, what is this? She stood up in disbelief, overwhelmed with excitement, and spun around in place. What kind of miraculous potion is this? The earlier awkward atmosphere vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. She simply could not comprehend how any elixir could restore her so swiftly. Chapter 54. When eternal night falls, darkness awakens. Chen Wanxiu stole a glance at the enigmatic man before her. Since their initial encounter on the battlefield beyond the realm, Lin Que had consistently shattered her preconceived notions. His strength was unfathomable, but what was even rarer was his composure, far surpassing that of his peers, which always bestowed upon her a mysterious sense of security. Lin Que, how did you end up here? Chen Wanxiu inquired, tilting her beautiful face upward, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Que merely smiled faintly. Of course, I am here to rescue you. He paused briefly before continuing. And to seek the source of darkness. You two are searching for the source of darkness. Chen Wanxiu and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. What business does a warrior-level lord have seeking the source of darkness? You are still just a student. Lin Que offered no explanation, simply gazing at her with calmness. If you continue to delve deeper into this mission, you will only become fodder. It would be wiser for you to return. Much to his surprise, Chen Wanxiu did not retort. She lowered her head, tightly gripping a medal left by her father. You are right. But as a member of the Demon Suppression Army, even if I know the path ahead leads to doom, I have no choice. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes radiating determination. In fact, my father perished at the hands of the demonic otherworlders. If they acquire the source of darkness, our human race will surely face devastation. I shudder to think of how many families will be torn apart. A tremor coursed through Lin Que and Appo's heart. It was then he noticed the blood-stained emblem of the Demon Suppression Army hanging around Chen Wanxiu and Appo's neck. That must be her father and Appo's relic. Foolish girl. Lin Ke's voice softened in rare tenderness as he retrieved several vials of green elixir from his lordly space. Take these life potions. Surprisingly, Chen Wanqiu did not refuse. Her face imbued with earnestness as she accepted the life potions into her lordly space. Thank you, Lin Que. By the way, Lin Que shifted the conversation. Do you know the exact location of the source of darkness? Chen Wanqiu's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a coordinate map from her pocket. The latest intelligence indicates it lies deep within the corrupted lake to the northwest. She handed the map to Lin Que. This is the approximate location. We can go together. As she spoke, she unexpectedly intertwined her arm with Lin Ke's. The renowned Ice Queen of the Demon Suppression Army, at that moment, appeared as bashful as a young girl, her cheeks flushed. Lin Que was taken aback, glancing down at the delicate hand nestled in his arm. He did not push her away, merely uttering softly, "Let us leave this place." Thus, they emerged from the dense forest, and in the distance, Luo Feng and Yao Lin, among others, beheld the scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. "I can't believe it. Captain Chen, Shu, are you trying to get us killed?" Only then did Chen Wanqiu realize her slip, hastily releasing Lin Ke's arm. Yet, she heard Lin Que chuckle lightly. "What's wrong? Is the iron-willed captain of the Demon Suppression Army afraid of gossip?" Who is afraid?" she stammered, relinking her arm with Lin Ke's as if fearful he might escape. "Lin Que and I will delve deeper to complete the mission. You all should return to report to the Demon Suppression Army." Her voice was unexpectedly gentle, a stark contrast to her usual commanding presence. Yao Lin and Luo Feng exchanged glances, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. "Is this really the same Captain Chen we know?" "Captain, you." Yao Lin and Appo's gaze flitted between their interlinked arms, a look of dawning realization gracing her features. You two other team members exchanged knowing glances. Yet none dared to speak further. After all, they were fortunate to be alive after this ordeal. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave." Chen Wanqiu and Appo's expression hardened, reverting to her usual authority, though the blush on her ears betrayed her embarrassment. "Yes. Take care, Captain." Yao Lin snapped to attention, hastily leading the team to activate their teleportation. Once the team members had sequentially teleported away, Chen Wanqiu finally exhaled in relief, only to find Lin Que regarding her with a bemused smile. "What are you looking at?" she murmured, quickly detaching her arm from his. "All right, let us go." Lin Que pulled Chen Wanqiu onto the skeletal warhorse. He could feel two soft, firm sensations against his back, pleasantly comfortable. However, Lin Que dismissed all other thoughts, focusing intently on obtaining the source of darkness. The warhorse neighed and soared into the air, prompting Chen Wanqiu to instinctively wrap her arms around Lin Ke's waist. Blushing, she softly asked, "Lin Que, won't this be inconvenient?" "This is safer," Lin Que replied, his gaze firm. "Rest assured, I will not allow the demonic otherworlders to claim the source of darkness." Chen Wanqiu's voice dwindled. "Isn't this too intimate?" Lin Que chuckled awkwardly, fully grasping her meaning, but choosing to play coy. He could certainly perceive Chen Wanqiu and Appo's fondness for him, yet his primary focus remained on gaining strength rather than romantic pursuits. With that thought, he replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. With you behind me, we can look out for one another." Thus, the duo rode the skeletal warhorse at a breakneck pace. After 5 hours, Chen Wanqiu suddenly spoke. "Lin Que, we are approaching the corrupted lake." Lin Ke's brow furrowed. The lake was eerily tranquil yet tinted with an ominous dark red hue. Scattered around the shores were numerous corpses, remnants of the Demon Suppression Army and Appo's uniforms mingled with the severed limbs of various demons. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. "This is the vanguard team sent by the Demon Suppression Army." Chen Wanqiu's voice faltered, her fingers clutching Lin Ke's garment tightly. Lin Que dismounted with caution. Advancing towards the lake's edge, he bent down to pick up a stone glimmering with an ethereal blue light, intricately etched with runes and coordinates. "This is..." He squinted. Chen Wanqiu leaped off her mount, drawn closer to inspect, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Her eyes widened suddenly. "This is an ancient magical script. My grandfather taught me about it." Lin Que leaned in closer. "What does it say?" Her slender fingers traced the runes. "It states, when eternal night falls, darkness awakens, only what can break." The latter part of the inscription was eroded. "Darkness awakens?" Lin Ke's expression darkened, a wave of inexplicable trepidation surging within him. Could it be that the era of the dark mages was destined to return? Was his becoming a necromancer truly mere coincidence? At that moment, myriad questions flooded his mind. All right, let us proceed. Lin Que gathered his thoughts, his gaze resolutely fixed on the depths of the corrupted lake. However, Chen Wanqiu suddenly grasped his arm. Wait. Venturing further will be perilous. Lin Que, are you truly certain you wish to proceed? What is the matter? Lin Que turned to her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. If you are unafraid, what have I to fear as a man? Chen Wanqiu chuckled softly, poised to retort when suddenly, splash. The tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted. A shadow surged forth from the water, moving with such velocity that Lin Que barely had time to react. Lin Que, be careful. What emerged was a flying fish, entirely cloaked in darkness. It opened its mouth and unleashed a chilling mist of ethereal blue poison, which surged toward them in an instant. Chen Wanqiu swiftly interposed herself in front of Lin Que. Alas, the moment the poisonous mist made contact with her skin, thick crystalline ice instantly enveloped her limbs, rendering her immobile, seeking death. Lin Ke's eyes widened in fury as the sword of corrosion radiated an unprecedented aura of darkness. Yet, even more horrifying was the sight of Chen Wanqiu's body, now shrouded in a layer of ghostly blue ice. Wanqiu. He pulled her into an embrace, only to be met with an excruciating chill. The woman in his arms had transformed into an ice sculpture, her eyelashes adorned with frost flowers. Chapter 55. Since it and Appos is so formidable, I want it. What on earth is this thing? The monstrous fish attempted another clandestine assault, only to be repelled by the pestilence overlord's pestilent aura, emitting a peculiar shriek before vanishing into the depths of the lake. Calamity. This is dire. Lin Que lamented, casting his gaze upon Chen Wanqiu in his arms. Not only was she encased in ice, but her complexion was also rapidly acquiring an unsettling cyan hue. Her vital signs were precipitously declining. Lin Que swiftly retrieved the bestiary of myriad races he had procured in the Crimson Abyss. A glacial ossifying skate. This creature, resembling a skate, possessed exceptional velocity and, upon reaching maturity, could even achieve brief periods of flight. Its most formidable attribute was its frigid venom, capable of inflicting both cryogenic and corrosive damage concurrently. Something is amiss. He furrowed his brow. How could such a rare ice-attributed beast be found within the nightless labyrinth? Furthermore, it was evidently still in its juvenile phase. Had it been an adult, even he might have been imperiled. Moreover, this was an exceptionally rare ice-attributed mutant, and if tamed, it would become immensely powerful in the future. Without hesitation, Lin Que acquired a flame orb from the Overlord's Emporium. The incandescent crimson light instantly dispelled the surrounding chill. He meticulously dissolved the ice encasing Chen Wanqiu and Appos' head with the flame orb, his heart aching as he beheld her pallid countenance. Drink this. He pried open Chen Wanqiu and Appos' lips and poured the entire vial of vitality elixir into her mouth. As the potion took effect, her vital signs stabilized somewhat, but the cyan-black toxins on her face remained alarmingly conspicuous. If the toxins were not completely neutralized, she would likely not survive for more than half an hour. Should I use the purifying draft again? Lin Que pondered. To his knowledge, the purifying draft was only for external application and could not be ingested directly. The Emporium also lacked a ready-made antidote. Observing Chen Wanqiu's anxious expression even in her unconscious state, he realized that she had been poisoned while trying to protect him. Furthermore, he had developed a genuine fondness for Chen Wanqiu during their time together. Damn it, I have to take a gamble. Suddenly, Lin Que and Appos' eyes gleamed with determination as necromantic energy surged around him. He then retrieved a phial of eerie, verdant liquid from his dominion space, the contaminated spring of life. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. Instantly, Lin Ke's veins bulged, and it felt as though countless insects were crawling beneath his skin. Necromantic energy and life force clashed violently within him, every inch of his flesh enduring excruciating torment. Hiss, roar. Nearby, the undead warhorse, Big Mouth, and Pestilence Overlord expressed their concern. Lin Que knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his orifices. Trembling, he condensed a drop of crystalline, pale green liquid. It was the spring of life, purified through his own body. Drink this. Lin Que administered the spring of life into Chen Wanqiu and Appos' mouth. A miracle occurred. Chen Wanqiu and Appos' eyelashes fluttered, and the cyan-black toxins between her brows rapidly receded. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze met Lin Que and Appos' ashen face and the stark blood at the corners of his mouth. Lin Que, she exclaimed. disregarding her weakened state and embracing him tightly. What in Dapos is wrong? Lin Que grinned weakly. It worked. At that moment, an eerie green light emanated from his chest. The undying scarab was devouring the residual toxins within his body, the patterns on its carapace flickering erratically. You fool! Chen Wanqiu choked out, never having witnessed such selflessness. Lin Que felt weak, but his heart was filled with elation. He had merely wanted to experiment with extracting pure spring of life through his own body, and he had succeeded. Moreover, the hibernating undying scarab would undoubtedly not remain idle. The voracious little creature abhorred the waste of contaminated spring of life. His gamble had paid off. Lin Que felt the suction from his chest and allowed the undying scarab to feast. His body rapidly regained vitality. Suddenly, the lake erupted. The glacial ossifying skate seized the opportunity to strike again, its razor-sharp caudal fin aimed directly at them. Cryogenic Aegis. Chen Wanqiu raised her hand, and a 3-meter-tall ice spear materialized with a mighty roar. However, a flash of frigid light cleaved through the bear's paw in a single strike, causing it to howl in agony. Lin Que and Dapos' eyes narrowed. He finally understood why the glacial ossifying skate had been relentlessly attacking Chen Wanqiu. The ice energy within her body was an exquisite delicacy for the creature. Driven by desperation, the famished glacial ossifying skate had resorted to this perilous tactic. You have a death wish. Lin Que's body surged with dark magical energy. Fortunately, the magic cloak concealed his actions, making it difficult for most to discern that he was employing dark magic unless they were war sovereign level experts. His right hand plunged into the water. Brand of misfortune. The entire lake seethed instantly. Pitch-black necromantic energy transformed into countless skeletal claws, forcing the glacial ossifying skate out of the water. Enraged, the glacial ossifying skate burst from the surface, launching an offensive, only to find itself unable to lock onto its target. Squeak. This was the curse effect of the brand of misfortune. The next attack was guaranteed to miss. Now, Big Mouth and the Pestilence Overlord acted in unison, firmly restraining the glacial ossifying skate, preventing its escape. Hee, I and Amp, Oppos, VE finally caught you. Be good, and Don and Amp, Oppos, T struggle. Lin Que and Amp, Oppos, S fingertip glowed with sealing runes. I and Amp, Oppos, VE found you a good master, which is better than starving to death here. As he watched the glacial ossifying skate thrashing wildly in Big Mouth and Amp, Oppos, S claws, Chen Wanqiu's beautiful eyes flickered with trepidation. Lin Que, what is that monster? Her voice trembled slightly. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead. It and Amp, Oppos, S called a glacial ossifying skate. Lin Que tapped his finger, and the contract runes illuminated on the creature and Amp, Oppos, S forehead. It and Amp, Oppos, S a top-tier ice-attributed beast. A perfect match for your attributes. He nonchalantly pushed the contract runes toward Chen Wanqiu. It's yours. He had no use for the glacial ossifying skate himself, but he could sell it for some gold on the Overlord exchange platform. However, he wasn't short on gold. It would be better to give it to Chen Wanqiu to nurture. No. Chen Wanqiu instinctively recoiled, her face filled with resistance. Such a ferocious creature. Lin Que's lips twitched. Chen Wanqiu, this is the legendary glacial ossifying skate. According to the Amp, Oppos, bestiary of myriad races, and Amp, Oppos, the adult glacial ossifying skate is a rare beast that can freeze an entire river with a single breath. Really? Is it that powerful? Chen Wanqiu approached cautiously, her eyes meeting the icy gaze of the glacial ossifying skate. The glacial ossifying skate ingratiatingly exhaled a wisp of cold air, which condensed into an ice flower on her fingertip. It gave me a flower? Is it trying to please me? Chen Wanqiu was astonished. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of apprehension. Lin Que rolled his eyes. Of course, the glacial energy within you is highly nourishing to it. The foolish fish that just attacked you likely intended to assert its claim, but it mismanaged its strength, resulting in an assault. As he spoke, he firmly grasped the tail fin of the ice-gnawing ray and said, Please don't. If you refuse, I'll feed you to the Big Mouth. Suddenly, Chen Wanqiu snatched the contract scroll. Her face flushed as she murmured softly, Since it is so formidable, I want it. Her fingertips gently brushed the creature's forehead, and the contract runes instantly burst forth in a dazzling azure light. The ice-gnawing ray joyfully circled its new master, emanating waves of frigid air. The contract was established. Chen Wanqiu then received a notification, New subject acquired. Ice-gnawing ray, juvenile stage. Realizing she had lost her composure, Her ears turned beet red as she thought, Lin Quebec. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Lin Que awkwardly smiled and suggested, quickly give it a name. Chun Wanxiu tenderly caressed the missing dorsal fin of the ice-gnawing ray, her gaze mischievous. How about, we call it Little KK? Lin Que. Chapter 56. The holy light shall purify the darkness. The atmosphere had descended into a moment of delicate awkwardness. Chun Wanxiu smiled sweetly, teasingly remarking, I was joking. It's a girl, and Xiao Queek sounds dreadful. Let us call her Xiaoye instead. Lin Que fell silent again, attempting to alleviate the tension. He casually inquired. You and Oppos, only a year older than me. Why didn't Oppos you attend the Lord and Oppos' university? Chun Wanxiu's gaze dimmed. I did attend. In my second year, my father perished on the battlefield of the myriad races. Subsequently, my family insisted on an arranged marriage, so I withdrew from school and joined the demon suppression army. Lin Que was rendered speechless. It dawned on him that behind this stubborn girl lay a family of considerable significance. Was it worth it? To choose such a perilous path to resist an arranged marriage? Suddenly, Chun Wanxiu lifted her head, her eyes brimming with determination. At least my fate is in my own hands. Besides, I genuinely enjoy being part of the demon suppression army. This declaration struck Lin Que profoundly. He recalled Feng Yuan, who had also been ensnared by familial obligations regarding marriage. These so-called daughters of noble families, seemingly glamorous, were in truth bound by their circumstances. Lin Que. Chun Wanxiu abruptly shifted the topic, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. You are so exceptional. Surely there are many girls who admire you? I heard that Miss Fong Qingsnow from the Fong family has quite the affection for you. Lin Que chuckled awkwardly, revealing a somewhat bitter smile. My relationship with Fong Qingsnow is merely that of ordinary classmates. We just sit together. Furthermore, his gaze suddenly deepened. Before I can find my sister, I have no time to consider such matters. What happened to your sister? Chun Wanxiu's brows furrowed slightly. Then, as if recalling something, she continued. I remember now. Your sister is named Lin Xinyue, a 6-star lord in the Great Xia. 3 years ago, she went missing on the battlefield while expelling demons and foreign races. Upon hearing this, Lin Que clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Demons and foreign races? Observing his reaction, Chun Wanxiu gently grasped his hand. Lin Que, I will assist you. The intelligence network of the demon suppression army might uncover some clues. Lin Que was momentarily taken aback, a warm surge of gratitude filling his heart as he softly replied, Thank you. The two exchanged a knowing smile, synchronously mounting their horses and departing from the corrupted lake. Not long after their departure, Chun Wanxiu's communicator suddenly blazed with a piercing red light. Emergency summon. Her expression changed dramatically. All members of the demon suppression army must immediately gather at the dark nest. The source of darkness is about to take shape. Lin Que furrowed his brow. So soon? Chun Wanxiu bit her lip, a flicker of conflict in her eyes. Lin Que, military orders are absolute. I must return to my unit immediately. A quasi-warlord is being dispatched this time. She suddenly grasped Lin Que and Oppos' wrist. The dark nest is too perilous. Perhaps you should return. You go ahead. Don't worry about me. Lin Que shook his head. Chun Wanxiu seemed poised to say something more, but remained silent, merely shoving a locator device into Lin Que and Oppos' hand. Take this, if you encounter danger. You can come to the demon suppression army and Oppos' camp. The locator is inscribed with runes, a fusion of technology and magic. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Que, please ensure your safety. With that, she turned and hastened toward the demon suppression army and Oppos' camp. You too. Lin Que watched Chun Wanxiu retreat, his expression sharpening like a blade. Big mouth. Plague brother. Let us head to the soul-severing cliff first. His voice was low and serious. According to the fifth sovereign, without the Oppos, crown of eternal night, and Oppos, no one could approach the source of darkness. Only with the crown of eternal night could one withstand the violent aura of the darkness source. To ensure absolute certainty, Lin Que needed to locate the crown immediately. The undead warhorse neighed and charged toward a vast precipice. When Lin Que arrived at the towering cliff, the sight before him was breathtaking. At the bottom of the endless chasm lay an abyss that seemed unfathomable. A fierce wind whipped through, causing his cloak to flutter. The dark aura rising from the abyss made even the undead warhorse restless. Is this the 12 thrones? He activated his undying eye, and before him stood 12 thrones crafted from the skulls of heroes, arranged in a row. Behind each throne twisted a spatial rift, through which the crown of eternal night could be seen floating in the endless void. Phew, I made it just in time. Lin Ke's lips curled into a slight smile. There was only one throne left. He boldly approached the central throne, the most fearsome one crafted from the skulls of 3 colossal dragons. Under the terrified gazes of Big Mouth and Plague Brother, Lin Que resolutely seated himself upon it. Boom! A blinding crimson light erupted from the spatial rift behind the supreme throne. Countless skeletal claws shot forth from the void, ensnaring Lin Que tightly. An ethereal image of a heroic bone dragon materialized above the throne, exuding a suffocating pressure. This is indeed the entrance. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Que felt a surge of exhilaration. His gaze intensified. The crown of eternal night is mine alone. In the next moment, the scene before him shifted, plunging him into a bizarre black swamp, his feet sinking into the viscous black water. Gazing around, the entire world was reduced to monotonous darkness. Black water, black grass, and even the air was thick with black mist. Only a steep cliff ahead glimmered with a dim blue light, appearing to be the sole exit. As Lin Que pondered where to begin, a sudden surge of intense energy fluctuations erupted from the darkness ahead. Someone. His pupils constricted, and he swiftly melded into the shadows. As far as he knew, those aware of the crown of eternal night were all top-tier powerhouses from various foreign races. Prepare for battle, Lin Que ordered in a low voice, and behind him, Big Mouth stood alert while Plague Brother enveloped himself in a swirling mist of dark green poison. The undying specter transformed into a shadow, closely following Lin Que. Thousands of ghouls surged like a tide in the darkness. Roar! An eerie roar resounded from ahead. A grating voice echoed through the endless abyss. Cursed humans, the crown of eternal night belongs to my demon race. The holy light shall ultimately purify the darkness. An ancient female voice followed. Lin Que narrowed his eyes, witnessing a human female mage clad in silver robes fiercely battling a 7-meter-tall demon commander. Her staff radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire abyss as if it were day. A holy light mage? Lin Que mused in surprise. Even more astonishing was that the mage was a woman in her 60s or 70s. Her opponent was the demon commander. Two opposing energies clashed continuously, creating a dazzling spectacle of deathly blooms woven from holy light and demonic flames. The human female mage's lips had begun to bleed, and her robes were tattered in numerous places. Meanwhile, the demon commander's armor bore countless scorch marks from the holy light. Goodness! Lin Que and Appo's expression grew grave, silently thinking, this is not the right time to intervene. He had initially intended to wait for both parties to weaken each other before making his move, but just then. Such a pure necromantic aura. The human female holy light mage suddenly turned her head, astonishment flashing in her holy, aged eyes. The demon commander cackled maniacally, his voice hoarse and menacing. Ha! Even if the crown of eternal night were to be entrusted to the undead, it would still be preferable to bestow it upon you hypocritical humans. Alas, a sense of dread gripped Lin Ke's heart, due to the overwhelming influence of the abyss. He could no longer contain his necromantic aura. Now, he had revealed himself. Chapter 57. The Ashen Herald, Master of Darkness, Wielder of Light. The Undead. A flash of cold light flickered in the eyes of the human holy light mage as her staff erupted with blinding radiance. You shall not prevail, she declared, channeling all her holy light power despite her grievous injuries. A brilliant beam descended from the heavens, piercing the chest of the demon lord in an instant. The demon lord and Appo's roar echoed through the endless abyss, its body shattering in the sanctity of the holy light before plummeting into the mire, sending up a wave of inky mud. The human holy light mage, having exhausted her final reserves of strength, sank to one knee, her silver robe soaked in blood, her breath faint to the extreme. Lin Que emerged slowly from the shadows, his gaze complex. To protect humanity, there are always those who silently burn their lives away. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly held her body upright, looking up at Lin Que. Her eyes, which should have shone with holy light, were dimmed by weakness but still bore a hint of vigilance. The aura of death? She coughed blood, her voice weak. But you are clearly human. Lin Ke's expression was calm. Senior, you should not have forcibly employed the sacred light forbidden technique. However, rest assured, I will not allow the source of darkness to fall into the hands of other races. The human holy light mage and Appo's pupils contracted slightly. She trembled as she raised her hand. What are you really? Just an ordinary lord of the undead, Lin Que replied with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the human holy light mage seemed to understand something. Her gaze suddenly became serene, and a pure beam of holy light erupted from her being, her form gradually transforming into particles of light. Before dissipating, she summoned her last strength to imprint a mark of holy light into Lin Que and Apos' body. Senior. Lin Que reached out helplessly, but only grasped a wisp of fading holy light. He remained silent for a moment before softly saying, "Thank you for your trust. Without your sacrifice, I could not have succeeded so smoothly." Notification: acquired Holy Light Mark. You can now unlock the Holy Light Mage class. Notification: the Lord has unlocked the Necromancer class. If the Holy Light Mage class is also unlocked, the Hidden Evolution class Ashen Herald Unique will be activated. Necromancer, master of the power of the undead, symbolizing darkness, death, and summoning. Holy Light Mage, wielder of divine light, symbolizing brightness, healing, and purification. Ashen Herald, master of darkness, wielder of light. Lin Ke's eyes widened. Is it truly possible? No wonder the earlier Holy Light Mage had looked at him with such anticipation. He suddenly comprehended her final intent. She was not dissipating. Rather, she was transforming her lifelong cultivation into this gift. As Lin Que felt the holy light mark circulating within him, a bitter smile emerged. Unfortunately, at my current level, I cannot grasp the holy light spells. He attempted to channel the power of the holy light, but found it obscure and elusive. The necromancer bloodline naturally repelled the holy light techniques, and forceful cultivation would yield adverse effects. However, Lin Que and Apos' thoughts shifted as he gradually guided the flow of the holy light mark throughout his body. In an instant, the cold, deathly aura surrounding him was perfectly concealed. He radiated a balanced and serene energy, making anyone who beheld him perceive him as a legitimate elemental mage. Excellent. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Que and Apos' eyes. Though he could not utilize it for combat at present, this holy light mark served as the finest disguise. From now on, he would no longer require a magical cloak to mask his aura. Even if confronted by a warrior of the highest caliber, they would be utterly unable to discern his true identity as a necromancer. Roar. Despicable human vermin. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind him. Lin Que spun around sharply, only to see the demon lord, who should have perished, rising anew from the blood mire, its body, scorched and incomplete from the holy light, rapidly regenerating. Abyssal demonic energy began coalescing into a tangible armor. The demon lord is not dead. Lin Ke's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat soaking his back. Beneath the demonic armor, flesh writhed as it reassembled. Despicable humans. The demon lord's single eye glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. Suddenly flaring its nostrils, it declared, "You carry the scent of the undead, and an even more repulsive aura." Lin Que clenched his fists. Given his current state, encountering the demon lord would be tantamount to seeking death. This was a genuine high-tier warrior. Suddenly, he donned a fawning smile and slightly bowed. "My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely a passing necromancer, not aligned with those humans." The demon lord paused, its grotesque visage revealing confusion. The aura emanating from this human was too contradictory, embodying both the coldness of a necromancer and the holy light that repelled demons. "Even if what you say is true," the demon lord erupted, its claws swiping out, but declaring, "because you are a despicable human, you shall perish. Indeed, it seems I cannot fool it." A cold light flickered in Lin Ke's eyes as he crushed the invincibility potion in a moment of crisis. Buzz. A golden barrier suddenly unfolded. The demon lord and Apos' claws crashing against it with a sound of clashing metal. Seizing the moment, Lin Que retreated 10 meters. "Do you think you are still at your peak? Flesh eaters, wear him down." From the depths of the abyssal marsh, tens of thousands of flesh eaters surged forth. Lin Que continued to summon, eventually conjuring over 100,000 before he ceased. "Curse you, despicable insects!" The demon lord roared, swinging its claws. Each attack cleared a swath of flesh eaters. However, its movements were evidently becoming more sluggish. The wounds previously inflicted by the holy light began to rupture, the newly formed flesh not yet fully healed. Thus, under the relentless assaults of the great mouth, the plague brother, and the 100,000 flesh eaters, the demon lord's flesh was gradually consumed. Meanwhile, within the demon suppression army camp, Shinwanchio was fixated on the flickering points of light on the tactical tablet. The red mark representing Lin Que flickered in and out, as if disturbed by some unseen force. How could this happen? Her slender fingers glided across the screen, pulling up the trajectory records of the last 3 hours. Just moments ago, he had been in the Black Mist Canyon, and now he was. Captain Chen, what are you daydreaming about? A female teammate, Zhao Yuqing, suddenly peeked from behind, startling Chen Wanxiu. Nothing, just a routine check on team positioning. She quickly switched screens, yet Zhao Yuqing's keen eyes caught an anomaly. Hey, this signal source. Zhao Yuqing leaned closer to the screen, her pupils contracting in shock. The endless abyss. Which reckless fool dares venture into a forbidden zone? Oh, I see. Zhao Yuqing soon realized they had indeed heard about Chen Wanxiu's squad being saved by a student named Lin Que. A sheepish smile crept across Chen Wanxiu and Amp, Oppo's face. This machine must be malfunctioning. Just as Zhao Yuqing was about to inquire further, the camp alarm blared sharply. Attention all personnel. Demonic beasts are attacking. Please prepare for battle. Repeat. Demonic beasts are attacking. Please prepare for battle. The two exchanged troubled glances, bracing themselves for combat. Today marks the 7th wave. Zhao Yuqing spat in disdain. The onslaught of these beasts had become increasingly relentless. On the distant horizon, a dark tide of demons surged forth like a flood unleashed from a breached dam. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Wanxiu and Amp, Oppo's 100 ice crystal bear warriors erupted from the Lord and Amp, Oppo's space with a ferocious roar. The bone wings of the frost-biting stingray unfurled, swirling around her in a translucent display. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Still fretting over that signal, Zhao Yuqing loosed an arrow that pierced through 3 demons. Perhaps it truly was a mere equipment malfunction. Impossible. With a wave of her staff, Chen Wanxiu encased all demons within a 10-meter radius in ice. A military-grade quantum locator seldom makes errors. Suddenly, the terminal emitted a series of beeps. Chen Wanxiu swiftly retreated to evade an attack, casting a quick glance at the screen. Lin Que and Oppo's position flickered within the bounds of the endless abyss, the coordinates precise to a despairing degree. That was indeed the most perilous area. He truly went there. Chen Wanxiu's heart tightened painfully. The endless abyss, a place that had cost the Demon Suppression Army several elite battalions. It was essentially a one-way trip. Why would Lin Que venture there? She yearned to rush to the endless abyss immediately. However, as the captain of the Demon Suppression Army and Oppo's squad, she could not abandon her post.